The Deceitful One Chapter 1 Idiasis inverted question mark. The blue sky was speckled with white clouds as the blazing midday sun shone relentlessly. However, strangely enough, everything underneath was covered in velvety darkness, almost as if the natural laws of the world had been deceived. On this day, a certain large uninhabited island somewhere in the middle of the western and central continents was chosen to be the battlefield for the war that would drastically change the power balance of the entire world. This war was not just any simple war waged between mortals, but a war that involved the likes of Transcendents and gods. These were beings who had transcended the limits of man. With just a wave of their hands or a snap of their fingers, they could summon earthquakes, meteor showers, hellfire, tornadoes, or even tsunamis. On one side was an army of more than 100,000 people. They were geared up to the teeth, some standing on the ground, wearing armor, and with their weapons in hand, while some levitated in the air, anxiously awaiting the start of the war. Large dirigibles as well as flying steel ships floated in the air, aiming their artilleries and cannons at the opposition. At the same time, the entire island was surrounded by a fleet of steam-powered ships, making sure to block any attempts of escape by the enemy. This was the army of the central continent, the greatest and the most dominant power in the world. However, right now, on this battlefield, there was one thing in common amongst all the Transcendents from the central continent: fear, for they were facing their greatest enemy yet, an enemy that struck terror in the hearts of others just from the mere mention of their name, an enemy that caused chaos and wreaked havoc throughout the central continent, leaving behind countless legends. Seeing the expressions of anxiety and sheer terror on the faces of the Transcendents from the central continent, one would assume that they were facing an army even bigger than theirs, or at the very least, an army of equivalent size. However, this could not be further from the truth. The one facing the central continent's army was, in fact, one single man. No, to be more precise, he was a god. He had a head full of black hair and his eyes were darker than the blackest void of space. If one were to gaze into his eyes, they would fall into a sudden trance and be under the impression that something very dear had been stolen from them. Wearing a three-piece black suit and a black trench coat, the hums of which fluttered behind him as the wind blew, made him appear exceptionally majestic. He looked at the vast army in front of him as his lips curled up into a mischievous smile. "I am willing to forgive you for taking up arms against me if you surrender now," said the god with a playful look in his eyes. Although he spoke in a low voice, astonishingly enough, his bewitching words reached the ears of all the 100,000+ Transcendents. At once, the majority of the people in the massive army began to hesitate. Some of the ones with weaker wills even dropped their weapons on the ground as they started to beg on their knees. "Do not believe a thing he says. Have you forgotten already? He is the personification of deceit and the patron of liars, the despicable god of mischief," shouted a god, wearing a set of white robes underneath a shining golden armor. He was one of the leaders of the central continent's army, but if he had to be honest, he too would have liked to surrender and escape the battlefield. Yet, he had no choice but to make a stand here with the other gods from the central continent. At once, the people in the army got their bearings under control. However, not a single one of them could stop their knees from shaking and hands from sweating. After all, this was the god of mischief they were facing, a deity said to be able to steal and deceive anything in existence. The god of mischief pursed his lips. "Tsk, how boring." He slowly lifted his right arm as he grinned from ear to ear. "In that case, die." "No, do not let him make a move. Everyone, attack!" The god in golden armor screamed at the top of his lungs as he ordered the army to move forward. However, it was already too late. The god of mischief made a downward slashing motion with his right palm as if he were cutting something down with a sword, after which, silence ensued for a brief second. Boom! In the next moment, the entire island was split into two, leaving a clean cut straight down the middle. All the Transcendents who were previously positioned in the region where the island split, instantly turned to dust. One single strike was all it took and more than 20% of the 100,000-strong army had perished. What technique was that? Has his sword mastery reached such a level that he doesn't even need a sword to attack anymore? Asked the golden-armored god in terror. Another god beside him replied in angst, no, that was no sword technique. He simply stole a section of space that ran through the middle of this island, effectively splitting the island into two, as expected of the ultimate thief. Then what about the people that just died? Stuttered the god in golden armor, his body trembling in dread. The god beside him gulped as beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Existence, they had their very existence stolen from them. How can he steal something like a person's existence? This is simply impossible. The golden-armored god refused to believe it. This is what he excels at, turning fallacies into truth, and the impossible into the possible. Truly befitting the title of the Deceitful One, replied the other god as a dispirited sigh escaped his lips. What followed was a ruthless massacre of what was left of the Central Continent's army. All those who opposed the god of mischief had something stolen from them, whether it was their life, identity, thoughts, self-awareness, or even something as elusive as fate and destiny. However, that is a story for another time. After all, even the biggest of trees was once nothing but an insignificant seed that weathered the harsh winds and the strong rain before piercing the heavens. And so it begins, in the slums of Damascus, the story of the Deceitful One. The spring rain quietly drizzled down on Damascus city, situated in the south of the Belize kingdom in the western continent. It was already early in the morning. A slight breeze blew through the suburbs of the city. The sun had already hidden behind the dark clouds, refusing to come out. In one of the dilapidated apartment buildings on 11 Shorn Street, which was situated close to the slums, a young man had just woken up in his rented apartment on the second floor. This apartment room consisted of only a single room. There was a single bed by the window, a wardrobe cabinet, a set of table and chair, and lastly a single gas stove in one corner of the room. The young man had already woken up, but he still lay on the bed under the tattered blanket, looking out at the gloomy weather outside through the only window in the room. Another year passed by. Happy birthday to me, the young man sighed and then got up from the bed. He walked to the table and looked at his reflection in the mirror hanging on the wall above the table. The mirror reflected the image of a handsome youth with black hair and black eyes. He was tall but emaciated. He couldn't remember the last time he had a proper meal. As he was lost in thought thinking about what to do for the day, he heard a loud knock on his door. Knock knock knock. Bryan, you peasant, where's the fucking rent money? Came the angry shout from the other side of the door. Bryan instantly frowned when he heard this voice. He was already late on his rent for over a month now, and on top of that, this landlord of his was a real piece of shit. He refused to fix any of the amenities in the apartment, especially the run-down ceiling through which water would leak every time it rained. Like right now. You think I'd live in this shithole if I wanted to? Bryan sighed and walked to the door. Before he opened the door, he put on a fake smile and a subservient attitude. As soon as he opened the door, the landlord immediately started cursing him. Bastard, where's my money? It's already 2 months since you haven't paid. I'll give you 1 week. If you can't clear your dues, then leave all your belongings and get the fuck out of this place. The landlord, who was a middle-aged man with a high hairline and a potbelly, roared. Belongings? Hey, what belongings do I have other than a pair of tattered clothes? Bryan mocked himself inside, but on the surface, he still appeared docile and replied, Mr. Carter, don't worry, I'll have the money ready by the end of this week. You better, or you can start living on the streets like the filthy rat you are. Mr. Carter huffed, threw out a few more curses at Bryan, and left. Fucking bastard, I'll stuff that filthy mouth of yours with dog shit someday. Bryan thought as he watched his landlord leave. He then shut the door and walked back to his table and sat on his chair. He pulled the drawer and took out a silver pocket watch with an intricate design. The front side of the silver pocket watch looked very beautiful and displayed the time on the dial. Beneath the dial, one could still see the different gears working in tandem like a work of art. Bryan flipped the watch around and saw the writing ingrained on the back side of the pocket watch. To little Bryan, love, Mum, Dad. Bryan saw this carving and fell into deep thought with a reminiscent look in his dazed eyes. At this moment, his back looked extremely desolate and lonely. He still remembered the words his mother had said to him when she gave him the pocket watch. "My sweet child, always keep this item close to you. When the time is right, it will show you the path." He never understood what she meant, but he guarded the pocket watch like a treasure, a priceless memento of his deceased parents. No matter how he felt, the pocket watch always radiated a strange warmth, as though his parents' spirits were still watching over him. Path, what path? He muttered to himself. The only path he saw was loneliness, yet, the pocket watch always gave him a nagging feeling that it was much more. His father Vincent was a watchmaker and owned a company called Lombardy Watch Company. He was a very famous artisan in Damascus City. Although the Lombardy family wasn't given any nobility title, they were quite affluent and well-connected in their own right. Bryan's mother, Isabella Medici, married his father when they were young and they were a very happy family. However, Bryan's mother, Isabella, fell ill one day when he was only 6 years old. His father, Vincent, did all he could and got doctors and apothecaries from Damascus City and even farther away from Nadia, the capital of Belize Kingdom. But it was all for naught. After struggling for 2 weeks, Bryan's mother eventually succumbed to her illness and passed away in her sleep one night. This left both Bryan and his father heartbroken. Bryan was still very young at the time and didn't know the meaning of death. Gradually he realized that his mother was never going to return to him. He realized that they'd never be a whole family again. Following the death of his mother, Bryan's father fell into severe depression and drowned himself in alcohol to numb the pain. Vincent turned into an alcoholic and didn't bother about taking care of his son or the watch company. When Bryan turned 7, his dad also passed away due to the overconsumption of alcohol. This left Bryan all alone in this world with no one to take care of him or guide him. Bryan's father's direct subordinate, Mark, usurped the watch company and all properties that belonged to the Lombardy family. He still remembered the day when Mark came up to him with a sneer on his face and declared that everything now belonged to him. Bryan tried to protest, but who would listen to a 7-year-old orphan? All of his father's friends also turned a blind eye to him. It was then that he realized that everyone in this world only worked for their own benefit. This was a heavy truth for a young child to bear. Ever since then, Bryan had been forced to live on the streets. He had to resort to all sorts of dirty work like taking up odd jobs, begging, stealing, scamming, and swindling people. But he did all he had to in order to survive and he never regretted it. Bryan reined in his thoughts and put away the watch in his pant pocket. He got up, walked to his wardrobe cabinet, and took out a shirt to wear. He tucked the stained white shirt in his pants and then wore a brown jacket. He wore the black worker's cap that was hanging on the wall with the help of a nail he had hammered in long back when he rented this apartment. He then left his apartment and set off for a crowded street. Let's see, what shall I do today? Bryan thought as he put his hands in his pocket to see how much money he had. He took out 7 copper coins and said self-deprecatingly, 7 pence, huh? I really am poor. After a 15-minute walk, he soon reached the farmer's market. Since it was still before 7 in the morning, there were quite a few people who gathered at the market, mostly restaurant owners who were here to buy ingredients. There were also many food stalls that were selling breakfast and snacks to workers who had to go to work early in the mornings. Bryan casually walked amidst the crowd. He approached a food stall that was selling fresh buns. While the stall owner was talking to his customers and advertising how fresh the buns were, Bryan walked past the stall and skillfully picked up a steaming hot bun and put it in his pocket. Then he blended in with the crowd again without anyone noticing anything. Over the years that Bryan spent time living on the streets, he developed quite a few skills that were crucial to his survival. When he was still a child, he got caught stealing many times and was beaten miserably till he was blue. However, he always learned from his mistakes. After all, if he didn't steal, he wouldn't be able to feed himself and live for another day. Hence, over the course of time, his wrist and finger flexibility improved, enabling him to easily steal things in a covert manner. He also paid a lot of attention to his stamina. After all, if he was caught stealing, he would have to run for his life. His experience taught him that the outcome of getting caught was always two things: getting beaten up or being forced to work as free labor. However, Bryan was also smart enough to not steal things from the wrong people. After Bryan walked a few steps past the food stall, he took out the bun from his pocket and started eating with relish. He then came to a nearby square and sat on a public's bench. While he looked at the people, some in worker clothes while some in classic suits, hurrying to their jobs, he thought to himself, "I'm already 18 years old. How long am I gonna keep stealing and live on a day-to-day basis? Should I look for a job with a stable income? But who's gonna give me a job? Hey, I didn't even finish primary school." Right at that moment, Bryan caught sight of a middle-aged man in the corner of his eye. The well-built man had blonde hair and blue eyes. He was wearing a blue three-piece suit, carrying a big brown suitcase in one hand and a gems-inlaid black cane in the other. Bryan smirked as his eyes narrowed. He had found his prey. The middle-aged man was about 6 feet tall with a good build. He had gray sideburns and his blonde hair was combed neatly. The most distinctive feature was his pair of eyes. They were like blue gems that shone brightly. His blue three-piece suit looked well-tailored, with a gold chain that was likely part of his pocket watch hanging from his vest. He wore a ruby gem-inlaid ring on his right hand and a sapphire gem ring on his left. Furthermore, the handle of his cane was studded with gems of different colors. He simply reeked of money. Bryan nearly drooled when he caught sight of this man. "Wait a minute, I just decided to get my shit straight starting today. Why am I already eyeing this guy's money? That's not right," he thought in a self-deprecating manner, "but all those shiny gems are too tempting. Forget it, I'll swindle him into giving me a job now and I'll see if I can rob him later. Yes, this is in line with having a stable income until I rob him clean, hee hee." Bryan had a wicked smile on his face as he finally made a decision. Having finally made up his mind, Bryan decided to tail this walking bag of gold. He followed this blonde middle-aged man for about 15 minutes until he got into a high-class restaurant on Laurent Avenue, most likely to have breakfast. From the way he's looking around at all the buildings and landmarks every few steps tells me that he's most likely a tourist visiting Damascus City, and from the way he's dressed and his bearing, is he a tycoon? Bryan tried to deduce from the clues he had seen till now. It's better to watch him for a bit more and then decide on how to approach him. Growing up on the streets all these years, Bryan had learned to become very patient. He knows if he's unprepared then it'll lead to his eventual doom. He waited another 30 minutes behind a tree on the opposite side of the restaurant across Laurent Avenue. Finally, the middle-aged blonde man exited the restaurant with a satisfied expression on his face. He walked towards the northern part of the city. He leisurely strolled while looking at the scenery and the various customs of the city. Meanwhile, Bryan followed behind him at a distance of about 20 feet between them, just enough to keep him within his sight. He tailed the middle-aged man for another hour before he saw him enter the Church of Wisdom on North Winston Avenue. There were 3 churches in the Belize Kingdom as well as the entire Western continent. The Church of Wisdom worshipped the goddess of wisdom, the Church of Craftsmanship worshipped the god of craftsmanship, and the Church of the Earth Mother worshipped Mother Earth. Damascus City was just barely qualified to be a proper city, hence there was a church built there. Other smaller towns usually only had a chapel, whereas Nadia, the capital of Belize Kingdom, had a massive cathedral belonging to the 3 deities. He's definitely someone new to this city, Bryan concluded, but how do I approach him and trick him into giving me a job? It would look very suspicious if I ask him for a job straight away. Bryan soon had an outline of a plan in his mind. He soon started looking for tramps on the streets while still keeping his attention on the church entrance so that he doesn't miss that middle-aged man coming out. He approached a homeless man nearby at a distance from the church entrance. The old homeless man was sleeping soundly on the sidewalk while drooling and snoring at the same time. All of a sudden he was kicked in the butt and was jolted awake. He got up and looked around warily. Then his eyes landed on a youth with black hair and black eyes who was wearing tattered clothes. a black worker's cap and a stitched-up brown jacket. "Fuck, I thought it was the police. What do you want, brat?" the old man scolded Bryan. He old man, wanna earn some money? And a broken bar half a bun." Bryan tried his best to tempt the other party. The old homeless man looked at Bryan with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. "What is it? So it's like thieves a broken bar." Bryan began to explain his plan to the homeless guy. A broken bar. Meanwhile, inside an office in the Church of Wisdom, the bishop, a kind-looking old man who was wearing white robes with grey borders, was exchanging pleasantries with the blonde middle-aged man that Bryan had been following all morning. "Detective Watson, we had already received word of your arrival. Welcome to Damascus City. You may stay at the villa on 22 Augustus Street, which is under the management of the church. We wish you a pleasant stay." "Thank you, Bishop Walls. I'll most likely be staying in this city for a few years until I've finished the work assigned by the cathedral," Detective Watson replied with an amiable smile. "All right, let me know if you require anything. The resources of the church are at your disposal." At this point, Bishop Walls paused and hesitated for a moment before saying, "By the way, there seems to be someone following you." Detective Watson chuckled. "I'm already aware. I just wanna see what the kid is up to," he said with a playful smile on his face. "All right, as long as you know. Again, if you need anything, please let the church know." Bishop Walls exchanged a few more words with Detective Watson before they parted ways. As soon as Detective Watson left the office room, a young priest who was standing beside Bishop Walls, serving tea and snacks to the duo, asked in puzzlement, "Father, isn't he just a detective? How come you're so respectful to him?" "Just a detective? HMPH, what do you know? He's a rank 3 Transcendent." Bishop Walls snorted. The young priest sucked in a breath of cold air. "Rank 3? That's the same as the bishop. No wonder. A broken bar." Outside the church, Bryan repeated the plan to the old homeless man who was looking at him with a daze, for the third time. "Fine, fine, fine. Just give me the money already. I'll do as you say." The old homeless man who was at his wits' end stretched his right arm in front of Bryan. Bryan reluctantly handed him 5 pence. He now only had 2 pence on him. "Never mind, it's an investment. If the plan fails, I'll just steal back from this old fool." Bryan muttered in his heart, "The bun." The old man looked Bryan straight in the eye. "Tsk, petty bastard," Bryan thought. Then he took out the half bun from the pocket of his jacket and handed it to the old man, but not before biting a big chunk out of it. "You better not play dirty tricks on me, old man, or I'll give you a thorough beating," Bryan sternly warned him. The old man didn't even bother listening to Bryan as he stuffed the remaining bun into his mouth. Then he carefully counted the money and put it inside his clothes tightly, afraid that Bryan would take it back. Right then, Detective Watson exited the church and started feeding grains to the pigeons flocking to the nearby sidewalk. Bryan saw this and instructed the old tramp to take his position. Before he left, Bryan glared at him and warned him again. The old man rolled his eyes at him. "How can an old man like me with half a foot in the grave outrun you, punk?" He mumbled and took his position at the crossing of North Winston Avenue and 10th Street. Seeing him not pull any tricks, Bryan took his position as well. From the place where he was currently, he would intercept Detective Watson from the back while the old man would move in from the front. Soon, Detective Watson finished feeding the pigeons and walked towards 10th Street. Seeing him walk towards the ambush point, Bryan signaled to the old tramp who was in front of the detective. He then started approaching him from the back. Detective Watson on the other hand had an indiscernible playful look in his eyes. "Let's see what you're up to." The next moment, the old tramp bumped into Detective Watson and then snatched the brown suitcase from his hands. Right on the heels of that, he ran at a speed that was clearly impossible for a man of his age to do. "Fuck, this old bastard clearly told me he had hip problems and could barely run." Bryan was taken aback at his speed. He quickly composed himself and ran towards him. The old man's face was full of smiles thinking about how everything in the suitcase belonged to him now. He I'll just run off with his suitcase while that foolish brat is fighting off the blonde man. HMPH, how dare you give me just a small piece of bun?" While the old man was letting his imagination run wild, he didn't notice that Bryan was running towards him instead of the detective. All of a sudden, he came crashing at what seemed like a wall to him. The suitcase slipped out of his hand and he fell to the ground. He looked up and was dumbfounded at what he saw. In front of him, Bryan stood in a heroic pose with both his palms holding the side of his waist. What the fuck? Why did he stop me? Wasn't he supposed to confront the blonde man? Then he heard Bryan speak to him in a righteous tone. "Old thief, how dare you try to rob someone right in front of the church? I shall deliver punishment on behalf of the goddess." After that, Bryan delivered a few kicks to his butt and then took the suitcase and walked towards the middle-aged blonde man standing not far away. The old tramp was still in a daze from the beating. Then he snapped back to his senses when he heard Bryan speak with his back facing him. "Get lost before the police arrive. I shall give you a chance to redeem yourself." HMPH, realization suddenly dawned on the old homeless man. That little prick tricked me. He then scurried off. "At least I still have the 5 pence." The old man reached out for the insides of his clothes. And then he froze on the spot. "Fuck, where's the money?" Idiosis inverted question mark at the corner of North Winston Avenue. Detective Watson wore an amused expression as he watched Bryan approach him heroically with his suitcase in hand. "Good sir, here is your suitcase." Bryan stood in front of the detective and handed him his suitcase. Then he looked up at the detective with a victorious smirk on his lips, as if saying "Praise me." Detective Watson had seen the entire drama play out and he figured that the young man in front of him had tricked that old tramp. However, he still couldn't help but find this young man's acting hilarious. "Now let's see how you play your cards," he thought. "Thank you, young man. I don't know what I would have done without you." Detective Watson decided to play along with him. "Here, accept this reward for helping me." He took out 10 £1 notes from his wallet and handed them out to the young man in front of him. Bryan's eyes widened as his eyes swept past the stack of cash. He had never seen this much money in his life, or at least he hadn't seen this much since becoming an orphan. He couldn't help but involuntarily gulp. He nearly reached out his hand in an attempt to take the money, but thankfully he remembered his motive for going through all that trouble before. Sir, I didn't do it for the money," Bryan stammered, but he was still unable to take his eyes off the money. "Oh, then what did you do it for?" Detective Watson looked innocently at Bryan. "I always carry out my actions without hoping for anything in return. However, if you're feeling guilty, then you can provide me with a job that pays a good salary. That should be fine, right?" Towards the end of the sentence, Bryan's voice trailed off and it grew softer and softer. "Ha ha ha, what a funny young man." Detective Watson finally couldn't hold back his laughter. "So that was your motive, huh? At least, you have the ability to work towards long-term gains instead of short-term benefits. Not bad." He looked at Bryan approvingly. "Fine, since you've helped me out, it would be petty of me to not give you anything in return. How about this? Since I'm new to this city, you can become my guide and also help me do some miscellaneous work, and in return, I'll give you a salary of £2 per week." Detective Watson smiled. "Really?" Bryan was shocked. Then he hurriedly replied, "Deal. I was born and raised in Damascus and I know all the nooks and crannies of this city like the back of my hand. Leave it to me." Bryan puffed out his chest and said confidently, "Very well, you're hired." Detective Watson smiled gently. "Yes, boss." Bryan put his right palm facing outward on his forehead and saluted him. He then took the suitcase from Detective Watson's hand and began walking. After taking a few steps, he stopped and turned back. "By the way, where are we going, boss?" Bryan scratched the back of his head while asking the detective. Detective Watson chuckled. 22 Augustus Street. Let's walk it." Bryan was slightly taken aback, since Augustus Street was the neighborhood where all the upper-class citizens of Damascus City lived in. It was also the neighborhood he lived in, back when his parents were still alive. That place was full of nobility, wealthy merchants, bankers, etc. I knew boss was rich, but I didn't know he was that rich. Bryan thought. He led Detective Watson towards Augustus Street. It was 20 minutes' walk from the Church of Wisdom. Along the way, he introduced to the detective all sorts of places and landmarks. He pointed at the good restaurants he could eat at, hidden food stalls that served delicious food, high-class bars as well as the bars where commoners frequent at. He told the detective the streets to avoid, streets to take late at night, the safe places near the police station, slum areas, neighborhoods that come under the jurisdiction of local gangs, and even the red light district wasn't missed from the introduction. Detective Watson was very satisfied with Bryan. He was very knowledgeable when it came to places in Damascus. One could even say he was the perfect guide. Under Bryan's guidance, they soon arrived at 22 Augustus Street. What greeted their view was a two-storied white-colored villa. Parasol trees were planted on both sides of the street alongside the entirety of Augustus Street. The fresh moist air here smelled very refreshing, nothing like the air near Deceitful Street. Bryan took a deep breath of this fresh air, then turned to look at Detective Watson. "We're here, boss." "Not bad." Detective Watson surveyed the surroundings and gave a compliment. He then looked at Bryan and smiled. "By the way, you still haven't introduced yourself to me yet." Right, sorry, I'm Bryan Lombardi," Bryan replied. "Very well, Bryan, my name is James Watson, a private detective." Detective Watson smiled. "A detective? Did he see through my previous play with that old tramp?" "Probably not. Anyways, I did help him though, but did he really need my help?" Bryan was instantly flustered and thought about his previous actions. Detective Watson read his emotions and knew what he was thinking. He chuckled and said, "You will officially start your work tomorrow. Be here at 8 a.m. sharp. Oh, by the way, do you know how to read and write? N number?" Bryan felt a little embarrassed as he thought, "Read and write? How could I have time for that when I was busy trying to fill my stomach?" "Don't worry about it, I'll teach you the basics starting tomorrow. After all, education is imperative in this line of work." Detective Watson then took out his wallet, picked 2 £1 notes and handed it to Bryan. "This is the advance. Go get some food and buy yourself a new pair of clothes. I will see you tomorrow." Detective Watson smiled at Bryan, then handed the suitcase to his butler who had arrived at some point in time. Bryan, who took the money, was elated. He hurriedly bowed and thanked the detective. "Thank you, boss. I'll be here on time tomorrow." He watched the detective turn around and enter the main gate to his villa. He walked through the garden and finally entered his villa with his butler in tow. Bryan was still standing outside the main gate of 22 Augustus Street, deep in thought. "Everything that happened today seems too easy. Did boss really see through my ploy earlier? No, it's very likely that he noticed me the moment I started following him from the farmer's market. How a broken bar interesting. Hey, and here I was dreaming that I'd steal some valuables from him after he gives me a job. How naive." Bryan sighed. He turned around and started walking towards Deceitful Street. It would take him over an hour to reach on foot. There was no way he was going to hire a carriage. He couldn't afford it. Bryan walked leisurely on the sidewalk, his hand holding the 2 £1 notes tightly in his jacket pocket, afraid that he'd lose the money if he loosened his grip even a little. This amount of money meant a lot for someone like Bryan. He could live a leisurely life with just the basic necessities for a month with this money. Out of the £2, £1 has to be given to that pig of a landlord. 20 pence worth of food that'll last me at least a week. The rest of the money I can save it for a rainy day. But wait, boss asked me to buy a new pair of clothes, but do I really need to? Bryan sniffed at his clothes and instantly regretted it. I really should buy a new pair. I wouldn't want to insult boss with my stitched and tattered clothes. Bryan heaved a heavy sigh. It would be a lie to say that he didn't miss the time when he was rich and had the love of his parents, but almost a decade has passed since that incident. Now everything was just a distant memory. No need to think about depressing stuff. Maybe working for boss might help me tremendously. Forget about stealing and begging. From now on I'm gonna live a better life. Bryan clenched his fists and motivated himself. He had a determined look in his deep black eyes. He visited Graham's clothing store on his way home. They sold relatively cheap clothes for workers and low-class people here. He bought 2 white shirts and a pair of black trousers, a new pair of black rubber shoes. Everything totaled 47 pence. Bryan exited the store with a paper bag. Then he headed for the nearest grocery store, where he spent another 20 pence on the grocery for the next week. It was already 2 p.m. by the time he returned to 11 Dershorn Street. He dropped his clothes and grocery in his one-room apartment and then headed for the landlord's room on the first floor. He knocked on Mr. Carter's door. After a few knocks, the pig-like landlord opened the door and glared at Bryan. "What do you want?" "Here's £1, Mr. Carter. I'll give you the remaining money next week." Bryan put on his classic fake smile, then turned around and left without waiting for the landlord's response. The landlord, Mr. Carter, was slightly stunned. Where did this kid get the money? Did he rob someone? Well, who cares? Mr. Carter snorted and slammed his door shut. In Bryan's room, he quickly made a bowl of porridge and had it with bread. "It's been a while since I've had a full meal." Bryan patted his belly with a satisfied smile on his face. He looked out the window eagerly, anticipating the start of his new life from tomorrow onwards. Bryan opened his eyes, and took his silver pocket watch from the table. He silently thought, a little before 6 a.m. He shoved away the thin tattered blanket and got up neatly. He was only wearing his pajamas and nothing else. Bryan was so skinny that one could see the outline of his ribs. This was all a result of an unhealthy lifestyle and a lack of proper meals every day. After his lunch yesterday, he spent the entire evening and night thinking about his new life. He had the same leftover food from yesterday afternoon for dinner last night. Even after dinner, he couldn't immediately fall asleep. He was too excited for today, which was going to be the start of a new chapter in his life. Bryan thought of a lot of plans last night and barely slept for 6 hours. He got off the bed and went towards the window and opened it. He found that the spring rain had stopped. The mix of the fragrance of the wet earth and the slight industrial pollution greeted him. Bryan felt his head clear, the sleepiness washing away cleanly. The sun had yet to rise, and the sky was still a color of deep blue, not dark yet not bright. Looking through the window, his eyes landed on rows of 1- and 2-storied grayish brick houses. These were the slums where most low-class people of society lived. He hurriedly picked up his towel and rushed to the shared bathroom on the second floor. He had to be the first one to use the bathroom or it would significantly delay him, since Detective Watson's house was over an hour away. Although he was told to reach for work at 8 a.m., Bryan still wanted to reach at least 30 minutes prior. After all, this was his first proper job. Although yesterday he was still thinking about how to rob the detective, after a night of thorough thinking, his attitude flipped around 360 degrees. Now he wanted to take full advantage of this opportunity. He wanted to educate himself and hopefully become someone like the detective himself. These were his shower thoughts. After exiting the bathroom, he entered his apartment again and took out brand new clothes. Although the clothes were of highly inferior quality, they were still new and Bryan cherished them. After getting ready, he cut a small piece of baguette that he had bought yesterday from the grocery store. He stuffed it in his mouth, walked out of his apartment, locked the door and set off for Augusta Street. He happened to pass by the crowded farmers market. He maneuvered through the crowd like a fish in water and habitually stole an apple from a fruit vendor before swiftly putting it into his pant pocket. Bryan left the crowded place and stuffed the apple in his mouth. He took a big bite and thought in a self-deprecating manner, "Hey, old habits die hard, a broken bar." 22 Augusta Street. Bryan reached sharp at 7:30 a.m. He decided to wait outside the villa and knock on the door when it was 8 a.m. While standing outside the main gate of the villa, Bryan fell into deep thought. Yesterday, while he was following the detective when he was carrying out the play with the old tramp, and later introducing him to the various places and customs of Damascus, he felt Detective Watson was very a broken bar special. He couldn't find a word to describe it, but he appeared to be very mysterious to Bryan. Yesterday, during the day he had overlooked this matter, but later in the night when he was thinking things through and planning for the future, it dawned on him. It was an inexplicable feeling. Bryan felt like Detective Watson was human but also not human at the same time. This was what his intuition told him, and Bryan always trusted his intuition. Growing up on the streets, he relied on his intuition many times in order to get out of trouble. Sometimes he would attempt to rob a few people, but at those times his intuition would flare up, warning him of the incoming dangers. He would later find out that the people his intuition had warned him against were actually gang members. Most gangs in Damascus City were complete outlaws, although they wouldn't commit murder in the downtown area, and the area surrounding the church or the police station. But when it came to the areas in and near the slums, they would kill in a heartbeat, and the city officials and police wouldn't even bat an eye unless someone important died. This formed a strange balance of sorts, with each organization marking their own territories. Therefore, when his intuition told him that there was something special about Detective Watson, he chose to believe it. However, his intuition never warned him against the detective. That's why he dared to come here today, or he would just lay low in the slums and never appear. Mr. Bryan, Master James has invited you inside. Please follow me. Bryan snapped out of his reverie when he heard a voice. He turned around and saw Detective Watson's butler standing in a straight posture by the main gate. He was wearing a black butler's uniform with a bow tie. The man looked to be in his 30s with a head full of combed brown hair and a trimmed moustache on his upper lip. Damn, he sure is clean. Bryan thought silently in his heart. Okay. Bryan responded to the butler and followed him inside. He came across the garden in front of the villa with all sorts of colorful flowers growing vibrantly at the edges. They followed the red stone paved path and reached the door of the villa. The butler opened the door and gestured for Bryan to come in. What greeted him was a wide living room and a fireplace with a chimney on the right side. To the left were 3 massive floor-to-ceiling windows that were facing the garden. The floor was made of wooden tiles. In the center of the living room, there were 2 long sofas and 2 single-seater couches, arranged in a square formation. In the middle was a small table made of oak. Past the sofa were 2 sets of stairs on both sides of the living room, leading to the second floor. As Bryan looked towards the second floor of the villa, his eyes landed on a middle-aged blond man, with neatly combed hair. He was wearing a white shirt, black pants and a black vest buttoned up. He was looking at Bryan with a gentle smile. "Boss," Bryan subconsciously blurted out. "Good morning, Bryan. Come upstairs." Detective Watson greeted him. Bryan nodded and made his way upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, he followed Detective Watson. They walked the corridor to the left and entered a spacious room. The room was like a mini library. There were 2 bookshelves on both sides of the room, with about hundreds of books in total. Right across the entrance to the room was a floor-to-ceiling window that overlooked the garden. In front of the right-hand side bookshelf was the study table with 1 chair on one side and 2 chairs on the other. Detective Watson approached the study table and sat in his seat. He then gestured for Bryan to sit. Bryan nervously took his seat and looked at the things lying on the table. There were a few books neatly stacked on top of each other, and a couple of parchment pieces of paper. However, he couldn't figure out what language they contained. And finally, there was a globe. Bryan was shocked to find out that there were actually more continents other than the one in which the Belize Kingdom was. Detective Watson saw him stare at the globe with his mouth agape and chuckled. "Apart from the western continent we are currently in, there are 3 more continents and a group of islands. They are the southern continent, which is slightly bigger than the western continent in terms of land mass, central continent, which is the largest. Then there are the eastern islands, which consist of over 100 small islands. If gathered together, they would be as big as the central continent. And finally, there's the northern continent, which is the most mysterious of them all." Detective Watson patiently waited for Bryan to finish digesting the information. After about a minute or so, Bryan recovered from his shock. "Wow, boss, this world sure is big. I always thought that the western continent was all there was to it. But boss, what's so mysterious about the northern continent?" Detective Watson had already expected this question. "Hence," he replied in a serious manner, "very little. In fact, almost nothing is known about the northern continent. In the past, There had been many ships that sailed to the northern continent in an expedition to explore and colonize unknown lands. However, none of them returned. That is why that continent is also known as the Dark Continent. Bryan sucked in a breath of cold air. He was completely taken aback when he heard this. None of them returned? Dark Continent, a broken bar. He found it both fascinating and frightening at the same time. It took him a while to gather himself. Then he noticed Detective Watson looking at him with a smile. This is the benefit of knowledge. It broadens your horizon and as a result, how you view the world changes, Detective Watson explained. Now before we discuss your work and study schedule, I'd like to test something. Detective Watson took out a milky white crystal ball the size of a baby's head from the drawer and placed it between himself and Bryan. What's this, boss? Bryan looked at the crystal ball curiously and inquired. Detective Watson smiled at him and instructed, place your palms on the crystal ball, close your eyes and hold out for as long as you can. Hold out for as long as I can? Bryan mumbled inwardly but still did as he was told because he hadn't received any sort of warning from his intuition. He then stretched out his hands and placed them on the crystal ball. Idiris's inverted question mark. Seeing him comply, Detective Watson smiled gently, then he activated the crystal ball with his spiritual force. Upon activation, the crystal ball glowed brightly. At this point in time, Bryan had already closed his eyes and was just trying to hold out for as long as he could. Soon 1 minute was up. Bryan didn't feel anything. He was beginning to wonder if he made a mistake or if he was holding the crystal ball the wrong way. After 2 minutes were up, Bryan still didn't show any change in his emotions. Right when 3 minutes were up and Bryan was about to say something, he felt a slight buzz in his mind. However, this didn't cause him any pain and he could still keep going. After 4 minutes, Bryan was hit with a severe headache and his expression twisted slightly, but he still persisted. At 4 minutes and 30 seconds, beads of sweat had already started to form on Bryan's forehead. He was barely able to hold on any longer. After another 16 seconds passed, Bryan finally let go. He took large mouthfuls of air and was breathing heavily. On the other side of the table, Detective Watson's eyes widened and he was shocked beyond his wildest dreams. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. 4 minutes and 46 seconds, a broken bar, supreme grade spiritual aptitude, just as I thought. He hurriedly composed himself and looked deeply at Bryan, who had just recovered. Boss, what is that thing? It felt as if there were ants crawling on my brain. Bryan looked at Detective Watson suspiciously. Ha, don't worry, it's harmless. That was a test. Detective Watson smirked and looked at Bryan mysteriously. Really? What's the test for? Bryan was still suspicious. I can't tell you about it now. However, what I can tell you is that if you persist in your studies and work hard in the future, then I will give you an opportunity. Detective Watson replied in all seriousness. A chance? Is this related to how I felt yesterday about Boss being so special and mysterious? And that crystal ball, it seemed to have lit up without the support of gas or oil. How did Boss do that? Bryan narrowed his eyes and was deep in thought. Detective Watson did not disturb him. After a few moments, Bryan had come to a decision. All right, boss, I'll do my best. Detective Watson smiled warmly. Now try reading this newspaper. I want to see exactly how much you know. Based on that I can teach you accordingly. Detective Waste instructed Bryan as he handed him today's edition of Damascus Daily. Okay. Bryan took the newspaper and struggled to read the first few lines. Monday, 19th April, 1580. A broken bar kingdom of Belize. Broken bar finals bill, on works. Minimum work hours. Fuck, what is this bullshit? What's the point of reading this newspaper? Bryan had never felt so embarrassed before. Detective Watson chuckled. No need to be embarrassed, Bryan. At least now we know where to begin. Here's what we'll do. You will come here every day at 8 a.m. I will tutor you for 3 hours, then you will study for another 3 hours by yourself. After that, you may have lunch here and then visit various parts of the city and take note of anything peculiar you see. Come back to the villa again by 6 in the evening to give me a report of your findings. That's the gist of what your daily work schedule will be like. What do you think?" Bryan was flabbergasted. "Study for 6 hours, boss? Is that really necessary?" Detective Watson wore a stern expression. "Yes, this is non-negotiable." Fine. Bryan wore a defeated look, and thus began Bryan's journey to becoming erudite. A broken bar. The slums, Damascus City. In one of the dilapidated houses, blood formed a small puddle on the floor. There were also blood stains on the wall and the ceiling. Beside the blood puddle, in the corner of the room, 3 corpses were strewn, 2 big and 1 small. It likely belonged to the family that lived in this house. In the other room, 6 tall figures were huddled together in a circle, speaking in hushed tones. That little girl's blood was simply marvelous. I tell you, virgin young girls are really a delicacy. Blood is all right, but eating the heart is where the real taste is at. By the way, who should we hunt next? I'm really sick of this peasant blood. Yes, I wonder how those noble ladies taste. Just thinking about it turns me on." Right at this moment, the door of the house was pushed open and a well-built figure walked in wearing a black hooded robe. He glanced at the corpses in the corner, examined them, and walked to the room inside. The 6 men inside instantly quieted down. When they saw the figure walk into the room, they hurriedly knelt down and greeted in unison. "Greetings, my lord." Although they couldn't see the face of the hooded person, they couldn't mistake the domineering aura. Moreover, they had already spotted the blood crescent ring on the figure's right middle finger. In the organization, he was known as Blood Moon. Blood Moon looked at the 6 people. When his gaze swept past them, they involuntarily shivered. "You all have been causing too much of a ruckus lately. The church and the police can't sit back anymore. There have been too many disappearances in the slum area recently." Blood Moon spoke in a hoarse voice. No one dared to look up and reply. "Curb your addiction or else I won't hesitate to kill you. Stay low for a week and no big movements. If you can't withstand it, then get the fuck out of the city and find prey. If any of you dare to mess up Master's plans. Blood Moon didn't finish his sentence, but the warning was clearly evident. The 6 people in the room had their hair stand on end. They didn't even dare to breathe. Blood Moon turned around and prepared to leave. Then he stopped, turned his head back around, and glared at the 6 people behind him once again. "These corpses look like they've been ravaged by wild beasts. At least, make it look like they've been killed by people or weapons so as to mislead the officials. Fools." Then he turned around and left the house. As soon as he left, the 6 people in the house simultaneously released their breaths. A few. "Fuck, he's too scary. You heard what he said. Let's disperse and lay low for the week. I'm headed to that village in the south. It's far from Damascus. I don't think there will be any problems." The 6 people discussed with each other and then left the house. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of the slums, Blood Moon was sprinting under the shadows of the buildings in the pale moonlight. He took several turns and changed directions. Finally, he reached the north part of the city and got into a carriage that was waiting for him. After boarding the carriage, he took off his robe and revealed his appearance. He had a head full of short white hair, neatly combed to the sides. He had deep blue eyes and a weathered face. He looked to be in his 60s but still appeared to be healthy. He sat in the carriage silently and looked out the window. The thick colors of the night covered the vast sky, and most of the stars that blanketed the sky were covered by the clouds that were ever so fleeting, leaving behind only a few shining with faint light. What exactly is Master planning? Blood Moon was in deep thought as he stared at the night sky. Soon, the carriage entered Augustus Street and stopped in front of 53 Augustus Street. This was a large 2-storied villa made of gray stones with a big garden in front of it. If Bryan were to see this, he would instantly recognize this as the house he used to live in with his parents in the past. This was where he spent his early childhood. Blood Moon walked in through the main door and entered the villa. He straightaway headed for the study on the 2nd floor. He knocked on the door twice and patiently waited. Moments later, a deep voice came from inside the room. "Enter." Blood Moon took a deep breath and entered the room. Inside, he saw a tall man with black wavy hair standing right before the floor-to-ceiling window. staring at the moon with his hands clasped behind his back. He was wearing black trousers and a white shirt. After a few minutes, he turned around and looked at Blood Moon with his bright red eyes. "What is it?" he asked. "Master, I've instructed the apprentices and told them to lay low for the time being." Blood Moon replied respectfully. The man with red eyes nodded. "Should we proceed to the next stage?" Blood Moon asked. His eyes stared at the floor beneath, not daring to look straight at his master. "Number. It's not time yet. Nurture a few more apprentices and make sure there are at least 10 rank 3 apprentices and 5 rank 1 Transcendents. Do not be negligent. We still have a few more years to go. Work hard, Alfredos. I will reward you greatly." The man replied. "Yes, Master." Alfredo reverently got on his knees and thanked him. "Now leave, as you wish." Alfredo got to his feet and exited the room before shutting the door. Inside the study, the man with red eyes walked to the table and sat down on his chair. He then took out an old parchment paper from his drawer. The paper was yellowish in color and displayed the vicissitudes of time. He held the parchment paper in his pale white hands and softly muttered, "Medici familiar broken bar." Written on the parchment paper was information regarding a mystical artifact in the lost ruin of the Medici family, situated here in the outskirts of Damascus City. However, in order to enter the ruins, one required a key, and that key was the blood of a transcendent of the Medici family. "I've waited a decade for this. I can wait a few more years. Soon I shall advance to the next rank and then snatch that artifact in the ruins." The man narrowed his eyes and grinned. In the dark room, the moonlight shone on half of his face, with only one half of the face visible and the other in the dark. The man with red eyes looked extremely diabolical. Tuesday, 4th of May 1580, Detective Watson's Villa, 22 Augustus Street. Inside the study on the second floor, Bryan was writing down all the characters of the Vendorish language from memory, on a sheet of paper with a quill. Vendorish was the common language spoken on the Western continent. Bryan already knew how to speak this language. Over the last 2 weeks, he had already mastered reading and writing. After he finished writing down all the characters, Bryan handed over the sheet of paper to Detective Watson, who was sitting across from him. He was feeling quite smug about it since he had mastered a language in 15 days. "Oh, and there's also that other language, but I haven't mastered that completely yet." Bryan was thinking about the other language that Detective Watson was currently teaching him, Hymnos. "Well done, Bryan, you're no longer an illiterate," Detective Watson teased him. Bryan's smug expression collapsed. "That's definitely a compliment, but why do I feel insulted at the same time?" "Thanks, boss. Can you tell me more about Hymnos? Which continent uses this language?" Bryan was quite curious about this language. Detective Watson put on a serious expression when he heard this. Hymnos is a unique language that is derived from ancient hymnos. However, it is not a common language used in any continent or place like you're thinking. Instead, it is a language commonly used amongst a group of extraordinary people, not used in any continent. Extraordinary people? Bryan's interest was piqued. He probed. "Extraordinary people? What do you mean by that?" Detective Watson took a deep breath and explained to him. "Yes, they are people who wield enormous power and have strange abilities that normal people cannot even begin to comprehend. They are known as Transcendents." Bryan was fascinated. Enormous powers and strange abilities. He was lost in thought. Detective Watson had a hint of pride in his eyes when he saw Bryan was speechless. "Boss, you mean those clowns and magicians in circuses?" Bryan asked. Detective Watson's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch when he heard Bryan. "Brat, how can you compare mighty Transcendents to mere clowns? You completely misunderstood me. Let me put it this way. Transcendents are a group of extraordinary people who consume potions and cultivate meditation techniques in order to gain immense power and various strange abilities such as wielding lightning, flying in the sky, bringing down a rain of meteors, or something even as bizarre as foreseeing the future. They cultivate a particular path, innovate and create spells, and pursue the truth." This time Bryan was completely taken aback. His eyes went wide and his mouth agape, almost touching the floor. It took him a while to compose himself. If they're so powerful, how come I've never seen or heard of them? Detective Watson replied, the existence of Transcendents is not known to the common people because the authorities such as the various churches, the police, military, and even the higher-ups in the government and kingdoms actively prevent ordinary people from getting involved or obtaining information. After all, if Transcendents are not strictly regulated, they can jeopardize and bring trouble to society. So mysterious, but that does make sense. Then there's this so-called path. Is this the path that Mother spoke about when she gave me the silver pocket watch? But that's absurd. How could she be related to a Transcendent? Bryan thought. Then he raised another series of questions. Boss, what did you mean by potions and meditation techniques? And what does cultivating a particular path mean? Detective Watson patiently explained. Potions are concocted from natural ingredients and exotic animal parts, whereas meditation techniques strengthen the mind in order to balance out the negative effects brought about by the potions. And as for paths, I won't delve too deep into them since this isn't something you'd be able to understand currently. You can think of it as a route that a Transcendent must take in order to become stronger. Various churches, royal families, and some ancient noble families control potion formulas and meditation techniques for their respective paths. For example, the Church of Wisdom controls the Wisdom Path and Fate Path. Bryan fell into deep thought as he digested all the information. He softly mumbled, various churches control various paths. A broken bar Church of Wisdom controls the Wisdom Fate paths. Does that mean that the goddess is also a Transcendent of said paths? Detective Watson was shocked to hear him say this kid. But he sternly reprimanded him. Bryan, do not speak such blasphemous words. Sorry, Bryan apologized weakly. Anyways, in short, this is what it means to be a Transcendent. I must warn you though, the Transcendent world is fraught with danger at every turn. Once you become a Transcendent, you will never be able to return to your normal life again. Detective Watson emphasized, before I met you, my normal life consisted of begging, stealing, and mostly starving. Bryan inwardly rolled his eyes but he still nodded. However, before one becomes a Transcendent, they must first become an apprentice. An apprentice is divided into 3 ranks, mainly rank 1 to rank 3. This sets up a foundation for you to later on become a proper Transcendent, Detective Watson added. Although Bryan had a guess, he still asked, but boss, why are you telling me all this? Detective Watson smiled gently. Bryan, remember when you first came here, I had told you that I would give you an opportunity. Back then, the function of the crystal ball was to determine your spiritual aptitude, and you have a very high aptitude which is required to become a Transcendent. He didn't tell Bryan that the crystal ball determined that he had a supreme grade aptitude yet, afraid that it would get to his head and he would become arrogant. So that's what it was now. It all made sense to Bryan. That's right, Detective Watson nodded. Now I want you to go back home and think about this seriously. This is a major decision that'll change your life's trajectory, and this decision can be only made by you. Take the rest of the day off, ponder over all that you've learned today and come back tomorrow morning and give me an answer. I understand. Thank you, boss. Bryan got up, bowed to him and took his leave. He was very grateful to work for such a person. Detective Watson watched him leave inside. There's no one who can turn down the temptation of becoming a Transcendent and obtaining more power, so he'll most likely agree, but it's still better to let him think about the pros and cons and then make the decision himself. Moreover, surprisingly the Wisdom Cathedral in Nadir had already accepted my proposal of taking Bryan in as my student. I thought they would carry out strict tests and background checks. Looks like they had already seen this coming. Unlike other paths, Wisdom and Fate path Transcendents were very scarce. This is because of the strict control of the potion formulas, spells, and corresponding meditation techniques by the Church of Wisdom. Transcendents of these 2 paths are all part of the Church of Wisdom or are related to it and have sworn an oath to never divulge the related information to outsiders unless given permission. Although these 2 paths are controlled by the Church of Wisdom, No other churches or organizations dared to have designs on them, because, firstly, the Church of Wisdom is one of the oldest churches in existence, hence, it has a lot of prestige. Secondly, and most importantly, Transcendents of the wisdom and fate paths are the best at scheming against others. They excel at mental manipulations, reading a minds and emotions, and hypnotizing others. They are also very good at divination and predicting the future. Most of the time, their enemies would meet their doom without them even knowing how. A broken bar. Bryan was walking along Augustus Street, deep in thought. The leaves of the parasol trees gently swayed as the warm spring breeze blew by. It was close to sunset. The sky looked as if someone had painted it a shade of orange. There's a whole other world out there, one that's hidden in the shadows. Bryan's lips curled into a grin and his eyes sparkled with excitement. How fucking interesting. In order to celebrate, Bryan decided to treat himself and do what he did best, steal. Although he had about £2 left over from his salary, he decisively chose to ignore it. Soon, he came to his usual hunting ground, the farmer's market. This place was almost always crowded as people came there to buy groceries or eat food at one of the many stalls placed there. The shop owners here were mostly lower-class people and some middle-class people. Bryan entered the crowded street and mixed amongst the various people coming and going, looking for juicy prey. His eyes soon landed on a fat middle-aged man with a high hairline. He was wearing a brown suit and the buttons of his shirt were busting at the seams. It was like they were begging to be unbuttoned. He was currently screaming at his two servants behind him who were carrying two big bags full of groceries each to hurry up. Bryan's eyes lit up at the sight of this. He approached the fat man in the brown suit from the front. He pretended to look at the stalls on both sides of the street and then suddenly crashed into the fat man before falling to the ground. On the other side, the fat man nearly lost balance and fell, but was caught by his servants in time. Then he glared at Bryan who was trying to lift himself from the ground. "You little shit, watch where you're going. How dare you come in my way?" The fat man was furious. Bryan stood up and hurriedly bowed to him. "Forgive me, my lord. My lowly self did not see you and bumped into you. Please be generous and show mercy, please." At this point, Bryan's eyes had turned watery and he made the most innocent look he could muster up. Seeing him like this, the fat man coldly snorted and said, "You're lucky I'm a generous man. Now fuck off." Then he walked off with his servants in tow. Bryan too hurriedly fled the scene in panic and fear. After walking a few steps, he lowered his head and his lips curled into a faint smile. "Hey fool." Over the years, he had gotten very good at acting. After all, there was a high chance the other party would let him off if he acted like a silly child and made an innocent puppy face. He unclenched his right hand and saw a few notes crumpled into a ball. Bryan unhurriedly straightened them out and neatly put them on top of each other. "Oh, £3? Not bad. Looks like I can have a grand feast tonight, hee. Idiosis inverted question mark. Bryan ordered a plate of mutton steak and a pint of local ale at Ricky's bar, which was situated near Deshawn Street. He was sitting by the bar and stuffing food into his mouth with relish. So good, I can't even remember the last time I had meat." Ever since he met Detective Watson, Bryan's life had changed. At the very least, he didn't have to go to bed on an empty stomach anymore. While he was enjoying his steak, he overheard a group of people sitting right behind him. "Did you hear about the recent murder in the slums?" "Which one are you talking about?" "There's someone or the other dying in the slums every other day." "I'm talking about Old Bill," the guy who spoke first replied. "Old Bill? Did that guy finally drink himself to death?" "Number. His entire body was drained of blood, and not just him but his wife and two kids as well. When the police came to his house, they found all four of their bodies full of bite marks, their blood drained, and parts of their flesh missing." At this point, the guy lowered his voice and explained to his friends, "Fuck, don't scare me like that. And how do you know this anyway? Aren't you just making shit up?" "No, I'm serious. I was there today in the morning when the police came to Old Bill's place. I saw it with my own eyes. And from what I know, this isn't the first time something like this has happened. Bryan, who was listening in on their conversation, wore a pensive look. Bodies with bite marks and the blood drained out a broken bar. Is it a wild beast? But what's a wild beast doing in the middle of a city? No, wait, could this be related to a transcendent? He decided to report this to Detective Watson tomorrow morning. Bryan finished the rest of his meal and finished his drink in one go. He paid his bill and left the bar. 10 minutes later he entered his room and locked the door behind him. He was feeling slightly drunk at the moment. Tonight was the second time he'd had alcohol in his life. The first was when he got hired by Detective Watson, so his alcohol tolerance was very minuscule. Bryan took off his shoes and then threw himself on the bed. He instantly passed out, a broken bar. The next morning, Bryan woke up at 6 a.m. Although he was feeling a bit groggy, his eyes were shimmering with anticipation. He carried out his usual routine of going to the shared bathroom, taking a cold bath and then putting on his white shirt, black trouser, and black shoes. He no longer looked as emaciated as before. Although he was still lanky, he was way healthier than before. Bryan locked his apartment door and then headed towards Detective Watson's house. As usual, he stole an apple from the food cart at the farmer's market. On his way, one would think that after getting a job with a steady salary, Bryan would become an upright man and start living an honest life. Bryan thought so too, but the reality was different. I thought I'd be able to quit this old habit of mine, but it doesn't matter, at least it's efficient. He smirked. Bryan didn't feel it was anything to feel ashamed of. Why should he? When life was tough, he depended on theft to fill his stomach, to survive another day. Morals? Pride? Hey, he couldn't care less about those useless things. While he was walking towards Augustus Street, he thought about what changes being a Transcendent would bring to his life. Although Detective Watson had told him to carefully think about this matter and make a decision, to Bryan, the answer was obvious. He would do anything for survival. Amidst his thoughts, Bryan had already reached 22 Augustus Street. He took a deep breath and knocked on the door. After a few moments, Detective Watson's butler, John, opened the door. He was wearing a butler's suit. His brown hair was neatly combed and mustache was properly trimmed as usual. "Good morning, Mr. Bryan, please follow me," Butler John greeted. "Thanks." Bryan smiled and nodded. He followed the butler into the villa. They headed to the dining area where Detective Watson was currently having breakfast and reading the newspaper. When Detective Watson saw him approach, he put away the newspaper and smiled gently. "Good morning, Bryan. Have you had breakfast yet?" "Not really," Bryan chuckled. "What would you like?" Detective Watson asked. "Bread and eggs would be nice." After spending so much time with Detective Watson, Bryan was no longer as reserved as he was in the beginning. They got along pretty well. Ever since his parents died, no one cared so much for him as much as Detective Watson did. Hence, he really liked spending time with him. Detective Watson motioned for Butler John to prepare the food. Then he asked Bryan, "So what have you decided?" Bryan put on a serious expression. "Boss, I wish to become a Transcendent. Please guide me." "Very well. I have already prepared the elementary meditation technique that you will need to become a rank 1 apprentice. This meditation technique will last you until you're ready to become an official Transcendent. Let's finish our breakfast, then we'll head to the study." Detective Watson smiled. "All right, boss," Bryan said excitedly. After finishing his breakfast, Bryan followed Detective Watson to his study on the second floor. Like I've told you before, the purpose of the 3 ranks of the apprentice stage is to help you lay a better foundation for you when you become a Transcendent in the future. Although one can still become a Transcendent without having to become an apprentice, their mental state will be very unstable, and having an unstable and erratic mind will become one of their greatest weaknesses," said Detective Watson. "I understand." Bryan nodded as he finally arrived at the study and sat on the chair across from Detective Watson. "By the way, boss, what happens if one uses the meditation technique of one path but consumes the potion of another path?" Detective Watson smiled and patiently explained. "This will lead to the mind and body becoming incompatible with each other. For example, after using the meditation technique from the fire path, one cannot consume the potion belonging to the water path. Similarly, the light path meditation technique will not be compatible with the dark path potion, and vice versa. Bryan had a thoughtful expression on his face. So it's all about compatibility, huh? However, the wisdom path is different. It is compatible with all paths known to man, and over generations of transcendence, through rigorous research and modification through trial and error, the meditation technique has been perfected more and more. Detective Watson added with pride evident on his face. So fierce? Bryan raised his eyebrows and was pleasantly surprised. Detective Watson was very satisfied with Bryan's reaction. He then took out a small brown-colored wooden box from the drawer and kept it on the table. The elementary meditation technique allows one to carve mind runes within one's mind. As a rank 1 apprentice, you will have to carve 9 mind runes in your mind. In rank 2 you will have to carve 18 mind runes, and finally 27 mind runes in rank 3. However, before you advance to a transcendent, you will have to combine the 54 mind runes into one and fuse it with your mind, forming the sea of consciousness. This will result in your mind and soul strengthening significantly. He opened the small wooden box, and inside a gray-colored, oval-shaped crystal was placed on a red silk cloth. The crystal was shining with luster. Detective Watson picked up the crystal and handed it to Bryan. Bryan took the crystal in his hand, took a deep breath, and was about to put it in his mouth when he was stopped by Detective Watson. "You're not supposed to eat it. Place it on your glabella, between your eyes." Detective Watson chuckled. Okay." Bryan was puzzled but still did as he was told. He closed his eyes and placed the crystal on his glabella. The moment the crystal came in contact with his skin, it glowed brightly for a minute and then gradually dimmed down. When Bryan opened his eyes, he realized that the crystal had transmitted relevant information to his mind and directly imprinted it in his brain. "How did that happen? I didn't even have to study it, but I feel like I've already memorized the entire information." This is nothing. When you become a transcendent, you'll be able to do much more. Detective Watson laughed and then added, "Now review all the information regarding the meditation technique and ask me if you have any queries." "All right, boss." Bryan closed his eyes and started going through all the information and knowledge regarding the elementary meditation technique required for apprentices. Gather energy particles and use them to carve mind runes inside the mind to increase spiritual force. An increase in mind runes results in an increase in spiritual force. So the mind is the canvas and the energy particles is the ink. And I basically have to draw a painting. Bryan arranged all the information in his mind. Boss, what are energy particles? How do I gather them? Bryan asked. Detective Watson smiled and explained, energy particles exist in all things. They are ever present in the air we breathe, the land we walk on, the cloud that floats, and the water that flows. You can think of them as the building blocks of life. In order to gather them, you will have to visualize them. Sit in a comfortable position, close your eyes, calm your mind and follow my words. I'll help you meditate. Bryan nodded and closed his eyes. He took a few deep breaths and calmed his mind, letting go of all distractions. Follow the breathing method mentioned in the meditation technique. 2 short breaths, 1 long breath, 3 short, 1 long, 4 short, 2 longer. Broken bar. Detective Watson's voice trailed off. The room quieted down and only the faint sounds of Bryan's breathing could be heard. His chest moved with an undulating pattern and his expression was calm, with only slight restless movements underneath his eyelids. Imagine the energy particles around you like they're fireflies. Detective Watson's voice was heard again. Now slowly visualize the fireflies flying to you. Attract them towards your head, slow and steady. Gather the fireflies in your mind and form the first rune. Detective Watson said faintly. Around an hour later, Bryan's body shuddered a little and the muscles on his face twitched, but soon he returned to his peaceful state. After some time, Bryan opened his eyes. Congratulations, you have advanced to a rank 1 apprentice. Detective Watson smiled. Bryan beamed. Thank you, boss. seeing how I was the one who introduced you to the transcendent world and guided you into becoming an apprentice, I wish to take you in as my student. Are you willing?" Detective Watson asked with a hint of expectation in his eyes. After all, Bryan was a fine sapling. With his supreme-grade spiritual aptitude, he had a very high chance of becoming a mid-string transcendent. Bryan was slightly taken aback. "What's the difference, boss? Will I get paid more?" Detective Watson's lips couldn't help but twitch. This brat ... Is he always thinking about money? He cleared his throat and said, "Bryan, once you become my student, I will impart you with mysticism knowledge and teach you all the spells that I know. Also, if you want to earn more money, then you will have to put in the equivalent work. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch, especially in the transcendent world." "All right, boss, I agree," Bryan replied without any hesitation. Detective Watson chuckled. "Good. Also, call me teacher from now on." "Yes, teacher," Bryan smiled. Then he asked eagerly, "Teacher, can you teach me some spells now?" "Spells are useless for the first 2 ranks of apprentice. You don't have enough spiritual force to cast even half a spell. Only when you become a rank 3 apprentice can you use rank 0 spells. However, you will only be able to cast a few spells before your spiritual force runs dry," Detective Watson replied. "Then what should I do now?" "Just meditating all day is too boring." Bryan had a bored look on his face. "Bryan, although meditation is boring and tedious, it is the foundation for becoming a transcendent. You must persevere in this and meditate every day," Detective Watson advised him seriously. "Fine," Bryan replied nonchalantly. Seeing that Bryan was not convinced, Detective Watson added, "Do you know why meditation is so important to a transcendent? It's because if you don't, you will lose control and become a monster. Without meditating diligently, the mental imprint brought from the potions will turn you into a monster. That is where a meditation technique shows its usefulness. It cancels out the negative effects of the potions. Potions strengthen the body, whereas meditation technique strengthens the mind, forming a delicate balance." This time Bryan was shocked. He was scared stiff. "I'll turn into a monster if I don't meditate." Bryan knew there were negative effects from potions. He didn't think it was this bad. "I understand, boss. I mean, teacher, I'll meditate every day from now on," Bryan replied hurriedly. "It's good that you understand." Detective Watson chuckled, clearly satisfied. "Now I must warn you, although it took you about an hour to form the first rune, it gets progressively harder, so based on your aptitude, you should take about 1 month to advance to rank 2, then another 2 months to advance to rank 3. During this period, I will be teaching you mysticism knowledge. I'll increase your wage to £4 a week. You will still need to report to me daily about the happenings in the city," he added. "Yes, teacher." At the mention of money, Bryan's eyes lit up. Then he remembered something and said, "Speaking of which, I happened to hear something really disconcerting last night at Ricky's bar. I feel like it's most likely something related to a transcendent." "What is it?" Detective Watson's expression turned serious. Although Bryan was giving him a report of his daily findings in the city for the last 2 weeks, none of them were related to transcendents. Bryan repeated what he heard last night, word for word. Detective Watson wore a pensive look after he finished listening to Bryan's report. After a long while, he replied, "Good job, Bryan. If this is what I think it is, then the slums aren't safe anymore. It would be best if you moved out of your place by tonight or latest by tomorrow. You can choose to live in my villa or rent a new apartment, preferably one that's closer to the church or the police station. Thank you for the offer, teacher. I don't wish to burden you. I was going to move out and rent a new place anyway." Bryan's heart warmed. It felt nice to be cared for. "All right, as you wish. I have to go to the church now. You can take the rest of the day off." Detective Watson got up and proceeded to leave. "I'll leave too then." Bryan nodded and followed his teacher out. Since it wasn't even 12 p.m. yet, Bryan decided to go to the real estate agency and look for new apartments, one that at least came with a personal bathroom. They exited the villa and walked together under the shade of the parasol trees planted throughout Augustus Street. Bryan asked for some pointers regarding meditation and things to look out for. Detective Watson happily gave him some advice and shared some of his experience. They chatted for about 10 minutes, then they each went their own way. The real estate agency was about a 5-minute walk from where Bryan was currently. He reached the agency and stated his purpose at the reception. After waiting for a few minutes, a young lady with brown hair and hazel eyes, wearing a yellow dress, came forth and greeted him with a smile. "Hello Mr. Bryan, my name is Leah. If you're free at the moment, I can show you a few apartments down the block that meet your requirements." This young lady had a really nice figure and her twin peaks were abundant, to say the least. Bryan couldn't keep his eyes off them. Leah noticed Bryan's gaze but she didn't mind it. Instead, she giggled and puffed her chest out even more. Bryan snapped out of his daze and smiled awkwardly. "Please lead the way, miss." Leah smiled coquettishly and left for the nearest apartment. After about an hour of touring different places, Bryan finally decided on an apartment in a 3-storied white building, in a decent neighborhood on Robinson Street where middle-class people lived. He was living on the first floor. There were 4 apartments on each floor. His room was quite spacious. It had a living room, a bedroom, a kitchen, and most importantly, a bathroom. The rent was £5 a month, something which Bryan could currently afford with the £16 per month salary. Most importantly, it was 10 minutes away from Detective Watson's place. After finalizing the apartment, Bryan followed Leah back to the real estate agency to pay the deposit for the first month, sign the lease, and take the apartment keys. After all the paperwork was done, Leah walked him out of the agency in a happy mood. "Mr. Bryan, if you don't mind, I can come by your place tonight and show you how the amenities in the apartment work," Leah whispered into Bryan's ear. Bryan froze on the spot. For a moment, he didn't quite understand what Leah meant. Then it suddenly dawned on him and his face turned red. Sounds good," Bryan stuttered. "All right then, see you after dinner." Leah giggled and waved him goodbye. Bryan watched her leave in a daze. Then he started thinking about perverted things in his head with a smirk on his face. He left for his apartment on Dershorn Street. He had to take a few clothes and some left-over groceries from his room and shift them to his new apartment. He had already paid his overdue to his landlord, Mr. Carter, but he still had to get some payback from that pig for all the time he had made things hard for him. Hee, just you wait, I'll leave you a very nice present." Bryan's lips curled up into a mischievous smile as he thought of his landlord. Irises !11 Dershorn Street. Bryan entered his room and put his clothes and grocery into a knapsack. Then he looked at his room, in which he had lived for the past few years, one last time. Honestly, even living in this dilapidated building was something Bryan couldn't afford. However, the winter season in Damascus was really cold and he was afraid he would die if he couldn't find a proper place to stay. Hence, he had to compromise between eating properly and living in a relatively proper apartment to avoid the harsh weather. That's why Bryan used most of his money from begging and stealing in order to pay his rent here, rather than eating properly every day. Being poor is truly miserable. Hundreds of people die in the slums every year due to starvation or the weather. Bryan sighed, but things will be different now. At times like these, Bryan felt even more grateful towards Detective Watson. Although he had taken him in as his student on account of him having a good aptitude, the truth of the matter was Detective Watson had lent him a helping hand when no one else had. That's why Bryan always did his best to help the detective as much as he could. Bryan turned around and left the apartment. On his way down, he knocked on the landlord's door making sure he wasn't at home. After knocking a few times, there was still no answer. It's good that you aren't here," Bryan chuckled. He left the building but did not immediately depart. Instead, he looked around, looking for something. He came to the side of the building and picked up a newspaper lying on the ground. Then he walked to the middle of the street, squatted down, and picked up a big pile of horse shit with the newspaper. Bryan headed back to the building and into the first floor. He stopped in front of Mr. Clark's apartment, kept the horse shit covered with the newspaper on the floor, then took out a thin metal piece as long as his finger with a curved end on one side, out of his pocket. This was a lockpick Bryan had made himself, based on his years of experience. He spent about a minute picking the lock of the apartment door. Bryan picked up the newspaper full of shit and entered. He looked around and saw the state of the room. "Oh, it's surprisingly cleaner than I imagined." Bryan raised his eyebrows and added, "But not for long, hee." Bryan approached the bed and dumped all the horse shit underneath it. He went back to the middle of the street and carried some more horse shit back. He made the trip a couple of times. He also had to change the newspaper once, afraid that it would tear open. After transferring everything he could, Bryan looked at the bed, precisely what was underneath it. It was full of shit. The smell was already beginning to turn unbearable. He felt satisfied. Then he looked around the room, hoping to steal anything of value. He rummaged through the bed, the table, and even the wardrobe but found nothing. Bryan sneered, "This pig-looking bastard, does he have nothing valuable in his own home?" While he was inwardly cursing his landlord, his eyes fell on a floor plank that was slightly raised compared to the others. "Oh?" Bryan's eyes lit up. He approached the plank and lifted it up with little effort. Beneath the plank was a small compartment, inside which there was a stack of £1 notes. Bryan was delighted. He picked up the stack of cash and counted it. £20? This guy's pretty rich. He kept the money in his pocket and placed back the wooden plank just the way it was. Then he turned around and left the apartment without hesitation. On his way out he made sure to lock the door again and shut it. Then he left Dashorn Street, wishing to never come back here ever again. A broken bar. Church of Wisdom, North Kingston Avenue. In an office room behind the prayer hall, Detective Watson was having a meeting with Bishop Halls. "These blood-sucking leeches have been becoming more and more unruly recently," Bishop Swalls stated while sipping tea, with clear animosity in his eyes. "Well, you know how these members of the Holy Blood sect are. In fact, the biggest reason why the Blood Path Transcendents are frowned upon and hated is because of the Holy Blood sect," Detective Watson replied. I know. These bastards have committed way too many atrocities over the years. Every time we kill one, a few more pop up afterward." Bishop Walls was disgruntled. "It can't be helped. Blood Path has the least requirements in order to become a Transcendent. Moreover, it has one of the greatest attack powers among other paths. Its allure is too great, especially for loose Transcendents." Even Detective Watson felt helpless. "Anyways, is this why you're here?" asked Bishop Walls. "That's right. I was given a mission by the church in Nadia, to investigate and capture a rank 3 Transcendent. His name is Sean Marks, a member of the Holy Blood sect." Detective Watson nodded. "Sean Marks?" Bishop Wall's eyes narrowed. "Is he the scum who massacred an entire neighborhood in Nadia in order to advance, more than a decade ago?" "Yes, that's the one. He's currently hiding somewhere in Damascus City. His motives are unknown," Detective Watson replied. "If you need manpower or any resources that can help you in your investigations, let me know. I will do my best to help." "Thank you." Detective Watson smiled. "By the way, I've taken that kid as my student." "That vagrant?" Bishop Walls was a little puzzled. "Anything special about him?" "Yes, he has a supreme grade aptitude." Detective Watson smiled faintly. Bishop Walls, who was about to take another sip of tea, froze in his movements. He was so shocked, his mouth went completely wide. Spiritual aptitude determined how far a Transcendent could go down their path. It was divided into 5 levels: low grade, medium grade, high grade, top grade, and finally supreme grade. Top grade aptitudes were already rare enough, therefore, one can imagine how rare and extremely valued a person with supreme grade aptitude was. And now, he heard that a random beggar Detective Watson had picked up from the streets was someone with a supreme grade aptitude. One could imagine how flabbergasted he was. "You're truly fortunate to have found such a student, Detective," Bishop Walls sighed. "Yes, I am fortunate indeed. By the way, could you please introduce me to someone from the police station? I wish to use their shooting range to teach the kids some combat techniques." Detective Watson chuckled. "Sure, I can introduce you to the head constable, Bishop Walls readily agreed. Great, thank you. A Broken Bar. 7 Robinson Street. Bryan reached his new apartment by 4 p.m. On the way, he had already bought the necessities for his new place. It took him about an hour to set up everything, after which, he sat on his bed and entered meditation, although he felt that meditation was boring, but once he got into the rhythm, he would enter a trance-like state. Midway through his meditation, Bryan felt the pocket watch in his pants start to vibrate. He opened his eyes in puzzlement and mumbled, "What the fuck?" He took out the silver pocket watch from his pocket and saw that it was vibrating slightly. Bryan suddenly thought of something and injected a bit of his spiritual force into it. All of a sudden the pocket watch flashed with a bright light. This caused Bryan to squint his eyes. The next moment, the light receded and he saw a parchment paper come out of the pocket watch. Bryan's eyes went round as he screamed, "How the fuck?" He dropped the pocket watch from his hands and distanced himself from it. A few moments later, after calming down, Bryan picked up the paper to read it. Then he was utterly shocked, because the paper he was holding was actually a letter that was written by his mother. Bryan's body trembled as his eyes started to water. He took a few deep breaths, rubbed his eyes, and began to read the letter. "Dear Bryan, if you're reading this letter, it means that you have embarked on the path of a transcendent. I left this contingency in case something happened to me and I couldn't guide you to become a transcendent. This silver pocket watch in your hands is an ancestral heirloom of our Medici family. There are certain things that I can't tell you right now, but you must be patient. As you continue to advance, you will be able to completely unseal this pocket watch. Once you've reached rank 3 apprentice and have completely refined this watch, inside it you will find another ancestral heirloom that was used by our ancestor when he was alive, as well as a book that belonged to him. Everything will make sense to you then. Below is the apprentice meditation technique of our Medici family. Use it well, my child. Only after using this meditation technique will you be able to later step on the path that our ancestor created. After memorizing the apprentice meditation techniques, burn this letter. If you don't, it might bring you endless trouble. I hope you find happiness in your life. Even if I'm no longer by your side, I'll always love you, my sweet child, Mum." Tears streamed down Bryan's face as he silently cried on the bed. His body kept trembling as he mumbled, "Mama, I love you too, always." All those years ago when Bryan's mother had given him the pocket watch, she had said that when the time was right, it would show him the path. So this what she meant. I see, she was referring to the path created by our ancestor. Bryan thought in his heart. He wiped the tears from his face and thoroughly memorized the meditation technique. After making sure that he had remembered all of it, he went to the kitchen and burned the letter on the gas stove. Bryan had a lot of questions in his heart, but he pushed them deep down. His mother had written in the letter that he would get to know everything once he refined the pocket watch. Now he was more determined than ever to continue to cultivate and advance. He calmed down his emotions and went to the bathroom to wash his face. After exiting the washroom, he heard someone knocking on his door. Knock knock. Bryan gulped and rushed to the door. He opened it and saw Leah wearing the same yellow dress, smiling brightly at him. "Hello Mr. Bryan, may I come in, please?" Bryan moved to the side and gestured her in. Leah came inside and sat on the couch in the living room. Bryan came to the living room and sat next to her. They exchanged pleasantries and chatted with each other about how their day had been. Then the room turned silent. Bryan was so nervous, one could see a drop of sweat roll down his temples. Leah, who saw Bryan fidgeting around, giggled coquettishly and asked him, "Mr. Bryan, is this your first time?" Bryan subconsciously nodded his head. Then he realized what he had done and his face reddened. Leah, who saw him act so cute, covered her mouth and started laughing. Bryan was so embarrassed, he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Leah got up from the couch and stood in front of Bryan. She held Bryan's hand and got him to stand right in front of her. "Don't worry, just follow my lead," she whispered into Bryan's ears. Bryan was just about to reply when Leah locked her lips onto his. He could feel her twin peaks pressed against his chest. Leah took Bryan's hands and put them on her buttocks, while she locked her arms round his neck. He was so turned on that he didn't know what to do. His brain short-circuited and ultimately he decided to just go with the flow and enjoy his first night of lovemaking. Meanwhile, Mr. Clark, Bryan's old landlord, was struggling to breathe in his room. He was fuming with unprecedented anger as he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Who the fuck did this?" His voice startled all the nearby residents. Thursday, 6th of May 1580. The early rays of the sun lit Damascus City in its entirety. With the advent of the steam engine, which was invented a few years back, its application was incorporated into steam trains, ships, and even factories, resulting in an increase in the consumption of coal. Therefore, although it was dawn, the air in Damascus City was a mixture of smoke and fog. Bryan timely woke up at 6 a.m. He stared at his silver pocket watch as he lay on the bed. Yesterday, reading the contents of the letter written by his mother shocked him greatly. He still couldn't believe that this seemingly ordinary pocket watch had turned out to be something so great of a value. He could only shake his head and sigh. All his questions would be answered soon anyway. All he needed to do was cultivate. He turned his gaze down and what greeted him was a naked beauty sleeping with her head on his chest and her body coiled around his like a snake. She had a voluptuous hourglass figure and her brown hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Thinking about what happened last night, Bryan was turned on. Plus it was early in the morning, so he already had morning wood. Feeling something pointy on her abdomen, Leah woke up. She looked down and then looked up at Bryan with a teasing smile. "Another round?" Bryan smirked. After making love to her last night, he was already addicted to the feeling. Moreover, his apartment was only 10 minutes away from Detective Watson's villa, therefore, he had a lot of time to get ready. Leah giggled. "Bryan, you're a very naughty boy." Seeing that she had consented to it, Bryan gave her a deep kiss on the lips. Then he positioned her on top of him and started indulging in the pleasures of the flesh. After around 10 minutes, Bryan pulled her into the shower and entered another round of lovemaking. By the time they exited the bathroom, Leah was already panting heavily and had to hold onto Bryan's shoulder to stand properly. Bryan helped her wear her clothes then laid her down on the couch. "Let me make some breakfast then we can head out." Leah was too tired to even form words. She just nodded limply. Seeing this, Bryan chuckled. He headed into the kitchen and heated the vegetable soup from last night. He took out 2 short baguettes from the cupboard and placed them on a plate. After heating the vegetable soup, he placed them into 2 separate bowls and brought the food out from the kitchen. He placed the 2 bowls of soups and the plate of baguettes on the table in front of the couch, in the living room. "Come, let's have some food." Bryan gestured to Leah. Both of them started having breakfast. The entire time, Leah didn't speak a word. She quietly ate her meal. Seeing this, Bryan felt slightly bad as he thought, "Did I overdo it?" After finishing her breakfast, Leah finally looked at Bryan and spoke. "Bryan." Bryan looked at her, expecting to be reprimanded. All of a sudden, Leah threw herself at him and kissed his lips passionately. "That was the best sex of my life. We should play more often." She looked at him, her eyes full of desire. Bryan was first taken aback, then he laughed. "I thought I had crossed the line or something. Ha ha. Very well, I'll find you later after I'm done with work." "You better." Leah smiled and pecked him on his cheeks. "All right, let's get going. I'll drop you off at the real estate agency." Bryan stood up and picked up the empty bowls and plate and placed them in the kitchen sink. He wore his black shoes and then beckoned at Leah. After locking the apartment room, they left the building. The real estate agency was 10 minutes away. Bryan decided to drop Leah off first then head to Detective Watson's villa. After dropping Leah off, Bryan walked towards Augustus Street at a leisurely pace. "Is it just Leah or are all the girls so open-minded?" Bryan mumbled inwardly, "But sex sure is the best. However, I can't let it affect my meditation time. I must live up to teachers' expectations." A broken bar. 22 Augustus Street. Detective Watson, who was reading some documents on his table in the study room on the 2nd floor, heard someone knocking at the door. "Come in," he instructed without looking up. The door opened and butler John guided Bryan into the room. "Master James, Mr. Bryan has arrived," he informed humbly, bowed, and then left the room. Bryan took his seat across from Detective Watson and smiled cheerfully. "Good morning, teacher." "Good morning, Bryan." Detective Watson smiled and replied, looking at him smiling foolishly. He asked, "What happened? Why do you seem so happy today?" Reining in his wild thoughts, Bryan mumbled in his heart, "How can I not be happy? He, your student has turned from a boy to a man." But on the surface, he praised his teacher in an exaggerated manner. "I'm happy because I finally get to learn mysticism from someone as great as you, teacher." Detective Watson rolled his eyes at Bryan. Being a rank 3 Transcendent of the wisdom path, he could read Bryan's superficial thoughts, but he ultimately decided against it. He didn't want to pry into his student's secrets. Moreover, by looking at Bryan's emotions, he could already guess what it was, so he just ignored it. "I'll start teaching you rank 0 spells and explain the fundamentals of spell structure when you're about to reach rank 3 apprentice. Learning them right now is redundant. Today I'll teach you a little bit about the different organizations and churches in the Belize Kingdom as well as the entirety of the Western continent." Detective Watson smiled. Bryan sat up straight and fully focused on Detective Watson's teachings. The Western continent, although the smallest, it is the most advanced and peaceful continent in this world, and the main reason for this is because of the influence of the different churches on the continent as well as the harmonious relationship between the ruling empire and the churches. The Deceitful Empire rules the entirety of the Western continent, with 3 kingdoms under it, with the Belize Kingdom occupying the southeast area of the continent, Hephaestus Kingdom occupying the southwest, and Demeter Kingdom occupying the north. Detective Watson paused for a bit and continued, "Similarly, there are 3 churches headquartered in the Western continent. They are the Church of Wisdom that worships the goddess of wisdom, the Church of Craftsmanship that worships the god of craftsmanship, and finally the Church of the Earth Mother that worships the Earth Mother. There are churches of the 3 deities in all the kingdoms in the Western continent. However, their main cathedrals are situated in the center of the Western continent. Apart from the churches, the empire and the various kingdoms also have their own military and intelligence agencies that involve Transcendents." "But teacher, if the entire continent is under the rule of the Deceitful Empire, what's the need for the military?" Bryan asked, puzzled. Detective Watson smiled and replied, "Bryan, you must remember this, the prerequisite to peace is strength. In the Transcendent world, strength is everything. Although the continent is unified under a single banner, small-scale battles may still arise between different fiefs, but the main reason for the existence of the military is to fight against evil organizations whose only purpose is to wreak havoc." "Evil organizations?" Bryan raised his eyebrows. "Yes. These are organizations that disrupt the order of society and harm normal people. There are many small-scale evil organizations on the Western continent, but there are 2 major ones, and they're also the worst of worst. Not only are they present in the Western continent, they also have their roots in other continents as well. One is the Holy Blood sect, which consists of blood path Transcendents. They engage in mindless slaughter wherever they are, and they also have a very deep background in this world. The other one is the Inferno Order. The members of this organization worship the devils of hell." Detective Watson explained. "Devils are real, and so is hell?" Bryan was so shocked that he stood up from his chair. Detective Watson chuckled and casually said, "Yes, they're very real, but it's not the type of hell you're thinking of where evil men go after they die in order to be punished. Instead, it is the residence of devils deep underground." Bryan was even more alarmed. "Underground? Teacher, won't they come to the surface? What if they invade the surface? Will we be all right?" "Don't worry about it. The entrance to hell is already sealed. Furthermore, our world has certain rules that can't be bent. It prevents the devils from inhabiting the surface world." Detective Watson found Bryan's actions very amusing. "Oh, so that's how it is." Bryan patted his chest in relief and sat back down. "Yes, like I've said before, the Transcendent world is a very dangerous place. That is why you must become stronger," Detective Watson said seriously. "I understand, teacher. I will meditate diligently." Bryan nodded with a determined expression. It's good that you understand." Detective Watson looked at him with approval. He got up and went to the bookshelf. He then took out 2 books and placed them in front of Bryan. "Here, start studying these books. You can take them home after you leave this place." Bryan looked at the 2 books. The title on the cover of the first book read History of the Western Continent, and the second book was titled Introduction to Hymnos. He obediently started reading them. He knew very well that in the transcendent world knowledge was power. That is why he didn't dare to be negligent. The clouds in Damascus City were a shade of grayish-black and the streets were wet and slightly muddy today. It had been raining continuously for the last 2 days and 2 nights. The turbid air that surrounded the city had been washed away clean, leaving behind a fresh atmosphere. Although it was only 3 in the afternoon, it looked as if night had already fallen. Bryan was sitting in his living room looking out the window. He had just finished a round of meditation and was looking at the slight drizzle outside in a daze. The arrival of June had brought with it heavy rainfall. During the past month, Bryan's daily routine consisted of rigorous studying, meditation, and fooling around with Leah. He had completely discarded the elementary meditation technique given to him by Detective Watson. Instead, he wholeheartedly followed the meditation technique of the Medici family. After all, this was a family inheritance that his mother had left for him, and he had to use this meditation technique now if he later wanted to embark on the path that the Medici family ancestor had created. However, he didn't tell this to Detective Watson. During this time, Detective Watson had also taught him noble etiquettes, which he had missed out on since he became an orphan. Bryan had also completely mastered hymnos and ancient hymnos. "I should be able to finish carving the 10th mind rune by tonight and advance to rank 2 apprentice," Bryan thought in his heart. After meditating for over a month now, he realized a few things. After having already carved 9 mind runes, Bryan felt his mind become calmer and clearer. He was able to focus on things for a longer period of time as well as memorize more study materials, which would otherwise have proven to be a very difficult endeavor. Also, the thing he called intuition in the past, although not an incorrect term, to be more precise, was the result of him having way more spiritual force than what a normal person should have. This was the other thing Bryan realized. Bryan reined in his thoughts and headed to the kitchen to make himself some lunch. With the influx of money that he received from Detective Watson for work, he started bringing home more groceries including meat. Earlier, Bryan could barely afford vegetables, let alone something as expensive as meat. Therefore, after changing to a healthier diet, Bryan's physique completely changed. He had put on some weight, although he was in no way fat or flabby. Every time Leah would come over, she would compliment him and say stuff like how he had become even more handsome than the first time they had met. Speaking of Leah, Bryan had slightly developed feelings for her in the beginning. After all, having made love to her so many times, he was bound to have some feelings of love and affection for her. Moreover, she was the first girl he had ever been so close with. However, this one time Leah had told him that she just loved the sex and wasn't looking to get into a serious relationship. From her, Bryan had come to learn that the people in the Belize kingdom were very liberal and open-minded, especially when it came to sex and relationships. Although a little disheartened, Bryan didn't mind it. After all, this just meant that he wouldn't have to stick to just one girl. He wasn't planning to anyway. After making himself a piece of grilled chicken breast and some boiled vegetables, Bryan silently had his lunch on the couch in the living room. After finishing his meal and having licked the plate clean, he got up and washed the plate in the sink. He then headed to his bedroom and took out clothes to wear from his wardrobe. He still had to visit different parts of the city and report to Detective Watson about any strange things happening. He wore black trousers, a white shirt, and black shoes, since it was slightly drizzling. He put on his black rain jacket and flat cap. After dressing up, he left his apartment after locking the door. He was planning to go to the factory area before going to Ricky's bar to buy any relevant intel. Based on Bryan's experience, it was places like those that sold good local information. The factory area was about 30 minutes from Robeson Street. Bryan called for a public carriage and got on it. Now that he had money to spend and could afford a lot more things, he wouldn't be stingy with himself. He never liked the idea of saving money. In his opinion, he worked hard every day to earn money, so when he receives his salary, why should he save it? Instead, shouldn't he spend all of it on himself and enjoy it? Another reason was, if he ran out of money before his next weekly salary, he could just steal it from some unlucky fellow on the street. So what was the point of saving? But Bryan subconsciously chose to ignore this reason. On his way to the factory area, he looked out at the scenery through the carriage window. The slight drizzle had stopped at some point, though the roads were still muddy and full of puddles. A pleasant earthy smell emanated from the surroundings after the rain had stopped. Bryan could see the chimneys from the factory spewing out black smoke in the distance. At a glance, it looked very evil and menacing. It was difficult to believe that something that looked so evil had actually helped mankind advance. The steam engine was invented and developed by Deceitful Research Institute 5 years ago. This was an organization funded and operated by a joint corporation between the royal family of the Deceitful Empire, the Church of Wisdom, and the Church of Craftsmanship. This technology brought about the Industrial Revolution in the Western continent. Steam power made it easier and cheaper to produce commodities. Not only that, but it also created a lot more jobs for the poor working class. Owners of coal mines practically became rich overnight because the steam engine was mainly dependent on coal to operate. Within 5 years, steam power was integrated into steam trains, steamships, and factories. Railway lines were built throughout the continent, and some new routes are even being built to this day, making all the major cities and towns in the continent more connected. But there were also some drawbacks to this. The smoke produced by burning coal was harmful to the environment and the people. Bryan was very much aware of this since he had worked as a coal miner as well as a factory worker for a very short period of time. He ultimately quit these jobs because he felt that stealing was much more lucrative. The working conditions for miners and factory workers were really bad. He had also seen a few old men dying from inhaling too much smoke. However, the factory owners either covered this matter up or simply didn't care enough to even bother about it. Although the harmful effects on the environment aren't visible now, I have a feeling that it'll only get worse in the future. Bryan sighed as the public carriage finally reached the factory area. He got off the carriage and paid the driver 3 pence. Then he headed further inside the factory area hoping to find something worthwhile. The factory area covered a large area of Damascus City. Over the last few years, at least a dozen factories had popped up. These factories were massive in size and they mostly produced textiles, machinery, or other raw materials. Bryan walked around the various factories and saw the various workers, men and women alike, walk in and out of these factories. Some looked happy, some tired, and some looked as if they had lost all will to live. After inspecting the various places in the factory area for about an hour, Bryan found nothing substantial. He headed for Ricky's bar near the slums. He boarded another public carriage and by the time he reached the bar, it was close to 6 p.m. He sat at the bar counter and ordered the usual pint of local ale. While he drank, he called for the bartender. "Any news?" Bryan asked in a low voice. The bartender looked at him silently for a moment then stretched out his right hand. Bryan handed him a £1 note. Finally, there was a slight resemblance of a smile on the bartender's face. He leaned in closer and said, "There haven't been any murders recently in the slums. However, people have found lots of bodies about an hour away from Damascus. These bodies had been drained of blood and there were bite marks and gashes on the victims' bodies. I'm not sure if these victims were from Damascus to begin with, but there have been people going missing in the slums lately." The bartender paused for a bit and continued, "Looks like the wild beast that had been causing a ruckus in the city has become smart enough to drop the dead bodies outside the city." Bryan simply nodded, finished his drink, and left the bar. He boarded another public carriage and headed towards Robinson Street. It was already night time so the gaslight lamps on the side of the streets had been lit. Inside the carriage, Bryan's eyebrows greased into a frown. It's definitely not a wild animal but a rogue transcendent. Body drained of blood, a broken bar and bite marks. Could these be people from the Holy Blood sect? As he thought about those blood path lunatics, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. What if I'm caught by them one of these days? Will I be able to survive? Will I be able to escape? The desire for strength in Bryan's heart grew stronger. He decided to report this to Detective Watson tomorrow morning. Bryan reached home and took a quick shower. After drying himself up with a towel, he wore comfortable clothes and sat on the bed to meditate. He was planning to advance to rank 2 apprentice in one go. The news about the Holy Blood sect gave him a sense of urgency. He closed his eyes and calmed his state of mind. Then he followed the breathing pattern mentioned in the Medici family's apprentice meditation technique and gathered the energy particles in the air to carve the 10th mind rune. Time passes by relatively quickly when one is deep in meditation. After a few hours, Bryan gathered the energy particles to carve the last stroke of the 10th mind rune. As soon as the mind rune was completed, all 10 runes in his mind vibrated for a brief millisecond, but soon everything returned to normal. But in that brief moment, Bryan felt a jolt in his mind and he could clearly feel his mind strengthen. This fortification was very different from the ones that happened after carving the previous 9 runes. It was much stronger and firmer. He had finally advanced to rank 2 apprentice. After this period of meditation, Bryan was so tired that he didn't even have the energy to cook himself dinner. He directly fell asleep. That night, Bryan had a very strange dream. In this dream, he was standing in front of his apartment building on 7 Robinson Street. This world in his dream was very similar, yet it felt different, as if it was a parallel world. This strange world was calling out to him, awaiting his arrival. A broken bar. A Saturday, 12th of June 1580. Bryan woke up with a confused look in his eyes. He mumbled, "What a weird dream." He tried to recall the details of the dream, but in the end, he couldn't. With a sigh, he got up from the bed and reached out for his silver pocket watch. After advancing to rank 2 apprentice, Bryan could clearly tell that the silver pocket watch was really special. His mother had written in the letter that he had to refine the pocket watch first, and only then would he be able to take out the items kept inside by his mother. But he had no clue whatsoever as to what his mother meant by refining the watch, and if he asked Detective Watson what refining meant, he would definitely be suspicious of Bryan. Therefore, he decided to wait for Detective Watson to teach it to him instead. He was sure that sometime in the near future, Detective Watson would definitely teach him. He flipped the lid open and saw the time. It was already 8:00 a.m. Fuck, I overslept. Bryan hurriedly took his clothes out from the wardrobe, put them on, and rushed out of his apartment. While eating a small piece of baguette, Bryan ran non-stop until he reached Detective Watson's house. Running that took less time than taking a public carriage would have. He knocked a few times on the main door. After a moment, Butler John opened the door. "Please come in, Mr. Bryan." He gestured for Bryan to enter. "Thanks." Bryan nodded at Butler John and straightaway headed to the study on the 2nd floor. He knocked on the door to Detective Watson's study. "Come in," he heard Detective Watson's voice from inside the room. He opened the door and stepped in. Bryan looked at Detective Watson apologetically. "Sorry, teacher, I overslept a bit today." He smiled awkwardly. "Did something happen? It's unlike you to be late," Detective Watson asked in concern. Bryan's heart warmed upon seeing the look of concern on Detective Watson's face. "Nothing happened, teacher. It's just that, after doing my usual inspection of the city yesterday evening, I went back home to meditate, and it was already very late into the night after I finished meditating. After that I was really tired and fell asleep, hence, waking up late today morning." Detective Watson nodded, and after observing Bryan's state for a moment he was surprised. "Oh, you advanced to rank 2? Well done, kid." Thank you, teacher." Bryan smiled and then sat on the chair opposite Detective Watson. "Teacher, there's some important information I gathered yesterday evening," Bryan added. "What is it?" Detective Watson's expression turned serious. "No new murders have been reported in the slums lately. However, a lot of bodies have been found an hour away from Damascus. These bodies had bite marks and claw marks. They had also been drained of blood. At the same time, although there haven't been any murders in the slums, a lot of people have gone missing. Bryan reported his findings in detail. Detective Watson wore a pensive look and was silent for a while. Teacher, do you think this could be related to the Holy Blood sect? Bryan asked. It is very likely. After all, blood path transcendents usually drain their victims of their blood. They rely on blood for sustenance. Detective Watson explained. Rely on blood for sustenance? How's that possible? Bryan was shocked. Detective Watson nodded. That's right. These blood path scum all feed on blood with high spirituality, be it humans or animals. This path is centered around blood. They feed on it, use it to advance in ranks, and base their spells on it. And blood with high spirituality is almost always found in apprentices and transcendents. They can also make up for the quality by brutally slaughtering a large number of normal people. Bryan was appalled by such behavior. He couldn't believe that such a path existed. Bryan, if you ever come across a blood path transcendent, kill them if you're confident or escape with all your might. There's no shame in running away. Your life is more important, Detective Watson advised. I understand, teacher, but what if I happen to come across them as I am now? I can't cast spells and I don't know any combat techniques either, Bryan asked. Detective Watson chuckled. Don't worry, I was going to teach you hand-to-hand combat techniques as well as gun shooting anyway. Gun shooting? I can carry a gun with me? Bryan was pleasantly surprised. Well, not until you learn how to properly aim, shoot and obtain a gun permit. Detective Watson smiled. No problem, teacher, let's do it. Bryan was thrilled. All right, go downstairs and have some breakfast. I'm sure you haven't had any. You can't do combat training with an empty stomach. I'll finish up with some work and meet you in the garden outside in 20 minutes, Detective Watson stated. All right, teacher. Bryan got up from his seat and left the study after closing the door. He went downstairs to look for Butler John. He found him standing at the kitchen entrance and instructing a few maids. Bryan approached him and asked politely, "Is there anything to eat?" Butler John turned around and looked at him with his usual stoic expression. "What would you like to eat, Mr. Bryan?" "Toast and eggs would be nice. Oh, also please add baked beans to that." Bryan smiled. Butler John nodded. "Very well, Mr. Bryan, please wait at the dining table. Food will be served within 10 minutes. With that said, he turned back around and headed into the kitchen. Bryan approached the dining table and took a seat. Soon, he saw Butler John appear with a tray in his hand with a dome-shaped lid covering it. He placed the tray in front of him and removed the lid. An extremely fragrant smell assaulted Bryan's nostrils as the food came into his view. 2 slices of bread with butter spread on it, 2 sunny side-ups with salt and pepper on it, and a bowl of baked beans with chopped onions sprinkled on top. "The food here is always the best," Bryan praised sincerely. Butler John smiled faintly after listening to the compliment. "Please enjoy, Mr. Bryan." Yes, of course." Bryan chuckled and started eating his food elegantly. With a knife in his right hand and fork in the left, he cut the sunny side up into small pieces and had it with the toast. Then he scooped a spoonful of baked beans. He chewed on it unhurriedly and savored the flavor. This was all a result of Detective Watson teaching him noble etiquettes and proper table manners. He believed that Bryan would come across all sorts of people in the future, so he might as well teach him this. After finishing his breakfast, Bryan wiped his mouth with a napkin and then headed towards the garden in front of the villa. He arrived at the garden and started stretching his arms and legs for a bit. After a few minutes, he saw Detective Watson exit the villa and come to the garden. Currently, he was only wearing his brown trousers and white shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. "Bryan, if you were to fight someone without any weapons or spells, how would you do it?" Detective Watson asked with a smile. "Just punch them and maybe kick them a few times," Bryan answered, a bit puzzled. "But the human body is much more than just fists and feet." Detective Watson chuckled and added, "Did you know? Wisdom path transcendents are relatively weaker physically compared to transcendents of most paths. After all, wisdom path mainly focuses on the mind, thoughts, and emotions. We are adept at psychological manipulation and scheming rather than fighting the opponent head-on." However, in order to nullify this weakness, Wisdom Path Transcendents have developed a combat technique that uses little strength and power to fight stronger enemies, eliminating any wasted movements and efforts. It consists of grappling and wrestling, fighting with your fists, elbows, knees, and feet, and over many generations, this combat technique has been improved and optimized, Detective Watson explained with pride evident on his face. It is called the myriad martial technique. Bryan was taken aback and his eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. He couldn't help but think, what a lame fucking name. Seeing him speechless, Detective Watson chuckled, thinking that he was surprised by the profoundness of the myriad martial technique. Okay, now come at me. Detective Watson put his left hand behind his back and beckoned at him with his right hand. Seeing this, Bryan didn't hesitate. Not for a moment did he think that he could defeat Detective Watson. After all, he was rank 3 Transcendent, even if he was from the Wisdom Path. Hence, Bryan attacked with all his strength. He rushed to Detective Watson's front, launching a left hook. Detective Watson didn't even bat an eyelid. He raised his right palm towards the incoming punch and swatted it right with the back of his palm to change the punch's trajectory. Following that, he raised his right elbow in an upward motion and let Bryan run into it. Seeing the elbow enlarge in his view, Bryan tried to stop, but it was too late. The elbow hit him straight on his forehead. His head jerked backward and he fell to the ground on his back. This is the essence of the myriad martial technique, using your opponent's strength against them. Detective Watson chuckled. Ouch, that hurt. Bryan rubbed his forehead and groaned. It's all right. You'll get used to the pain. Come now, again, Detective Watson replied with a smile. Fuck me. Bryan mumbled inwardly, but he still got up and got ready to attack again. This time he decided to try to trick Detective Watson. He approached Detective Watson and used his left arm again to land an uppercut, but midway, his left arm stopped. It was just a feint. He used his other arm and launched a right hook instead. Detective Watson smirked. He turned his body sideways, used his right hand to grab Bryan's right wrist, and pulled it closer. Then he calmly used his left knee, raised it, and struck Bryan's solar plexus. And all this while, Detective Watson's left hand was still behind his back. After being kneed in the stomach, Bryan curled up like a shrimp and fell to the ground gasping for air. After about a minute, he managed to stand up and looked at Detective Watson in indignation. Teacher, you're too ruthless. How can you harm your one and only precious student? Detective Watson rolled his eyes at him and replied, Do you think your enemy will go easy on you? Bryan cried out, But you're not my enemy. That's true, but you won't be able to truly learn this combat technique if I go easier on you. The best way to learn is to physically experience it yourself. Detective Watson smirked. Bryan subconsciously stepped back and stuttered, N number. Show mercy, mercy. For the next 2 hours, all that could be heard from the garden of 22 Augustus Street was the sound of beating and the painful whines of Bryan. A broken bar. After completing combat training, Detective Watson brought Bryan to the dining room to have lunch. Butler John and the few maids that were serving food looked pitifully at Bryan, who was bruised and battered. Bryan kept mumbling the words injustice and the world is cruel as he sat on the chair with a listless look in his eyes. Detective Watson found this very amusing. He said, This is all for your own good, Bryan. You'll thank me in the future. How long will this continue, teacher? I'm afraid I'll be crippled sooner or later, Bryan asked with the same listless expression. This will go on until you can hold your own against me for a minute, at least. And don't worry, I won't use my full strength. Detective Watson chuckled. After hearing his words, the last embers of hope in Bryan's heart instantly vanished. He replied gloomily, Yes, teacher. Oh, and by the way, I'll take you to the shooting range at the police station tomorrow. We'll alternate between combat training and shooting practice every other day, Detective Watson added. Bryan's eyes lit up. Compared to being a punching bag, he liked the idea of practicing gun shooting more. All right, he replied. After finishing up with lunch, Detective Watson gave Bryan a book titled Introduction to Jhana. Jhana was the ancient language of the giants. It could be used to cast spells as well as hold rituals and sacrifices. He instructed Bryan to take this book and study it. Bryan took the book and bid him farewell. Seeing him leave, Detective Watson smiled gently. "Bryan, it must be very painful now, but it will help you in the future. You must persevere," he thought in his heart. He then went to his study on the second floor, sat on the chair by his table, and took out a blank piece of paper. He dipped the quill in ink and started writing a letter. "My dearest Abigail, I hope you and our unborn child are in good health. I dearly miss the two of you every day. Work here has been neither hectic nor too relaxed. I have perfectly adapted to the lifestyle in Damascus. My work here might take a year or two to complete, but do not worry, I will go back to Nadia when it's time for you to give birth. I wouldn't want to miss it for the world. I have already instructed Jimmy to bring the priest from the Church of the Earth Mother every once in a while and give you and the baby the mother's blessings. By the way, I have taken in a student here. He has very high potential and I expect great things from him. Maybe one day he will grow up to be an excellent detective just like me. His name is Bryan and I've taken quite a liking to him. He reminds me much of myself when I was young. He too is an orphan just like me. The first time I met him, he was trying to trick me into giving him a job. He's one crafty little brat, I tell you, but I can tell he has a very kind and pure heart. I plan to bring him to Nadia after my work here is done. I'm sure you'll like him too. I hope you take good care of yourself and the baby. Make sure to eat properly and rest sufficiently. Also, I have thought about what name to give to our child. If it's a boy, we'll name him Jake, and if it's a girl, we'll call her Amy. What do you think? Anyways, stay safe and healthy. Love, James." Detective Watson finished writing the letter and then read it with a gentle smile on his face. He folded it and put it in an envelope. On the back of the envelope, he wrote the address to his house in Nadia. After finishing all this up, he called out for butler John. Moments later, he heard knocking on the door to his study. "Come in," Detective Watson said. Butler John stepped inside the room and politely stood in front of Detective Watson and asked, "What instructions do you have, sir?" Detective Watson handed him the letter and instructed, "Take this letter and deposit it in the post office by today." "As you wish, sir." Butler John took the letter with both hands, bowed, and left the study. Detective Watson tidied his table, took his coat from the hanger, and left for the Church of Wisdom to meet Bishop Walls, a broken bar. 7 Robinson Street. It was already 2 p.m. by the time Bryan reached home. His whole body felt sore from the beating earlier in the day. He opened his apartment door, entered, locked the door behind him, and went to the living room. He sat on the couch and dozed off within a minute. Bryan was truly fatigued. After all, he had never exercised so much in his life. The only exercise he ever did was running away from people after getting caught stealing. After an unknown period of time, Bryan was woken up by the knocking on the door. He opened his eyes in a daze and looked out the window. The sky was beginning to darken. He then took out his silver pocket watch, flipped the lid open, and saw the time. It was a little past 6 in the evening. Knock knock knock. Bryan heard the knocks again. He got up from the couch in a languid manner and walked to the door to open it. After opening the door, he heard a slightly surprised voice. "Bryan, what happened to your face? Did you get robbed?" Bryan saw the shock on Leah's face and smiled awkwardly. "Nothing like that. I did some combat training with my teacher." Leah knew that Bryan was Detective Watson's student. After listening to his reason, Leah couldn't help but giggle. She came close to him and whispered in his ears, "Poor Bryan, do you want me to ease your pain?" "Yes, Mom." Bryan took her hand into his and brought her inside. He sat on the couch in the living room and had Leah sit on his lap. They chatted about their recent day-to-day experiences. "Since you're injured, let me do all the work. I'll be the one to lead this time." Leah bit Bryan's earlobe and whispered seductively, "I'm afraid you'll have to do all the work for the foreseeable future." Bryan grinned. Soon the apartment was filled with the sound of loud moans. Sunday, 13th of June 1580. Bryan woke up at 6 a.m. and went to take a bath. He was thinking about Leah while he was in the wooden bathtub. She had already left last night before dinner. Her brother, who was studying in law college in Nadia, was coming back home for vacation, so Leah had to go to the Damascus train station to pick him up in the morning. Speaking of Leah, her family could be considered relatively rich, although not nobility. She came from a family of wealthy merchants. Her family owned the real estate agency that Bryan had gone to when looking for his new apartment. She had invited Bryan over for a banquet dinner at her house tonight. He initially wanted to decline but was eventually convinced by Leah. She promised to bring one of her friends over to his house the next time she came over so that they could have a threesome. Naturally, Bryan agreed in a heartbeat. Thinking about this, his lips couldn't help but curl up into a smirk. Two's better than one, he Bryan thought in his heart. After taking his bath, he dried himself with a towel and exited the bathroom. He walked to his wardrobe and took out his white shirt, black trousers, and brown jacket. Looking at his almost empty wardrobe, Bryan thought, I'm about to go to a banquet at Leah's house tonight. I should buy a proper suit. I don't have one anyway, plus I've almost saved up close to £40. That should be enough. After having 2 meals a day at Detective Watson's house every day, Bryan barely spent money anywhere else, except for his rent, of course. Plus, he had also looted his old landlord's apartment the last time he was there, stuffing horse shit under his bed. Theft really is the most efficient. Bryan sighed. He had barely saved £20 from working every day for almost 2 months, whereas he made £20 in a single day after looting that pig's apartment. He got dressed up unhurriedly and decided to visit the clothing store after he was done with shooting practice today. He exited his apartment and called for a public carriage. On his way to Detective Watson's house, Bryan was in deep thought. Perhaps when I become a Transcendent I can use those strange skills that teacher talked about to steal from bigger targets. Yes, but I can't just steal from anyone. Earlier it was okay to steal from anyone I could find because I was just trying to survive, but now that I'm leading a decent life, I should have a bottom line. Bryan had never once thought to quit stealing. He had tried on many occasions but he just couldn't quit. Sometimes he would just subconsciously do it while passing through a crowded street. It was as if theft was ingrained in his blood. Looking at the bright sunny day outside through the carriage window, Bryan thought in a self-deprecating manner, on my 18th birthday I had set up a goal of finding myself a stable job and stop stealing. I've found a stable job but stealing a broken bar. Hey, if I can't quit stealing, I might as well steal to my heart's content from the scums of society. Although it's important to have principles to abide by, the carriage finally stopped outside 22 Augustus Street. Bryan got off the carriage and paid the driver the money. He then entered through the main gate, walked through the garden, and knocked on the door of the villa. Butler John opened the door and welcomed him in. Master is in his study, Mr. Bryan. All right, thank you. Bryan nodded. He climbed the stairs to the second floor and knocked on the door to the study. Detective Watson's voice was heard from the inside. Come in. Bryan entered the study and smiled. Good morning, teacher. Detective Watson looked at Bryan and then looked at his watch. You're quite early today, Bryan. Did you miss the beating from yesterday so much that you couldn't wait? He asked with a teasing smile. Bryan's smile froze. He panicked and replied, Teacher, didn't you say that you would take me to the shooting range today? Detective Watson chuckled. Don't worry, I was just kidding. We'll head to the shooting range at the police station after we have some breakfast. Bryan breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, all right. Afterward, both the teacher-student duo had breakfast and left for the police station. Damascus City was a very small city, just big enough to not be called a town, hence it only had one police station. Bishop Walls had already spoken to the head constable of the police station about the matter regarding Bryan using the shooting range, so when Detective Watson and Bryan arrived at the police station, they were personally welcomed by the head constable, Thomas Smith. Thank you for letting us borrow the shooting range, Officer Smith. Detective Watson smiled and stretched his right hand out for a handshake. Officer Smith shook his hand humbly and replied, It's my pleasure, Detective Watson. Please follow me in. Detective Watson was a famous detective from Nadia, so it was only natural for Officer Smith to build a good relationship with him, and allowing his student to use the shooting range a couple of times a week was no problem at all. Bryan also greeted Officer Smith and followed him inside the police station. The shooting range was located in the basement of the police station. While they were going to the basement, Detective Watson exchanged pleasantries with Officer Smith and then seemingly casually asked about the murder cases in the slums. The situation is terrible. Although there haven't been any recent murders, there are still people going missing, Officer Smith said worriedly. Then he thought of something and asked expectantly, Detective Watson, could it be that you've come to Damascus to investigate this case? Detective Watson nodded. That's right. These murders might very well be related to a dangerous criminal organization that I've been investigating. That's good. With your help, we can rest assured. Officer Smith looked relieved. I will try my best. Detective Watson smiled. Criminal organization? Could teacher be talking about the Holy Blood sect? Bryan thought as the group arrived at the shooting range. Officer Smith introduced, this is our gun shooting range. You can come here anytime. I've already informed Mindy about you, so whenever you come here, find her and borrow the gun and practice bullets from her. He pointed at a blonde middle-aged woman sitting behind the counter near the entrance of the shooting range and explained to Bryan with a smile. Thank you very much, Officer Smith. Bryan replied gratefully. Also, after you have practiced for a while and are able to wield a gun properly, we'll help you apply for a gun permit. Officer Smith added. Great. Bryan smiled. Officer Smith got the pistol and practice bullets and handed them to Bryan. Then he bade them farewell. Detective Watson brought Bryan to a practice booth and asked with a smile, are you excited? Bryan grinned. Of course I am. Detective Watson chuckled and took out his own pistol from his holster. Then he instructed, watch carefully. Hold the pistol in your dominant hand, spread your thumb and index finger and place the gun in between. Then wrap your middle, ring, and pinky fingers around the grip below the trigger. Bryan mimicked him and followed his instructions thoroughly. Detective Watson nodded. Good. Now take your left hand and wrap it around your right hand. Position the thumb on your left hand and overlap it with the thumb on your right hand. Now all you have to do is aim and pull the trigger with your right index finger. Bang bang bang. Detective Watson fired 3 bullets and all 3 hit the paper torso target on the head. Bryan's eyes lit up. Wow, amazing. Now, your turn. Aim and shoot. Detective Watson smiled. Okay. Bryan took a deep breath and aimed the pistol at the paper target. Then he pulled the trigger. Bang. The bullet went straight through the head. Detective Watson was shocked. Bryan was just as shocked. Was that a fluke? Detective Watson asked dubiously. How can that be? Clearly, I'm a genius. Bryan smirked and raised his chin slightly. Okay, we'll see about that. Clear the chamber. Detective Watson rolled his eyes. Hee, all right. Bryan replied confidently. He aimed the pistol again and shot 5 more times, emptying the pistol chamber. Bang 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 bang. Without a doubt, all 5 bullets missed the target. Bryan stood there awkwardly, averting Detective Watson's gaze. Ha ha ha, looks like you have a lot of work to do, Mr. Genius. Detective Watson burst into laughter. Bryan was unable to refute. He just looked at the ground in embarrassment. Over the next hour, Detective Watson gave him instructions on how to properly aim and shared his own experience. He left early and told Bryan to practice for an hour more. After finishing up with practice, Bryan returned the gun to Officer Mindy. Then he left the police station and went to Taylor's clothing store, which was a 5-minute walk away. He had to buy a tailor-made suit to wear for tonight's banquet at Leah's. He didn't own a proper suit, plus he wouldn't want to attend the dinner wearing his usual clothes. Leah had mentioned that her other friends would be there as well, so he didn't want to embarrass her and himself. Taylor's clothing store. The manager of the clothing store was a bald middle-aged man. He was sitting behind the cash counter at the moment and doing the accounts. As he was calculating the monthly expenditure of the store, he heard the door to the store open, and a young man with black hair and black eyes, wearing a white shirt, black trousers, and a brown jacket walked in. He was looking around the store with bright eyes. The store manager looked at the young man's clothes and couldn't help but show disdain, but he quickly hid it. After all, this young man was his customer. Even if he couldn't afford anything in the store, the manager had to show him some basic courtesy, at least on the surface. The young man was naturally Bryan. The clothes here all looked very fancy to him, so he was delighted when he saw the collection. He approached the store manager and said, "I would like to buy a suit." The store manager replied with a mocking look in his eyes, "Our products here are very expensive, sir. Perhaps you would like to look at the price first." Bryan saw the look of disdain on the store manager's face, but he simply didn't care. Throughout his life, he had been looked down upon by many people. When he begged on the streets, people would sometimes show him pity, while most of the time they would gloat at his misfortune. As someone who came from a wealthy family, Bryan couldn't help but be angered by the contemptuous looks directed at him in the beginning, but over time he just stopped giving a fuck. He no longer cared about what people thought of him. Growing up in such a harsh environment, Bryan had learned things that would take normal people most of their lifetime to learn. People would feel happy when praised but angry when cursed at. To Bryan, all these things were superficial. Who cared what others thought of him? Could their praises feed him? Could their curses provide a roof over his head? So after hearing the store manager's words, Bryan took out the stack of £1 notes from his pocket and flashed it in front of the store manager. "I don't have time to waste. Just show me something that can fit me." After looking at the money in Bryan's hands, the store manager instantly had a fawning look on his face. "Right this way, sir. What color do you prefer?" Seeing the complete change in the store manager's attitude, Bryan sighed and thought in his heart, at the end of the day, it's all about the money. After going through all the collections that the store had to offer, Bryan ended up buying 2 black suits which comprised of tailored, buttoned jackets, and a pair of pants made from the same material and color. He also bought 2 black double-breasted suit vests and 4 white shirts. Bryan liked the color black so much that he wanted to get black shirts instead, but the store manager strongly advised against it, saying that he would look as if he was attending someone's funeral. He didn't like wearing a necktie, but he still bought one, considering all formal events required men to wear a necktie or a bow tie. Furthermore, Bryan also bought 1 black trench coat, which he liked very much, as well as a black fedora hat and a pair of black leather shoes. After buying all the things he needed, the total bill came up to £27. The store manager was full of smiles. After receiving the money for the transaction, he personally walked Bryan out of the store. Bryan felt the pinch of spending so much money all at once. A gentleman must have good manners and wear good clothes, Bryan. He thought about what Detective Watson had said to him and tried to ease the pain in his heart a little. It was 1 p.m. by the time he reached home. He cooked himself chicken soup and had it with fresh baguettes. After finishing up his lunch, he decided to meditate before leaving for Leah's place. She had asked him to come at 6 p.m., so there was still a lot of time left. Therefore, Bryan diligently started meditating and attempted to carve the 11th rune. A broken bar. Davis Manor, 30 Augustus Street. In a bedroom on the 2nd floor, 2 beautiful young ladies were sitting on the bed and talking to each other. One had a voluptuous figure with brown hair and hazel green eyes. She was Leah. The other was a tall and petite young lady with blonde hair and blue eyes. She was wearing a blue dress and her hair was a bit disheveled currently. "Grace, you've become too wild recently." Leah looked at the blonde girl with blue eyes and chuckled. "Oh, what can I do? Every time I see you, I can't control my urges," Grace replied seductively. "Stop it. If the maids outside hear us, I'll be in trouble." Leah giggled. "Who cares? Once we become roommates at Nadia University, we can fuck all we want." Grace spoke in an intoxicated manner. Yeah, whatever you say. That's still 2 months away," Leah replied, and then added, "By the way, I've also invited my friend Bryan, whom I spoke to you about, so, please don't be rude to him." HMPH, is that the boy who you're fucking currently? I'll see what's so good about him." Grace snorted in displeasure. He's a sweet boy and he's very handsome too. He's also the student of Detective Watson who's from Nadia." Leah smiled and replied. Grace's eyes narrowed. "You mean Detective James Watson?" "Yes, that should be him." "Is he a big shot in Nadia?" Leah asked in curiosity. "That's right. He's a very famous detective in Nadia and he's associated with the Church of Wisdom," Grace replied, but she thought inwardly, "I heard Grandpa say that Detective Watson is a Transcendent from the Church of Wisdom. Is this Bryan also a Transcendent or is training to become one under Detective Watson?" "It's very likely." Now, Grace was really curious about Bryan. Her family was from Nadia and worshipped the god of craftsmanship. Her grandfather, Count Robert Wilson, the current head of the Wilson family, was an artisan path Transcendent. Grace was heavily doted on by her grandfather and was given the opportunity to become a Transcendent, but she refused it since she was not willing to embark on the artisan path. "Maybe this Bryan can perhaps be of help to me." A broken bar. Grace was in deep thought. Grace. Grace, what are you thinking about so deeply? Leah brought Grace out of her reverie. "Nothing, just curious about Bryan," Grace replied nonchalantly. "Oh, could it be you're finally interested in men now?" Leah smirked and asked teasingly. "HMPH, how can any man hold a candle to you, my love?" Grace replied and approached Leah. She pushed Leah's shoulder and lay her down on the bed. Then she got on top of her and kissed her passionately on the lips. Leah did not resist at all. She put her hands around Grace's neck and waged a war of tongues. A broken bar. Meanwhile, Bryan had just finished a round of meditation. He went to the bathroom to freshen up and then took out his new suit. After, he stood in front of the mirror in his bedroom and got dressed. He wore a white shirt and tucked it into his black trousers. He then put on his necktie. Thankfully Detective Watson had taught him how to tie a necktie. He took out his black double-breast suit vest from the wardrobe and wore it on top of his shirt and tie. After all that, he finally put on his black tailored jacket. Bryan looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't help but smile in vanity. He looking good, Mr. Lombardi," he mumbled. After looking at the mirror and striking some poses for a few minutes, he wore his new black leather shoes and put on his black fedora hat. He approached the study table in the bedroom, took out his precious silver pocket watch from the drawer, and put it inside his vest pocket with its chain hooked around one of the buttons on the vest. He walked out of his apartment after locking the door and called for a public carriage. After getting on it, he instructed the carriage driver, 30 Augustus Street. "Right away, sir," the carriage driver replied politely. Bryan looked at the view through the carriage window. It was almost 6 p.m. and the sun was setting. The sky was dyed a shade of dark blue and orange, looking like a marvelous painting. Leah had told him that she had invited a few of her friends to the banquet tonight. Her parents had also invited their friends. This was a welcome banquet that her family held for Leah's elder brother, Jonathan Davis, who was studying at a law college in Nadia. He had come to spend time with his family this break. He only had one more year to go before he graduated from law college. After that, he could apply for the Belize bar examination. Once he passed the bar examination, he would officially become a lawyer. It was the first time Bryan was attending a banquet, so he was quite nervous. He was truly very grateful to Detective Watson for teaching him noble etiquettes and other miscellaneous things. At the time, Bryan thought he was teaching useless things, but now, he couldn't help but be thankful for him. "A couple of months back, I was still living in the slums worrying about what I would eat the next day. Now, I'm wearing such fancy clothes and attending lavish banquets." Bryan couldn't help but sigh at the unpredictability and fickleness of life. The public carriage stopped in front of 30 Augustus Street. Bryan, wearing his three-piece black suit, got off the carriage and paid the driver the money. He turned around and looked at the Davis villa. Leah's house looked very similar to Detective Watson's house, except, Leah's house had a beautiful fountain in the garden in front of the villa's main door. There was also a seating arrangement around the fountain. Speaking of Detective Watson, his house was only a couple of houses away. Bryan took out the invitation card that Leah had given him yesterday. He approached the main gate and was greeted by the butler and head maid of the villa. "Good evening, sir." The butler, who had a head full of grey hair and a cleanly shaved face, greeted Bryan with a smile. He was wearing a black tailcoat and a grey vest that butlers are usually seen wearing. The head maid, who was a middle-aged woman with black hair, also politely smiled at Bryan. "Hello." Bryan nodded with a smile and handed the butler his invitation. The butler read the invitation and said, "Mr. Lombardi, please follow me. Young lady Leah has already informed me about you." Bryan nodded and followed him into the villa. After entering through the main door, what greeted him was a spacious hall. The floor was made out of marble and there was a big crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. There were about 20-30 people in the living room socializing with each other. A few waiters walked amongst them while holding trays filled with glasses of champagne or red wine. At the side of the living room, there was a long table full of different kinds of food and appetizers. While Bryan was looking around the hall, he heard a delightful voice from one corner of the room. "Bryan, you're here." Bryan turned his gaze towards the source of the sound and saw Leah walking towards him with a bright smile. She was wearing a white dress with frills at the bottom. The dress reached just slightly below her knees. The neckline of her dress covered her bosom and only her collarbone was slightly visible. She was also wearing high silver heels. Her brown hair freely fell over her shoulders. Even without wearing any sort of jewelry or ornament, she looked extremely beautiful. "She looks like an angel," Bryan thought in a daze as he stared at her. Leah approached him and gave him a hug. "You look very handsome, Bryan," she praised him with a genuine smile. "You look very pretty as well, Leah. I almost mistook you for an angel of the goddess." Bryan grinned. Leah rolled his eyes at him. "You sure are getting better at flattery. Come, I'll introduce you to my friends." She held his hand and brought him to a corner of the room where a few teenagers were chatting and drinking. There were 3 boys and 3 girls, all around Bryan's age. Leah introduced him to her friends in a cheerful manner. "Guys, this is my good friend, Bryan Lombardi. He's a student of the famous detective from Nadia, Detective James Watson." One of the young men with brown hair and brown eyes froze on the spot. He was wearing a blue suit and black round eyeglasses. His name was Timothy Burton. As soon as he heard Detective Watson's name, he launched a series of questions at Bryan. "Are you really the student of the great Detective Watson? What's he like in real life? Did he actually fight 10 criminals in Nadia single-handedly? How did he solve the clown serial murder case so easily? Can I meet him? Can you at least get me an autograph?" Bryan was completely taken aback. He thought to himself, "Teacher is so famous, how come I don't know about it?" Looking at her excited friend, Leah had to intervene. "Timothy, calm down. You can ask Bryan about his teacher in a civilized manner. You're making him uncomfortable." Timothy realized his mistake and said in embarrassment, "My apologies, Mr. Bryan. I'm a big fan of Detective Watson, so I couldn't help it. Don't worry about it. I'd love to talk to you about my teacher." Bryan chuckled. "Great." Hearing him, Timothy beamed. Leah then introduced everyone to Bryan one by one. There was a young man, named Jack Brown, with blonde hair and light blue eyes. He was casting an unfriendly gaze toward him. Bryan figured he might be someone who was into Leah and was hostile towards him because he was so close to her. Looking at his expression, Bryan smirked indiscernibly. The third young man was called Jim. He was a very introverted person, hence, he didn't speak much. Leah said that he was her cousin. As for the 3 young women, they were Sarah, Jordan, and Grace. Bryan was slightly taken aback by how pretty Grace was. Although she was petite, her looks were really top-notch. All 6 of them were Leah's classmates who had just graduated from school. In a couple of months, they would start to attend college. After being acquainted with everyone, Bryan started chatting with them. Although he was a little nervous and uncomfortable at first, since this was the first time he was actually socializing, he gradually got the hang of it. Before meeting Leah, he didn't have any friends to speak of, so this was a new experience for him. After talking for a while, the ladies actually found Bryan to be a very funny young man. Timothy instantly became good friends with him. Jim didn't speak much and Jack continued to act cockily and ignored Bryan the whole time. Midway through their conversation, Leah apologized and said, "You guys carry on. I still have to greet other guests with my parents. I'll find you all later. Enjoy and do get drunk." After Leah left, Jack was a little disappointed and excused himself to go to the bathroom. The others also went to get something to eat or drink. Only Grace stayed back. She approached Bryan and smiled. "Mr. Bryan, may I speak with you in private?" Bryan was slightly taken aback. He had wanted to approach this beautiful young lady himself but didn't expect that she would be the one to approach him instead. He smiled and nodded. "Sure, Miss Grace." Grace then led Bryan outside the villa and towards the garden at the front. They stopped by the fountain, at a relatively secluded place where they couldn't be heard talking. Bryan looked at Grace and smiled. "What would like to talk about, Miss Grace?" Grace didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "Mr. Bryan, I know the type of person your teacher is. What I want to ask is a broken bar. Are you one of them too?" "What the fuck? Is she slandering my teacher?" Bryan was puzzled. He asked, "I don't know what you're talking about, miss." Looking at Bryan's confused face, Grace came closer to Bryan and whispered into his ear, "Transcendent." Bryan's eyes went wide and his pupils dilated. He couldn't understand how this person in front of her would know anything about Transcendents. Looking at Bryan's shocked expression, Grace chuckled while covering her mouth. "Please don't be alarmed, Mr. Bryan. My family also has a few broken bar extraordinary people, and my grandfather is an acquaintance of your teacher, so that's how it is." Bryan sighed in relief. He was about to say something when they heard footsteps headed in their direction. They turned their heads, only to see Jack walking towards them with a gloomy expression. Jack approached Bryan and spoke in an aggressive manner, "Stay the fuck away from Leah." Bryan was initially taken aback, but then he had a slight playful smile on his lips. He pretended to be confused and asked, "What do you mean, Mr. Brown?" "You know very well what I mean. Don't even think about getting in bed with Leah. She's mine." Jack threatened him. "Wait, now that I think about it, Leah did mention something about a Jack. I just didn't think that person was you," Bryan said in an exaggerated manner. Jack raised his eyebrows and asked, "What did she say?" "Mr. Brown, you really are a fool. Leah had been waiting for you to confess to her all this time. She told me and Grace that she was going to approach you tonight before the party ended and have you propose to her for marriage." Bryan sighed emotionally. "Is that true?" Jack asked Grace in bewilderment. Grace was struggling to hold her laughter in. She decided to play along and simply nodded. Jack froze. He thought in his heart, "Grace has been waiting for me all this while. If I propose to her tonight she'll accept me? Ugh, that boudoir broken bar, I can't let anyone else have it, and once we get married, her body will belong only to me." His attitude turned milder as he faced Bryan and said, "Sorry for earlier, and thank you for telling me this. No problem, you didn't have to worry about me anyway. Grace is more my type." Bryan held Grace's waist and brought her closer to him. Looking at both of them clearly having such good chemistry, the last bit of animosity in Jack's heart vanished. He simply nodded at them, turned around, and left. After Jack entered back into the villa, Bryan turned to look at Grace and smiled charmingly. "So, Miss Grace, where were we at?" Grace rolled her eyes at him and snorted, "You're bound to be disappointed if you think you have a chance with me. I don't swing that way." Bryan was puzzled at first and then he realized what she was saying. He was taken aback and said, "Wait, you mean?" "Yes, and about that thing we were talking about previously. Let's meet somewhere in private and talk more about it tomorrow." Grace gently removed Bryan's hand from her waist and replied with a sweet smile. Bryan was greatly disappointed at the fact that such a beautiful lady like Grace was not into men, but he threw it at the back of his head and replied, "All right, but not tomorrow. Let's meet on Tuesday instead." "Sure." Grace nodded. Then they walked back inside the villa planning to drink their fill. The men and women at the party were having a wonderful time. Some were having serious conversations with others, while others were just too drunk and were speaking incoherent words. Bryan came to realize that the people at the party weren't as conservative as he thought they would be. He thought they would all drink pretentiously and engage in euphemistic talks befitting of someone of their status, but to his surprise, most of the people present were quite open-minded. Some of the older people also tried to engage in conversation with Bryan and his newly made friends. Is it because this banquet is informal, to begin with, or are all people in Damascus or maybe even Nadia this open-minded? Bryan couldn't come to a definitive conclusion because this was the first and only banquet that he had ever attended. He threw all these useless thoughts to the back of his mind and just enjoyed his drink. For the rest of the duration of the party, Bryan got along pretty well with Grace, and they were the only two people talking with each other. Leah's other friends couldn't approach them and join their conversation because Grace appeared to be extremely cold. They had all gone to the same school together, so they were surprised to find that Grace was actually proactively talking to someone else, that too a boy. She usually always only spoke to Leah and maybe a little with other girls. All boys who tried to approach her were rejected ruthlessly, even though they were only trying to befriend her. Leah, who was busy dealing with other guests, also cast a few curious glances at Grace, seemingly trying to confirm her sexual orientation again. Leah suddenly thought of something and displayed a playful smile on her face. She thought, I had promised Bryan to get another girl and have a threesome. I should get Grace along. I wonder how they both will react. Grace, who was oblivious to Leah's machinations, was listening to the story of Bryan getting beaten up by Detective Watson during combat training. She couldn't help but start to laugh. So that's the reason you wanted to meet the day after instead of tomorrow? Grace chuckled. Yes, it's too difficult for me to move around after combat training with teacher. Bryan smiled awkwardly. All right. Let's meet at the 8th Day Coffee Shop on Laron Avenue on Tuesday at 4 p.m. then, Grace said after taking a sip of red wine from the glass. Sure, you're paying, Bryan replied nonchalantly. Grace was slightly taken back. Mr. Bryan, that's not very gentlemanly of you. Bryan rolled his eyes and snorted. Who cares? It's not like I'm trying to court you. Plus I'm a poor man. Grace looked at Bryan and was silent for a moment. And then she burst out laughing. Mr. Bryan, you really are a funny man. All her life, men had tried to impress her by buying her expensive things and trying to take her out on fancy dinners. She found it a very amusing experience to be spoken to so casually by another man. Even back in Nadia, everyone treated her with respect and to some extent was slightly apprehensive of her. After all, she was the granddaughter of a very wealthy count of the Belize kingdom. She had come to Damascus only to complete her schooling since she was already enrolled in the school here from the beginning. Another reason was that Leah was her childhood friend and Grace loved her very much. So apart from Leah, she barely had anyone else whom she could call a friend. Others either wanted to sleep with her or were trying to befriend her grandfather through her. But why would you ask a lady such as myself to pay? Grace asked teasingly. Bryan looked at her as if he was looking at an idiot. Aren't you rich? Didn't you say your grandpa was a count or something? How can you be so stingy, miss? Grace couldn't stop laughing. The others in the hall also cast their gazes over at her, thinking about what could be so hilarious for a lady to lose her demeanor over. Fine, we'll do as you say. Grace wiped the tears from her eyes from laughing so hard. Although her motives for approaching Bryan, in the beginning, were selfish, now she genuinely wanted to befriend him. Bryan finished his last drink and told Grace, let's go eat something, I'm famished. Grace nodded and followed him to the table where different delicacies were kept. After finishing up his dinner, Bryan informed Grace and Leah that he was leaving. It was already 9 p.m. and he had to go home and meditate and also wake up early tomorrow morning. Leah didn't stop him. Before he left, she introduced him to her parents and her brother, Jonathan. Leah's family was very amiable and polite. Bryan liked their hospitality very much. He then bade Grace farewell and confirmed that they would meet on Tuesday. After introducing Bryan to her family, Leah walked him out of the house. After they exited the main gate of the compound, Leah bit Bryan's earlobe and whispered, that thing I promised to you earlier, I'll bring along a special person next weekend. I'm sure you'll like her. Bryan grinned ear to ear when he heard that. He passionately kissed Leah on the lips and grabbed her butts. kneading them gently. Leah too put her hands around Bryan's neck, kissed him back, and started using her tongue. She could already feel Bryan's erect shaft rub against her crotch area over her dress. With great difficulty, she let go of Bryan and said in an intoxicated manner, "You should leave now. I still have to get back to the party. I'm afraid if you stay any longer, I won't be able to control myself." "As you wish, my lady." Bryan chuckled and bowed like a gentleman. Then he called for a public carriage. Before getting on the carriage, he kissed Leon on the lips again and said, "Good night. I'll see you next weekend." "All right, good night." Leah smiled, bade him farewell, and went back into her villa under Bryan's gaze. Bryan then instructed the carriage driver to drive to 7 Robinson Street. After that, he laid back on the seat and slightly closed his eyes. He had had way too many drinks and was feeling pretty drunk. Meanwhile, back in the Davis villa, Jack, who had earlier confronted Bryan verbally, was in the bathroom, looking at himself in the mirror and rehearsing his lines. "Leah, I have always been in love with you. Please marry me." No, that doesn't sound that great. A broken bar. "Leah, I have always loved you. Will you be mine?" A broken bar. "Yes, that's more like it." Little did he know, Bryan had lied to him about Leah and was only playing a prank on him. Later on, when Jack asks for Leah's hand in marriage, he would be brutally rejected and become the laughingstock of the banquet. A broken bar. Tuesday, 15th of June 1580. Bryan fired the last practice bullet in the pistol chamber. However, the shot missed the target. On average, only 2 out of every 10 shots hit the target, but this could be considered an improvement from the last time Bryan came to the shooting range. Detective Watson hadn't accompanied him to the shooting range this time. He actually didn't need to. Bryan had already been taught everything about shooting with a pistol by him on Sunday. The rest depended on his hard work. After yesterday's beating from Detective Watson, Bryan was still feeling very sore throughout his body, but it was manageable. He took the pistol and went to Officer Mindy, who was sitting behind the counter. After returning the pistol to her, he wore his tailored suit jacket and left the underground shooting range. He called for a public carriage and instructed the driver to go to Laurel Avenue. It was already close to 4 p.m. and he had to meet Grace at the 8th Day coffee shop, although he didn't know what she wanted to talk about. He was pretty sure it was something related to Transcendents. The horse-drawn public carriage slowly rode towards the destination. The sky outside was bright and a cool breeze blew past, bringing in the freshness of spring with a slight scent of burning coal from the factories. Laurel Avenue was a relatively posh area. All sorts of high-class restaurants, coffee shops, and boutiques were located here. 8th Day Coffee Shop was one of the more famous cafes in Damascus. The public carriage stopped in front of the coffee shop. Bryan got off the carriage, wore his black fedora hat, and paid the driver the money. He then turned around and entered the coffee shop. He looked around at the interior of the coffee shop and his eyes finally landed on a very beautiful blonde lady with blue eyes. She was wearing a light green dress that dropped to her knees, and a sapphire-studded necklace which perfectly matched her blue gem-like eyes. Currently, she was elegantly sipping on her cup of tea. Bryan approached her. He took off his hat, pressed it against his chest, and slightly bowed. He smiled and greeted her. "Good evening, Miss Grace." "Hello, Mr. Bryan," Grace replied with a smile. Bryan sat down across from her and asked, "So what did you wanna talk about?" Grace smiled. "Why don't you order something to eat first? We can talk after you order." "Sure." Bryan called for the barista and got the menu from him. He looked it over once and ordered a cup of black tea, a plate of grilled chicken with sautéed vegetables, and mutton pie. Seeing Bryan order so much food, Grace's eyebrow twitched but she didn't say anything. After giving his order to the barista, Bryan looked at Grace and asked, "So what's up?" Grace took a deep breath and said in all seriousness, "Mr. Bryan, I need your help in order to become a Transcendent." Bryan's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. He said in a self-deprecating manner, "Miss, I myself am not a Transcendent yet. What makes you think I can help you become one?" "Even so, you must already be an apprentice, right?" Grace asked. "Yes, I am an apprentice, But Miss Grace, I must ask you this, you said that your family also has a few Transcendents, why not ask them? Bryan asked curiously. Hearing Bryan's question, Grace sighed. My family worships the god of craftsmanship, and the potion formula that my family has belongs to the artisan path. Mr. Bryan, do you know what artisan path Transcendents excel at? Bryan shook his head. I do not. They excel at craftsmanship, mainly building machines and weaponry. You should be aware that the recent advancement of the Western continent in regards to steam power and machinery is also due to the joint efforts of the Church of Wisdom and the Church of Craftsmanship, Grace replied. Bryan nodded and signaled for Grace to continue. My grandfather is a rank 3 Transcendent of the artisan path. In the past, he had wanted me to embark on this path, but I refused. Also, getting the meditation technique and potion formulas of other paths is very difficult to acquire unless you know other Transcendents. That is why I approached you, Grace added. Bryan understood Grace's motive. He thought for a moment and replied, Miss Grace, you should be aware of how strict the Church of Wisdom is when it comes to meditation techniques and the potion formulas for the paths that they control. Furthermore, you will have to be associated with the church in one way or another, in order to get what you're looking for. At this point, the barrister returned to their table with the food that Bryan had ordered. Both Bryan and Grace tactfully did not speak anything Transcendent related. Only after the barrister left, did Grace shake her head and say, No, Mr. Bryan, I do not wish to be associated with the Church of Wisdom either. Bryan was puzzled. Then what do you want, miss? Since you are Detective Watson's student, he will naturally take you to solve Transcendent-related cases once you're strong enough. This will also help you broaden your understanding of the Transcendent world. What I'm requesting of you is, if you happen to find any meditation techniques or potion formulas related to other paths in one of these cases, please keep an eye out. I will buy it from you at a premium price. Of course, Grace smiled and replied. Bryan was in deep thought. It made sense that Detective Watson would bring him to solve Transcendent cases and educate him, and if he came across anything that Grace was looking for, he could try to take it himself or at the very least memorize all the relevant intel. After weighing all the pros and cons, he replied, All right, Miss Grace, I will surely keep an eye out for what you're looking for, but I cannot guarantee that I can find it anytime soon or if I can find it at all. After listening to Bryan agree, Grace smiled brightly. No problem, Mr. Bryan, as long as you're willing to help, I am very satisfied. Also, just call me Grace from now on. All right, Grace. Bryan smiled, but he was still feeling quite puzzled about something, so he asked her another question. Grace, if you don't mind my asking, you could have asked your family members to look for the meditation technique and potion formula of another path. So why didn't you? I'm sure they have more channels and connections than I do. It's simple really. The struggle for the inheritance of any noble family is very competitive, especially so for the Count title of my Wilson family. My grandfather, Count Robert Wilson, is a very shrewd and gifted businessman. In his hands, our family has amassed a lot of wealth and influence. That is why I didn't ask for this favor from my other family members, because I wish to keep my cards hidden. Grace smirked and explained to him. Oh, you sure are a crafty one, Bryan replied, and then they both started laughing. Both Bryan and Grace chatted with each other over food for another 15 minutes. They agreed on meeting up with each other more often. Afterward, they bid farewell and went their own ways. Inside the carriage, Grace ordered the carriage driver to drive to Leah's villa. She looked at the setting sun and thought, I hope he can find what I need before I leave for Nadia. She found Bryan to be a very interesting person. Alas, Grace was not into men. Otherwise, with her personality, she would fuck the daylights out of him. A broken bar. In a luxurious 3-storied manor, in the suburbs of Damascus, there were roughly 2 acres of land surrounding this villa. More than half of it was used as a horse track. One could see half a dozen strong and beautiful steeds grazing by the horse track and being attended to by a dozen servants. The rest of the land was used as a garden where many exotic flowers and fruit trees were grown. Just looking at the activities being carried out on this 2-acre land, one could roughly imagine how wealthy the owner of the villa and land would be. In one of the rooms on the second floor of the villa, broken glasses and vases were strewn across the floor. The books were thrown to the ground and the bookshelf was broken in half. The lamps and the painting on the walls also shared the same fate. Sitting on a chair by the table, a youth with disheveled blonde hair and light blue eyes was pouring himself a glass of bourbon. He took the glass and downed it in one go. This youth had a twisted expression on his face, one filled with rage. He was naturally Jack Brown, whom Bryan had played a prank on at Leah's banquet the day before yesterday. At this time, knocks were heard on the door followed by a male voice. "Young Master Jack, it's me, come in," Jack replied hoarsely. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline, wearing a butler's uniform entered the messy room. He approached the table and bowed in front of Jack. "Pike, what did you find?" Jack asked while pouring himself another drink. "Young Master, his full name is Bryan Lombardi and he's an orphan. His parents died when he was young. Ever since then he has been living in the slums. He has no other relatives in Damascus to speak of. About 2 months ago, Detective James Watson, who has come to Damascus from Nadia for reasons unknown, had taken him in as his student. He currently lives alone at 7 Robinson Street. That's all I was able to gather in these 2 days' time," Pike replied obediently. After listening to his personal butler's report, Jack flew into a rage and violently threw the glass that he was holding at the wall. "That fucking peasant, how dare he lie to me, I'm gonna fucking kill him." Last Sunday, Jack had proposed to Leah and asked for her hand in marriage in front of all the people present at the banquet. To his surprise, Leah actually refused and he became the laughingstock of the banquet. Leah's mother had to step in and blame everything on Jack's drunkenness in order to make things less awkward and not embarrass Jack any further. Jack finally realized that he had been played for a fool by Bryan. His feelings for Leah had clouded his judgment and he foolishly believed whatever Bryan had said to him. He had never felt so much rage and embarrassment ever in his life. Ever since he came back from the banquet that day, he locked himself in his room and had been drowning himself in alcohol. He wanted to take revenge on Bryan and make him realize the consequences of messing with him. He wanted Bryan to pay for it with his dear life. Jack calmed himself down and instructed Pike through gritted teeth, "Get one of Father's men and fucking kill him. Make sure he dies a painful death." Pike hesitated, "But young master, his teacher is a very famous detective in Nadia. Things might get troublesome. What can a mere detective do? This is Damascus, not Nadia. Do as I fucking say, don't make me repeat myself." Jack sneered. "Yes, young master." Pike didn't dare to question Jack again. He nodded his head, bowed, and left. After Pike left, Jack muttered coldly, "Bryan, you filthy trash, you can only blame yourself." A broken bar. Red light district, Damascus City. Pike entered a well-known brothel called Night Moves. He moved past all the prostitutes who were enticing him. He reached the bar area and approached a table where a burly man with curly black hair was sitting with 2 naked women, one on each side. "There's a job," Pike said to the burly man. The burly man looked at Pike silently. He snorted in displeasure and instructed the women sitting beside him to leave. The 2 women giggled coquettishly and left obediently. Pike sat down on the chair across from the burly man and gave him a note. The burly man took the note from Pike and read it. "Who did this hairless brat offend?" "Young Master Jack," Pike replied succinctly. "I'll do it when I have the time." The burly man replied languidly, "Johnny, do it sooner than later, and make his death extremely painful. This is the young master's order," Pike stated. The burly man, Johnny, smiled coldly and said while licking his lips, Heat torture is my specialty, but I need an advance payment. I've run out of money. You'll have the money by tomorrow." With that said, Pike got up and left, not wanting to stay in this filthy place for a moment longer. Wednesday, 30th of June 1580. Bryan had just finished a round of combat training with Detective Watson. After more than 2 weeks of having started combat training, forget about lasting 1 minute, Bryan could barely withstand 3 moves from Detective Watson. Although Detective Watson looked like an amiable and gentle person, he was actually a master combatant. His techniques were flawless and his fighting style was impeccable, and he ingrained every bit of the techniques that he knew of into Bryan by beating him every other day. Of course, Bryan felt very indignant about it, but he knew that he was improving rapidly under Detective Watson's guidance. That's why he always endured the beating. If it was any other normal person, Bryan would have surely defeated them, but Detective Watson was different. As he had promised in the beginning, Detective Watson never went easy on Bryan. Sometimes Bryan even believed he was using his full strength while training him, but he never complained because he knew that Detective Watson did not have any ill intentions and that whatever he was doing was for Bryan's betterment. Bryan followed Detective Watson back into the villa. They went to the living room, and as soon as Bryan saw the couch, he dragged his tired body to it and lay down limply. Detective Watson couldn't help but chuckle at his actions. "Does your body feel as sore as it used to?" Bryan replied, "Not really. It used to hurt a lot in the first few days, but now my body isn't as sore as it used to be." Then Bryan looked at Detective Watson suspiciously and asked, "But why do I feel that you're increasing the intensity of the training with each passing day? I also have this nagging feeling that you love to beat me." "It's all in your head, Bryan," Detective Watson said with a straight face, trying his best to stop his lips from twitching. "What's the progress of your mind runes?" he added, trying to divert Bryan's attention. "I've only carved a total of 12 mind runes. I can't seem to carve them any faster," Bryan replied dejectedly. Detective Watson smiled. "Bryan, your speed is already very impressive. When it comes to meditation and carving mind runes, one cannot rush. Perseverance is key. You must always remember this. Moreover, people usually take 3 to 4 months to carve 9 mind runes. You've already carved 12 in less than 2 months." Bryan's mood lifted after listening to him. "All right, teacher, I'll be patient." Detective Watson nodded. "Good. Have you finished learning jhana?" "Yes, teacher. I'm already able to speak, read, and write in jhana," Bryan replied with a smile. "Okay, starting next week, I'll start teaching you Tsimulan." Detective Watson smiled. Bryan was taken aback. "Another language? Aren't there too many languages? Do I really need to learn so many?" "Of course, in the future, when you travel to other continents, learning their local language beforehand will make it convenient for you. You still have to learn the languages of the different continents, as well as Dragon Tongue, which is the oldest and most difficult languages to learn." Detective Watson spoke firmly, with no room for negotiation. Bryan had a suicidal expression on his face and simply refused to say anything more. Detective Watson chuckled. "Stop being so dramatic. Come, let's have some lunch." "I'm going to have lunch with a friend, teacher," Bryan replied apologetically. "All right then, no worries. I'll see you tomorrow then." Detective Watson smiled. Grace and Bryan had been meeting a couple of times every week. They had gotten along with each other pretty well. Unfortunately, Leah hadn't met him since the banquet 2 weeks ago. She had gotten Grace to inform him that it was difficult to meet up since her brother had taken her and her family on an impromptu trip somewhere. Leah would return to Damascus this week. Bryan didn't think too much about it. After all, the longer the wait, the more intense the climax. After resting for a bit, he bid Detective Watson farewell and rode the public carriage to 8th Day Coffee Shop on Laron Avenue. Since it was combat training today, Bryan didn't wear his tailored jacket or suit vest. He was only wearing his black trouser, black shoes, and a white shirt with the sleeves on both of his arms rolled up to his elbows. After going through that intense training, Bryan was famished. He was going to have a grand feast. Of course, he would let Grace pay for it. Bryan simply didn't care how ungentlemanly it was of him to allow a lady to pay. Sentiments like that can go to hell. Bryan got down from the carriage and paid the driver. After entering the cafe, Bryan saw that Grace had already arrived and was having a sandwich, sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window. He approached the table and sat across from Grace. "What's up, Grace?" Bryan smiled and greeted her. Grace snorted in displeasure. "Bryan, you're always late. How can you make a lady wait for you? Bryan rolled his eyes at her. He knew that Grace was only trying to annoy him. He had come to know that Grace, under that seemingly cold facade, was actually a very gentle and affable person. The reason she acted so cold towards others was that people who usually tried to approach her always had ulterior motives for getting to know her grandfather. Deep down, Grace yearned for friendship and affection. That's why she treasured Leo and Bryan greatly, and Bryan too considered Grace a good friend and cherished her company. After all, growing up, he didn't have any friends to speak of. After Bryan ordered food, Grace said, "By the way, I've managed to acquire the apprentice meditation technique." "Oh? Which path?" Bryan asked curiously. Grace replied with a smirk, "Wisdom path." Bryan was taken aback. "How is that possible? The church is very strict when it comes to such matters. How did you get it?" "The church is only strict with the meditation technique and potion formulas for transcendents. They are very lax when it comes to apprentices. Furthermore, the other two churches on the continent are on good terms with the Church of Wisdom, so it's rather easy to acquire the apprentice meditation technique if you have enough money and connections." Grace smiled and explained, "Oh, so that's how it is. I didn't know that. The elementary meditation technique of the wisdom path for apprentices can be considered universal, so you won't have any problems when you switch to other paths when you become a transcendent." Bryan was enlightened. Grace nodded and replied, "That's true, but honestly, I find this whole meditation technique and potion formula thing to be very complicated. Can't they just have one meditation technique that complements the potion formulas for all paths?" The Wisdom Path Transcendent meditation technique is actually compatible with the potions of all other paths. The meditation techniques of other paths were actually derived from the Wisdom Path meditation technique, Bryan said in a profound manner. "Is that true?" Grace was shocked. Yes. Alas, it's only wishful thinking for others to chance upon the transcendent meditation technique of the Wisdom Path, unless they're associated with the Church of Wisdom. Bryan nodded his head. Grace nodded in understanding. Then she said, "You have to help me with meditation in the beginning though. I'd rather you guide me than try it by myself." "Sure, no problem." Bryan smiled. Then he thought of something and asked, "What about Leah? Does she know about the existence of Transcendents? Are you going to help her become one?" "Of course, she doesn't know. You think Transcendents are cabbages found in every corner?" Grace rolled her eyes. Then she smiled gently and added, "But I'll slowly introduce this concept to her in the future. I'll secretly check her spiritual aptitude as well. After all, I too want her to have a longer lifespan." Bryan simply nodded with a smile. Becoming a transcendent was very difficult and not everyone had the spiritual aptitude to become one. Otherwise, there would be plenty of transcendents everywhere. "By the way, Grace, do you know how many ranks there are on the transcendent path?" Bryan asked. "Huh? Isn't it up to rank 6? That's common knowledge." Grace looked at Bryan like she was looking at an idiot. You're wrong. There are, in fact, 9 transcendent ranks," Bryan replied with a smirk on his face. Grace was dumbfounded. "How can that be?" Bryan chuckled. "It's true, my teacher told me. Rank 1-3 are known as low-string transcendents, rank 4-6 are known as mid-string transcendents, and rank 7-9 are known as high-string transcendents. However, high-string transcendents are a myth. Even my teacher hasn't seen one. But, I have a theory. It's that the deities are most likely high-string transcendents." Grace's eyes turned round as she sternly rebuked him. "Bryan, how dare you say such blasphemous words?" Bryan rolled his eyes at her and replied, "Tsk, you're just like my teacher, a broken bar." Meanwhile, while Bryan and Grace were chatting with each other, inside a carriage standing outside 8th Day Coffee Shop, Pike was looking at Bryan with a gloomy expression. "This kid is still alive? What the fuck is Johnny up to? It's been 2 weeks since I gave him the money." Pike thought inwardly. He instructed the carriage driver to head to the red light district. 10 minutes later, the carriage stopped outside Night Moves. Pike got down from the carriage and entered the brothel. He was 100% sure that he would find Johnny inside, Pike knew that this henchman of the Brown family lived for only two things, sex and murder, and Pike was right. He found Johnny inside, groping a naked prostitute who was sitting on his lap. He approached them and coldly said to the prostitute, "Leave." The prostitute looked at Pike and then at Johnny. After seeing the latter nod, she got up and left. Johnny looked coldly at Pike and said, "Why the fuck are you disturbing my free time?" "Free time?" Pike couldn't control his rage. "Young master gave you a job 2 weeks back. Tell me, why is that kid still alive?" He spoke through gritted teeth. Johnny looked at Pike with puzzlement, then as if remembering something, he slapped the back of his head lightly and replied shamelessly, "Hee, I forgot about that. Don't worry, I'll deliver you his head tonight. You better." Pike snorted, turned around, and left. After he left, Johnny's face turned cold as he thought, "Who the fuck do you think you are to order me around? Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson after I kill that kid tonight." Then he called for the prostitute who was with him earlier and carried on with what he was doing previously. Bryan had a long chat with Grace. He agreed to meet her this Sunday at her villa and help guide her to carve the first mind rune. By the time he bid her farewell, it was already 4 p.m. in the evening. Since Bryan had almost run out of groceries at home, he decided to visit the farmer's market and buy some meat and vegetables. Over the last 2 months, he had been truly living a good life as compared to before. 3 meals a day, good clothes to wear, studying and training with Detective Watson, fooling around with Leah, and enjoying the wonderful company of his new friend, Grace. Bryan looked at the clear blue skies above and smiled. He was happy, he was grateful. Before, he didn't even have the luxury to think about such matters, but now that he had it, he cherished it. After he finished buying all the groceries he needed, he called for a public carriage. While he was waiting for the public carriage to arrive, Bryan noticed that a few children wearing ragged and dirty clothes were standing not too far from him and eyeing the big bags of groceries he was carrying. Looking at their pitiful faces, Bryan sighed in sorrow. "To think that I was just like them when I was young." He took out 2 long baguettes from one of the bags and handed them to the kids. "Here, have it." Bryan smiled gently. The poor children looked at Bryan warily. After a few seconds, the eldest of the bunch, who appeared to be an 11-12-year-old boy, came forth and took the food from his hand. "Finish it right here or hide it properly, or else the adults will snatch them from you," Bryan instructed them. After all, he knew exactly the mentality of such people in the slums. They would kill to get a share of the food. After the boy received the baguettes, he distributed them evenly to the rest of the kids around him. Some ate it with relish, while others hid it in their clothes, probably trying to give it to their loved ones at home. Bryan looked at their faces filled with joy and smiled. "Perhaps one day when I am able, I can help you all," he thought in his heart. His carriage had already arrived. He stepped inside and instructed the driver, 7 Robinson Street. The carriage slowly sped along the stone-paved streets. It was already close to sunset by the time the carriage arrived in front of his apartment. Bryan got off the carriage, thanked the driver, and paid him 2 pence. He turned around and entered his apartment building. His apartment was on the ground floor, so thankfully he didn't have to climb the stairs with so many heavy grocery bags in hand. He walked to the door of his apartment and slid the key into the lock. He was slightly surprised. "Huh? The door is unlocked. Did I forget to lock it when I left?" Bryan didn't think too much about it and stepped inside. After entering his apartment, he turned around to lock the door, but right then, his spiritual force was triggered and his survival instinct kicked in. Bryan dropped the grocery bags to the floor and immediately ducked. Right after he ducked, a 12 inches long, black dagger flew over his head and lodged itself against the door. "Oh?" A surprised voice was heard from within the apartment. Bryan turned around and 6-feet-tall burly figure was outlined by the light of the sunset that seeped into the room through the window. The burly figure had short black curly hair. He was wearing brown pants and a white tunic that could barely cover his torso. The man was extremely muscular and he was looking at Bryan with a sinister gaze. "Who are you?" Bryan maintained a distance from him and asked warily. His heartbeat rose with each second that passed. "You don't need to know who I am. You're gonna die anyway." The burly figure, who was naturally Johnny, smiled coldly. With that said, he slowly walked towards Bryan, cracking his knuckles on the way. Bryan looked around the room, trying to look for anything he could use as a weapon against this burly man, but before long, Johnny rushed towards him and swung his right fist. Bryan saw the incoming fist coming towards his face, and in his state of panic, instead of redirecting the blow like he was taught by Detective Watson, he blocked the punch with his forearms positioned in front of his face. The punch landed on his forearms and with a crack, the bones in Bryan's left forearm were fractured. With a loud groan, Bryan took 3 steps back and cursed loudly, "Fuck." Firstly, it really hurt. Secondly, and most importantly, he wanted to attract others' attention to his apartment. Bryan's left arm fell limply to the side of his body as he thought, "Fuck, fuck, fuck. Stay calm, stay calm. Remember your training. Deep breaths, steady breaths." Bryan had already calculated, he couldn't rush out of his apartment. Before he could leave, the burly man would catch up to him. He could only fight. Bryan took deep breaths and steadied himself again. He faced the burly man with a steady posture, his knees slightly bent and his only good right arm positioned in front of him with the palm open, the inside of the palm facing himself, and fingers pointing to the ceiling. Johnny took another step and launched a jab with his right arm again, but this time, Bryan was calm. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward. He swatted the incoming jab with his right palm and changed the trajectory of the jab to his left. Then he curled his arm and pointed his right elbow at Johnny's throat. The elbow landed ferociously on Johnny's throat, or to be more precise, Johnny's throat landed ferociously on Bryan's elbow. Bryan didn't have to apply any strength. All he did was redirect the opponent's own strength and let him hit his elbow. Johnny was taken by surprise. He held his throat and coughed violently. He struggled hard to breathe, but Bryan couldn't allow him this moment of respite. He rushed toward Johnny and aimed the index and middle finger on his right hand straight at Johnny's eyes. Bryan was attempting to blind him. This could be considered a very ruthless move, but it was very efficient. In a fight to the death, anything goes. Seeing the 2 fingers enlarge in his vision, Johnny instinctively leaned back and kicked Bryan in the stomach. The kick sent Bryan 3 steps back again. He dropped to one knee while holding his stomach. "Fuck, that one really hurt," Bryan thought as he gritted his teeth. Now both sides had reached a stalemate. One side was coughing violently and gasping for air, while the other side was clutching his stomach trying to overcome the pain. Johnny recovered faster than Bryan. He approached Bryan and kicked him in the face. Bryan was almost knocked out unconscious by that kick as he lay on his back staring at the ceiling. His nose was broken and large amounts of blood gushed out of his nostrils. "You fucking bastard, I'll give you a miserable death." Johnny bent down and grabbed Bryan by his hair. He then lifted him up over his head with both hands and threw him towards the kitchen. Bryan landed on the wall cabinet in the kitchen and fell to the floor listlessly. The cabinet broke after Bryan crashed into it and all sorts of plates, bowls, and cutlery fell from it and dropped to the floor. In his blurred vision, Bryan saw a fork land next to his left hand. He covertly grabbed it and hid it beneath his hand, obscuring it from Johnny's vision. Johnny approached him slowly and stamped on his right knee, instantly breaking it. "Ugh!" Bryan screamed in agony. The pain jolted him wide awake. Johnny walked around Bryan and did the same to his left knee. "Ugh!" Bryan had never felt so much pain before, but he endured it and waited for the right opportunity. If he wasn't patient, he would literally die. "I told you, you little fucker, I'll make your death very miserable." Johnny grabbed Bryan by the head. He lifted him up and slammed him against the wall. Then he used the same hand to choke him to death. At this point, tears started streaming from Bryan's eyes as he struggled to breathe. His nose was broken and half his face was covered in blood. Both his kneecaps were shattered and his left forearm was fractured. There was a concussion on the back of his head and his internal organs were damaged from that first kick. Looking at Bryan's face and eyes that were filled with hopelessness, Johnny was filled with ecstasy, but he had to finish things up soon. The fight right now had made a lot of commotion. Johnny smiled diabolically. He inched closer to Bryan and whispered, "Young Master Jack sends his regards." Hearing the name of the person behind this attack, Bryan's eyes focused and he grinned from ear to ear. He looked extremely evil, grinning with his face and teeth covered in blood. Seeing the sudden change in Bryan's expression, Johnny was instantly on guard. He instinctively looked at Bryan's only functioning right arm in order to intercept any last-ditch attempt he made, but instead of moving his right arm, Bryan moved his fractured left arm at lightning speed and stabbed the fork in Johnny's left ear. The fork penetrated his left eardrum and directly stabbed into Johnny's brain. Before he could realize what had transpired, he had died. Johnny slumped to the ground along with Bryan. The only difference was, Bryan was still alive. He looked at Johnny's lifeless body and sneered, "Who said I couldn't use my left arm, bitch?" And then he lost consciousness. In a dark corner of the apartment, a shadowy figure with red eyes who was about to intervene stopped in his tracks. He silently stared at Bryan for a while and then vanished without a trace. Diaresis ?53 Augusta Street. Inside the study on the second floor, butler Alfredo's, who was also known as Blood Moon, was pacing around restlessly in the room. He was talking to his master about how to raise more bloodpath apprentices in Damascus a few minutes ago when all of a sudden his master abruptly got up and rushed out of the window of the study. Alfredo was taken aback by his master's sudden behavior. He anxiously thought, "What happened to Master? I've never seen him like this. Did something happen to one of his contingency plans?" As he was pacing back and forth, a sudden gust of wind blew inside the room. The parchment papers on the table flew up and fell to the ground. Alfredo turned around and looked at the main seat of the table. His master had returned. He sat there leisurely as if nothing had happened before. Alfredo heaved a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but ask, "Master, is everything all right?" The man with red eyes chuckled, "Yes, it is now." Alfredo hesitated for a moment but still asked, "Master, what happened just now for you to leave so suddenly?" The man stared at Alfredo silently for a moment, causing the latter's heart to palpitate. In the end, he smiled faintly and replied, "My most important chess piece was in trouble just now, but he's more tenacious than I expected." "Master's most important chess piece?" Alfredo was in deep thought, but he tactfully didn't probe further. A broken bar. 22 Augusta Street. Detective Watson was sitting in the living room, about to have his dinner. Right at that moment, he heard frantic knocks coming from the main door of the villa. Butler John opened the door and a young police officer barged in. The youth appeared to be around 20 years of age. He was wearing the classic deep blue police uniform and custodian helmet of the police kingdom. He looked around the villa in panic, then his eyes laid on Detective Watson who was looking at him with a frown. He stuttered, Detective, please forgive my intrusion. Someone attempted assassination on your student. Head Constable Smith instructed me to inform you as soon as possible." Detective Watson abruptly stood up from his chair and said in a loud voice filled with concern, "Where is Bryan? How is he doing right now?" "He has been taken to the hospital by the police at the crime scene. He is unconscious at the moment, but..." The young police officer hesitated to speak further. "But what?" Detective Watson's eyes narrowed as the temperature in the living room suddenly plummeted. The young officer felt a chill crawl up his spine as he struggled to speak. Both his knees were shattered, his left forearm is broken and so is his nose. The back of his skull is slightly cracked and his windpipe has been severely damaged. I'm afraid he'll become a cripple for the rest of his life." After listening to the young officer, Detective Watson sighed in relief as he thought, thankfully these injuries can still be cured with special medicinal potions. He turned to Butler John and instructed, "Go to the hospital and have Bryan transferred to the church's infirmary." Butler John nodded and immediately departed. Detective Watson then looked at the young officer. "You, take me to the crime scene, now." His tone was filled with authority, leaving no room for any refusal. The young officer could only nod nervously. He then led Detective Watson to the police carriage and headed for Bryan's apartment. A broken bar. 7 Robinson Street. The tenants living on the ground floor had all come out of their apartments. huddling in front of Bryan's apartment, which had already been barricaded by a group of police officers. Seeing the bloodstains on the floor, the tenants standing outside panicked. The police officers were having a hard time trying to pacify them. "Make way." Coming through, the young police officer led Detective Watson through the crowd and entered Bryan's apartment. Inside, Head Constable Smith was discussing what might have transpired at the crime scene with two other police officers. Head Constable Smith saw Detective Watson enter the apartment and approached him. "It's unfortunate what has happened to your student, Detective Watson," Officer Smith said in a solemn tone as he slightly shook his head. Detective Watson's lips twitched as he thought, "Why are you making it sound like he's dead?" He replied with a smile, "It's all right, Bryan will pull through." Then he looked at the crime scene and tried to deduce what had happened. He walked to the door and observed the black dagger that had been lodged there. The assailant attacked as soon as Bryan entered the apartment, but Bryan dodged the attack, causing the dagger to miss the target and get lodged in the door. The police officers present on the scene quietened down, not daring to disturb the great detective's deduction process. Detective Watson then walked towards the living room and squatted down, looking at the foot imprints of both parties and the amount of weight the footprints caused to the floorboard. Bryan and the assailant exchanged the first few moves here, with the assailant gaining the upper hand. He added and then walked to the kitchen to observe every bit of detail. The assailant then threw Bryan across the living room and onto this cabinet right here. Detective Watson pointed at the broken wall cabinet and then looked at the floor and said, "After crashing into the cabinet, Bryan fell on this spot." He circled around the spot twice, looking at the blood mark and the depression on the floor in two key areas. The police officer from before said that Bryan's knees were shattered. After throwing Bryan, the assailant came here and stamped hard on Bryan's knees. "Here, you can see the blood marks at the two spots and the slightly sunken floor." Detective Watson pointed at two places, then his gaze shifted to the wall to his left where a small part was damaged and formed spiderweb-like cracks on its surface. Detective Watson approached the wall and said, "The assailant then picked up Bryan and smashed his head on the wall right here." Detective Watson looked down and his eyes landed on the 6-foot-tall dead man, who had a fork stabbed in his left ear. He proceeded to deduce, Bryan must have picked up this fork after he was thrown onto the wall cabinet in the kitchen. He waited for the right moment until the assailant let down his guard and stabbed his ear with his left hand, ultimately killing him. The other officers present in the apartment had their mouths wide open in shock. They couldn't believe how easily Detective Watson had deduced everything at the crime scene. It was as if he was a spectator present during the crime itself, as expected of the great detective. Officer Smith marveled in his heart, but he was puzzled about one thing, hence he asked, "But detective, how can you be so sure that Bryan stabbed this guy with his left hand?" When we arrived at the crime scene, we had seen that Bryan's left forearm was broken. Listening to Officer Smith's question, Detective Watson chuckled, "I know my student very well, he's one crafty little fellow. It's precisely because his left arm was broken that he decided to use it to deliver the final blow. The assailant would have expected him to use his functioning right arm and would have definitely overlooked his left arm that was broken." Then he pointed at the dead body and said coldly, "That's why this fucker died," with a shocked look on his face. Listening to Detective Watson's cold voice, all the police officers present, including Officer Smith, involuntarily gulped. Detective Watson turned around and smiled at the police officers. "Everyone, thank you for your hard work. I'll leave the follow-up details to you guys. I still have to visit my student." Officer Smith hurriedly replied, "Yes, of course, we'll notify you of the investigation results as soon as possible." Detective Watson nodded and turned to leave. Then he stopped and added, "Oh, by the way, you should start asking questions at brothels first. The killer has slight traces of talcum powder and different kinds of women's perfume on his body." With that said, he turned around and left. The young police officer who had escorted him to the crime scene couldn't help but praise with shining eyes, "So cool." A broken bar. North Kingston Avenue, Church of Wisdom. In the underground infirmary, Bryan lay on the bed almost motionless, His chest was undulating and his breathing ragged. White cloth bandages wrapped around his forehead as well as both his legs and left arm. One could still see the handprint around Bryan's neck. His nose was broken at a weird angle, causing him to only be able to breathe through his mouth. Two young men around 20 years old were standing beside Bryan and speaking in hushed voices. Both were wearing black full suits. One had blue eyes and black hair that almost reached his shoulders. The other had short brown hair and brown eyes. "So this is Detective Watson's student. How can he be so weak?" the young man with black hair said languidly. "He's only a mortal. Plus I heard, the other person is dead." The man with short brown hair rolled his eyes and replied. At this moment, the door to the infirmary opened and two figures walked in. Looking at Bishop Walls and Detective Watson arrive, the two young men bowed respectfully and stood aside. Detective Watson approached the bed and observed Bryan's condition. After making sure he was all right, Detective Watson heaved a sigh of relief. He turned around, looked at Bishop Walls, and said gratefully, "Thank you for your assistance, Bishop Walls. I owe you one." Bishop Walls smiled gently. "We're all believers of the goddess. We should look after each other. Moreover, he's your only student and also has a supreme-grade spiritual aptitude. How can the church sit back and do nothing?" Supreme-grade spiritual aptitude? The two men in suits who were standing behind Bishop Walls and Detective Watson were dumbstruck. Both of them had top-grade spiritual aptitude themselves, yet they were shocked to realize that the youth lying half-dead on the bed had the legendary supreme-grade aptitude. What sort of concept was a supreme-grade aptitude? The aptitude levels were as follows: low grade, medium grade, high grade, top grade, and supreme grade. If their top grade aptitude was found in 1 out of 100,000 prospective Transcendents, then a supreme grade aptitude was 1 in a million. That was how extremely rare a supreme grade aptitude was. With such an aptitude it was very likely that he would at the very least reach the mid-string ranks. The two men looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. After Detective Watson was done chatting with Bishop Walls, he turned around and smiled at the two men who were still recovering from the shock. "Ron and Andrew, right? Bishop Walls has told me great things about you." The tall youth with brown hair and brown eyes, Ron, snapped back from his daze and replied respectfully, "It is our honor to meet you, Detective Watson." Andrew also hurriedly greeted, "Pleased to meet you, Detective. As you can see, Bryan still has a lot to learn. He's still a rank 2 apprentice at the moment. When he advances to rank 3 apprentice, I will have him accept missions with the Silver Owls. When the time comes, I hope you can look after him," Detective Watson said with a smile. Silver Owls was the special Transcendent division under the Church of Wisdom that dealt with supernatural incidents as well as protecting their believers from Transcendent-related cases. Listening to Detective Watson, both Ron and Andrew said in unison, "Yes, sir." Then Andrew mustered up his courage and said, "Detective, I have a favor to ask of you." "Oh, what is it?" Detective Watson raised an eyebrow. Andrew took out a notebook from his pocket and gave it to Detective Watson. Then he said in embarrassment, Please give me your autograph." Detective Watson chuckled and took the notebook from Andrew. He concentrated his spiritual force at the tip of his right index finger, using it as a quill, and signed the notebook. Then he smiled and gave it back to Andrew. Andrew took back his notebook, flipped open the cover, and saw the autograph of his idol. He smiled foolishly and thanked Detective Watson with shining eyes. "Thank you, Detective." Looking at Andrew's childlike smile, Ron was struggling to hold back his laughter. Detective Watson smiled and replied, "No problem. Keep working hard and don't trouble Bishop Walls too much." "Yes," Andrew nodded vigorously. Then all four of them left the infirmary, allowing Bryan to rest peacefully. A broken bar. The burly 6-feet-tall Johnny continued to choke Bryan with an evil smile on his face. Bryan's face turned red as he struggled to breathe. At the last moment, when Johnny let down his guard, Bryan stabbed him in the left ear with a fork. However, Johnny's smile only grew wider. He grabbed the fork that was embedded into his ear and pulled it out. As soon as he pulled the fork out, Blood gushed out from his ear in large amounts. Johnny brought the fork closer to his mouth and licked it with his tongue. His face showed a feeling of ecstasy as he asked Bryan with a deranged look in his eyes, "How does it feel to kill, boy? Did you like it?" Bryan was utterly horrified as he thought, "Why isn't he dead? Why is this happening?" Looking at Bryan's face which was filled with horror, Johnny continued, "Are you happy to take a life? Did you enjoy it?" Johnny raised the fork in his hand and pointed it at Bryan as he added, "You know what it feels like to take a life. Now you must also experience the feeling of having your life taken from you, and no, someone else save me." Bryan struggled to speak as his eyes turned teary from fright, but Johnny laughed maniacally and stabbed the fork right into Bryan's eyes. Bryan snapped his eyes open and screamed, "No!" He panted heavily and looked around. He was inside a dimly lit room made out of large gray-colored stones. Bryan raised his right hand and touched his eyes. Seeing that they were all right, he heaved a sigh of relief and mumbled, "So it was a nightmare." He observed his current self and saw that both of his legs and left arm were bandaged. He touched his forehead only to find that it was bandaged as well. Bryan sat up straight on the bed with great difficulty and looked at his trembling right hand. "I really killed him, huh?" Bryan spoke softly. After having been on the verge of death and forced to kill another human being, he was greatly traumatized. Never in his life had he thought that he would have someone else's blood on his hands. Bryan didn't know what to feel. Should he feel guilty about having murdered someone, or should he feel relieved that he was alive after killing that person? Deep down in his heart, Bryan knew that it was the right thing to do. He knew that if he didn't kill the other person, he would have been the one to die instead, but he couldn't get over it. He couldn't get the image of Johnny's lifeless face out of his mind. He laid back down on the bed, turned to his side, and curled up like a shrimp. Tears kept streaming out of his eyes as he kept mumbling, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't have a choice. Goddess forgive me." It would take him a while to overcome this trauma. The flickering candlelight inside the room cast a long shadow on Bryan's trembling body. Meanwhile, the full moon in the night sky outside was covered by layers of thick dark clouds, seemingly trying to alleviate the anguish and guilt in Bryan's heart. Friday, 2nd of July 1580. After consuming special medicinal potions, all of Bryan's injuries had more or less healed. On this day, Detective Watson entered the infirmary and brought with him a new set of clothes for Bryan. He looked at Bryan, who looked much better than before, and smiled gently. "Are you ready to leave?" Over the last 2 days, Detective Watson had visited him daily and given Bryan psychological counseling. After all, he had gone through a great ordeal. Now Bryan felt much better both physically and mentally, although some mental scars would still remain, but with time, they would gradually fade away as Bryan came to terms with it. As for his physical injuries, it had to be said, the special medicinal potions were really magical. Injuries that would make an ordinary person crippled were healed in a matter of days. This strengthened Bryan's yearning to become a Transcendent even more, not only because of the magical world that awaited him but also because of the strength that came with becoming a Transcendent. Bryan didn't want to feel that helpless ever again. He wanted to become stronger in order to protect himself at the very least. With newfound determination, Bryan looked at Detective Watson and said, "Yes, teacher." Seeing the firm look in Bryan's eyes, Detective Watson nodded in approval. "Good, change your clothes and meet me behind the church." He then dropped the bag containing Bryan's clothes on the bed and left the infirmary. Bryan unhurriedly changed into his black pants and white shirt. He put on his tailored suit jacket and then wore his black shoes. After doing all that, he exited the infirmary. Outside the infirmary, a young lady in her 20s, with brown hair and brown eyes, wearing white priest robes with grey patterns, saw Bryan come out of the infirmary and smiled. "Bryan, how do you feel?" "Priest Livia, I feel much better. Thank you very much for taking care of me these past couple of days." Bryan bowed and thanked her sincerely. Priest Livia was a healer and a rank 1 Transcendent. She was a priest of the Church of Wisdom and had been the one who had been tending to Bryan's injuries. Priest Livia nodded and replied, "Good, I better not see you in the infirmary again." With that said, she turned around and left, too bored to make conversation. Bryan could only smile and shake his head. After thanking her once more, he climbed the stairs and walked towards the back exit of the church. Detective Watson's carriage was already waiting for him in the back alley. He got inside the carriage and sat opposite Detective Watson. After the carriage started moving, Bryan looked him in the eye and rhetorically asked, "You must have already figured out who was behind it, right, teacher?" Detective Watson didn't say anything but just smiled. Bryan added, "Teacher, I do not wish for you to get involved in this matter. This is something that I brought upon myself. I don't want to burden you with my troubles. I will take care of it." Detective Watson smiled and spoke gently. "I knew you would say something like that." Then he added, "By the way, the police have already imprisoned the person named Pike who ordered your assassination, but we both know he's just a scapegoat, Jack Brown." Bryan spoke through gritted teeth. He had only played a prank on him, but in retaliation, Jack wanted to kill him. Bryan was absolutely furious. Detective Watson nodded. "That's right, deal with him as you see fit, but Bryan, you must always remember this: when dealing with enemies, you must cut off all their roots, or else they will only cause endless trouble in the future." Bryan was taken aback by Detective Watson's implied meaning, but then he nodded firmly and replied, "I understand, teacher." The carriage rode towards Detective Watson's villa on Augusta Street. Bryan would live with him for a couple of more days until he had fully recovered. After that, he would move back to his apartment on Robinson Street, a broken bar. Brown Manor, in the suburbs of Damascus. Inside a room on the third floor, Jack stood nervously behind a man who was currently drinking a glass of bourbon while looking at the horse track outside, through the floor-to-ceiling window. The man looked very similar to Jack, except he had a more mature face and a thick beard. His name was Jim Brown, a wealthy businessman who owned a few coal mines near Damascus. "Have you realized your mistake?" asked Jim with a gloomy voice. Without turning back, "Father, I should have sent another person with Johnny to make sure Bryan died," Jack stuttered while anxiously staring at the floor. Jim turned around and threw the glass he was holding at Jack. He flew into a rage and screamed at the top of his lungs, "You useless fucking trash! You messed with someone you shouldn't have. Do you have any fucking idea who that kid's teacher is? He's a famous detective in Nadia and has close ties with the Church of Wisdom." Jack, who was hit by the glass, was bleeding from his forehead. He held his forehead with his hand as blood seeped in through the gaps of his fingers and fell on the floor. He didn't dare to look at his father. Jim, feeling no remorse for his actions, walked out of the room as he said, "Now you can only pray that Johnny didn't mention your name before he died. I wish you would have been the one to die instead of your mother that night." Jack's mother had died during childbirth. Ever since then, his father had always blamed him for the death of his mother. This led to the father and son being estranged. Jack had always hated his father for blaming him for no reason and treating him so cruelly. He stood there silently in the room as his eyes turned cold. He thought in his heart, "Father, I've had enough of you. You must die. As for Bryan, just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll kill you and your teacher." Detective Watson's carriage slowly approached 22 Augustus Street. It was noon. The sun was at its highest point, bringing warmth and sunshine to all the people in the city. The skies were clear, indicating that it would not rain today. At least, the last 2 days and nights it had rained continuously. Only today morning did the rain stop. After 2 consecutive days of downpours, the streets of Damascus were much cleaner and the air was fresher. However, this would not last long. The horse pulling the carriages would fill the streets with dung and the steam-powered factories would once again spew out black smoke and cover the city like a black curtain. After alighting from the carriage, both Bryan and Detective Watson were slightly surprised to find another carriage parked in front of 22 Augustus Street, seemingly waiting for their arrival. The carriage driver of that carriage informed the person sitting inside of the arrival of Bryan and Detective Watson. Soon, a tall young lady with blonde hair and blue eyes stepped out of the carriage. She was wearing a conservatively designed dark blue dress, the sleeves of which covered her entire arm. On her head was a small bonnet hat of the same color with a netted veil attached to it. Grace. Bryan was surprised to see her friend here. Grace walked gracefully and approached the teacher and student duo. She raised her skirt slightly and bowed towards Detective Watson. "Good day, Detective Watson. It's a pleasure to meet you." Detective Watson looked at Grace's face for a moment as if trying to recall something, then he replied with a smile, "You must be Robert's granddaughter. Nice to meet you, Miss Grace. Before I came here, Robert had informed me that you would be here." Grace nodded and smiled. On the other hand, Bryan was taken aback as he asked, "Teacher, you know Grace's grandfather?" Detective Watson chuckled, "He's an old friend." Grace then turned to look at Bryan and examined him carefully. She looked at him up and down and said concernedly, "I heard what happened to you. Are you all right now?" Sensing the concern in Grace's voice, Bryan felt warmth in his heart. He replied with his chin slightly raised, "Of course, I'm fine. How could anything happen to me?" Grace snorted, "But I heard you were pretty miserable though." Bryan's eyebrows twitched as he replied, "Grace, you have been misinformed. Anyways, let's not get into details." Seeing Grace and Bryan banter back and forth, Detective Watson couldn't help but smile. He knew that Bryan was an orphan and grew up on his own. Seeing him joke around with his friend, Grace, he felt truly happy for him. "All right, let's go inside. Grace, since you're already here, you might as well have lunch with us." Detective Watson interrupted them. "Yes, Detective Watson," Grace replied with a smile. They entered the villa together. Grace walked with Bryan in front while continuously teasing him. Detective Watson followed behind them as he looked at them with a gentle smile. Butler John welcomed them into the villa. He looked at Bryan and smiled faintly. "I'm happy to see that you've recovered, Mr. Bryan." Bryan smiled brightly and nodded. "Thank you for your concern. I can't wait to have your specially cooked steak." Butler John's smile grew wider. "Right away, sir." He was usually a very stoic person, but whenever someone praised his cooking, he couldn't help but smile. The trio waited at the dining table while waiting for the food to be cooked. They chatted about random things. Detective Watson spoke to Grace about her life here in Damascus and when she would return to Nadir. Grace, along with Leah, would be going to Nadir the first week of August since their college would be starting mid-August. The three continued to chat until the fresh aroma of the steak wafted from the kitchen and into the dining room. Bryan instantly stopped talking and looked in the direction of the kitchen while drool threatened to escape his mouth. He saw Butler John, followed by two maids, carrying a tray covered with a lid each. They brought the plate to the table and removed the lid. What greeted the trio's view was tenderloin steak well done, covered in red wine sauce, as well as mashed potatoes and boiled asparagus. Bryan was the first to cut into the steak like a hungry wolf. He took the first bite and couldn't help but praise, delicious." Butler John smiled with a hint of pride. "Please enjoy your meal." The three of them enjoyed the wonderful lunch. After finishing his meal, Detective Watson got up and said to Bryan, "You can stay in the guest room here for the next few days. I have already informed John. You both carry on. I still have some work to do." With that said, he smiled at Grace and Bryan and then went to his study on the second floor. Both of them leisurely finished their meal. Then Bryan invited Grace to the guest room he would be staying at. After entering the room, Grace shut the door. Through the gap in the door, Bryan saw Butler John sneakily give him a thumbs up with a knowing look. Bryan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only silently sigh in his heart. Grace sat on the single-seater couch while Bryan unceremoniously laid down on the bed and asked, "So what's up, Bryan? Tell me everything truthfully. What exactly happened?" Grace looked at him and asked seriously. Listening to her question, Bryan sighed and recounted everything that happened that day. Of course, he didn't go into the details of his fight with Johnny. It was all right for Grace to not know about the carnage that had taken place. After finding out about the involvement of Jack, Grace was enraged. "Are you fucking kidding me? Just for that little incident, he tried to get you killed? I'll get back at him for this. I already have an outline of a plan in my mind." Bryan chuckled coldly as his eyes narrowed. Grace was slightly taken aback at Bryan's sudden cold demeanor, but on second thought, it more than made sense. After all, he was nearly killed for something so trivial. She decided to change the topic and asked him, "When will you help me with the first mind rune?" "We can do it now if you want." Bryan smiled. Grace shook her head. "No, Detective Watson is here. I want to keep this a secret as much as possible." "Then do you wanna come over to mine on Monday? I'll be staying here for the weekend, after all." Bryan asked. "Newer, you come over to my house tomorrow morning. My parents have gone back to Nadia already, so I'm alone at home with only my personal maid and a few other maids," Grace suggested. Bryan looked at Grace and said teasingly, "Oh, my dear Grace, aren't you afraid I'll do some hanky-panky business with you when it'll just be the two of us?" Grace rolled her eyes and snorted. "You can try if you don't value your balls." "Hee hee, fine fine, I'll come by your place tomorrow." "What time?" Bryan chuckled as he subconsciously squeezed his legs together a little. 11 a.m. "I'll see you tomorrow then," Grace said as she got up. Bryan nodded and escorted her out of Detective Watson's house. He helped her get in the carriage and bid her farewell. Bryan saw the carriage depart and had a smile on his face. He was really happy that Grace had come to visit him and ask about his well-being. He turned around and headed back into the villa after he saw Grace's carriage make a left turn in the distance. He went back to his room and started meditating. Bryan was much more determined now after what had happened to him. He would start increasing the intensity of his combat training with Detective Watson once he fully recovered. The myriad martial technique was truly a marvelous combat technique. Bryan had witnessed its efficiency firsthand. After all, he was able to land a fatal blow on Johnny at the beginning when they exchanged moves, even though he was more than twice as stronger as Bryan. Therefore Bryan set two short-term goals for himself. 1. He would try to master the myriad martial technique. 2. He would try to get a gun permit from the police station as soon as possible. This way, he would have some sort of security measures for himself. A broken bar. The majority of the people in Damascus City lived in houses and apartments on 1st to 20th Street. This was also the area where all middle-class families and individuals resided in. The demography of Damascus was such that low-class individuals that constituted 30% of the population resided in and around the slum areas. Middle-class individuals and families consisted of more than 60% of the population. Finally, only less than 10% of the total population, which consisted of nobles, wealthy merchants, bankers, and people in other high-paying professions, lived in and around Augusta Street. In a slightly dilapidated, red-colored, two-storied building on 98 West 10th Street, a man was sitting on a bed in a lotus position and meditating. He had a head of black hair neatly combed, parting from the middle, and a neatly trimmed mustache. Energy particles swirled around him and gradually entered his body. However, the intensity and amount of energy particles circulating around and entering his body were much more than when Bryan meditated. This man was a Transcendent. After a long time, the man opened his eyes and his brown pupils shone with brilliance. A faint smile appeared on his handsome face. He then got up from the bed and headed to the kitchen on the ground floor. He approached the cool clay container in the corner of the kitchen, opened the lid, and took out a heart, a pair of kidneys, and a liver. He put them in another clay pot and thoroughly washed them. After washing and rinsing them, he put them on the chopping board and diced them into small cubes. He took vegetables from another container, diced them, and mixed it with the already diced organs. He then proceeded to put all the ingredients in a metal pot and put it on the gas stove. After another 10 minutes, a delicious-looking meat soup was made by the man. The man then put it in a bowl, took a piece of baguette from the cupboard, and went to the dining table to eat his meal. After finishing his meal, the man smiled in satisfaction. Right at that moment, there was a knock on his door. The man immediately tensed up as he approached the door. He was already holding onto a kitchen knife in his right hand, behind his back. After opening the door, a middle-aged woman with brown hair greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Kenny, I hope you haven't forgotten the tea party in the evening at my house." The man named Kenny replied with a smile, "Of course, Mrs. Jones, I'll be there on time. Good. There will also be quite a few single ladies. I will introduce you to them." Mrs. Jones teased him and then bid him farewell. Seeing her leave, Kenny shut the door to his house and visibly sighed in relief. Then he kept the kitchen knife back on the table and went back upstairs to his bedroom. Meanwhile, in an alley somewhere near 12th Street, a group of police officers had barricaded an area. The reason was, they had found a dead body of a young girl in her teens in this secluded alley. The young girl's neck as well as the veins on both her wrists were slit, both her eyeballs were gouged out, and the most gruesome of them all, her torso was cut open and her organs were taken out by the killer, more precisely, the heart, both the kidneys and the liver. A young police officer at the scene saw the state of the body and couldn't help but retch. After puking, he asked in a trembling voice, "Who could have possibly done this?" An older police officer replied with a horrified expression, "Only the devil." The following day, Bryan got up early and had breakfast with Detective Bryan. He had his usual toast and eggs with baked beans. After studying a bit of Tsumulan, which was the common language of the central continent, Bryan went back to his room to dress up. He was going to Grace's house today to help her with meditation. Detective Watson had butler John get a few of Bryan's clothes from his apartment to the villa since he'd be staying here for a couple of days. Bryan took out his black pants, a white shirt, and a black double-breasted suit vest from the wardrobe. Since he was going to Grace's house, he didn't feel the need to overly dress. Looking at the clothes he had taken out and kept on the bed, Bryan thought, black, black, black. Except for the shirt everything else is black. Maybe I should buy some different colored clothes. He put on his clothes and shoes and then rolled the sleeves of his shirt to his elbows. Bryan felt that the weather outside was too good to cover his whole body with clothes. If he had shorts, he would wear them instead. Bryan left his room and told butler John to inform Detective Watson, who was in his study, that he was going out to meet a friend. After getting out of the villa compound, he called for Detective Watson's personal carriage and driver. After getting in the carriage, he instructed the driver, 10 West Augustus Street. The posh neighborhood of Augustus Street wasn't small at all. Even in a carriage, it took Bryan almost 10 minutes to reach Grace's house. Grace's villa was the most extravagant he had ever seen. It was a white 3-storied mansion with a wide lawn at the entrance of the door. Different varieties of flowers could be seen growing there. Furthermore, there was also a much bigger garden behind the house. The total area that this villa occupied was easily 2 to 3 times that of Detective Watson's or Leah's villa. Looks like the lesser the number on the address, the fancier the house, Bryan thought as he looked at Grace's villa and the neighboring ones. He stepped in through the metal gate of the compound, walked alongside the front lawn, and reached the main door of the house. He knocked on it a few times. After a short few moments, a middle-aged brunette lady wearing a black and white maid's uniform as well as a white mob cap opened the door and greeted him with a smile. "You must be Mr. Bryan. Welcome. The young lady has been waiting for you." Bryan smiled back and replied, "Thank you. Please lead the way." After entering the house, as expected, everything inside was super luxurious, so much so that Bryan had to nearly cover his eyes because everything was shining so much. The maid led Bryan up the stairs and onto the second floor. They turned right and followed the corridor that had been carpeted with a dark red fabric. Beautiful paintings hung on both sides of the wall. On the last door to the right, the maid stopped and knocked on the door gently. "Come in." Grace's voice came from inside the room. The maid opened the door and led Bryan in. She smiled and said, "Young lady, Mr. Bryan is here." This was a study room, with bookshelves stacked with many different kinds of books on both sides of the room. There was a mahogany table and a few chairs and lots of other items in the room that gave it a very scholarly vibe. Grace smiled back and replied gently, "Thank you, Norma. You may leave." Norma replied, "Yes, young lady." With that said, she bowed to Grace and left the room after closing the door. Bryan, who was watching from the side, was slightly taken aback. He said, surprisingly, "You're not as cold to her as I thought you'd be, Grace." Grace shook her head slightly and smiled. "How can I be? She's always served me and been by my side since I was born. She's practically like my second mother." "Mother, huh?" Bryan had a reminiscent look in his eyes as he thought wistfully. He shook his head and asked Grace, "Anyways, are you ready?" "Yes." Grace's expression turned serious. "All right then, find a comfortable position to sit in." Bryan nodded his head and instructed. Grace sat comfortably in the chair and relaxed her stiff shoulders. Then she heard Bryan's gentle voice, "Follow the breathing pattern and breathe accordingly. Remove all distractions from your mind and focus." After noting that Grace had perfectly started to follow the breathing patterns mentioned in the elementary meditation technique, Bryan added softly, "Now imagine the energy particles in the air around you. Think of them as small yet bright fireflies hovering beside you. Slowly visualize the fireflies entering your mind." "Good. Now gather those fireflies and carve the first mind rune." Bryan guided Grace patiently just as how Detective Watson had guided him. After about 3 hours, Grace, whose forehead was dripping with sweat, opened her eyes and smiled brightly. Feeling the first mind rune in her mind, she was ecstatic. She looked at Bryan and said sincerely, "Thank you, Bryan, I mean it." Bryan smiled. "You're most welcome, Grace." Grace suddenly thought of something and hesitated a bit before asking, "Bryan, will you be willing to teach me mysticism knowledge?" Bryan was slightly taken aback and chuckled. It's not a big deal. I can teach you whatever I learn from my teacher." "Great. Also, I'll pay you for teaching me," Grace said excitedly. Bryan smiled and shook his head. "No need to pay me, we're friends." Although Bryan was greedy for money, he wouldn't charge his friends for something so trivial. He had a bottom line, after all. However, Grace was determined as she replied, "Nope, that won't do. I don't like to owe others favors." Bryan rolled his eyes at this stubborn friend of his and replied, "Fine, just buy me food whenever you can. Oh, you can also buy me some good clothes." Then he seemed to recall something as he looked at Grace with shining eyes. "Wait, didn't you say your grandfather was a rank 3 Transcendent of the artisan path?" Grace looked at him weirdly and replied, Yeah, then can you ask him to make a weapon for me?" Bryan asked earnestly, like a child asking for a toy. Looking at Bryan's expression, Grace covered her mouth with her hand and chuckled, Sure, just tell me the details." Sunday, 4th of July 1580. The train station in Damascus was especially crowded on this day. All kinds of people could be seen on the 4 platforms of the train station coming and going. Some depart from the city in pursuit of their dreams while some arrive at the train station after a long and arduous journey. Various emotions could be seen in the people at the train station. Some looked hopeful as they set off on their journey, some wept as they bid their loved ones farewell, some looked around for people with anticipation, while others ran away from this city in angst. There were also a lot of food stalls and hawkers present on all the platforms. Paperboys could be seen going around and shouting today's news headlines while selling newspapers. Poor laborers offered themselves to arriving passengers to help them with their items of luggage, hoping that they'd be able to earn a little bit of money. On platform number 4, a steam train had just stopped in its tracks. The smoke coming from the chimney of the steam engine gradually came to a halt. This steam train had 2 engines at both ends and 8 passenger carriages in between. A young girl of about 18 years of age, with brown hair and greenish hazel eyes, stepped out of the second passenger carriage of the steam train and stood on the platform looking around with a sense of wonder and excitement about finally returning home. This was naturally Leah, who had just come back to Damascus from a small trip with her family. She turned around and spoke impatiently, "Mother, Father, Jonathan, let's get going already." She had gone for around 10 days and couldn't wait to hang out with her best friend, Grace. Leah's mother, father, and her big brother, Jonathan, got off the train carriage owned by one and proceeded to exit the train station. Outside the train station, the Davis family's carriage was already waiting for them. After dropping off her mother, father, and big brother at home, Leah instructed the driver to head to Grace's villa on 10 West Augustus Street. At the time, it wasn't even noon, Leah decided to give Grace a surprise and spend the rest of the day with her. As she thought of Grace, Leah couldn't help but smile fondly. She suddenly recalled something as she thought, I haven't met Bryan in a very long time as well. I still have to fulfill my promise to him. I wonder if Grace will agree. The carriage soon reached its destination. Leah got off the carriage and instructed the driver to go back home. She also told him to inform her mother that she would be staying over at Grace's house tonight. Leah soon entered the villa compound after pushing open the metal gate and approached the main door. She turned the bronze hand-turned doorbell on the door. After a few moments, Norma opened the door and was pleasantly surprised to see Leah. Norma, I'm back. Leah smiled happily and warmly hugged Norma. Leah and Grace had been friends since they were little children, so naturally, she knew Norma and was also very close to her. Young Lady Leah, welcome back. Norma smiled gently. She held Leah's hand and brought her up the stairs to Grace's bedroom as she said, Come, I'll take you to the young lady's room. Grace's room was on the 3rd floor. The two of them climbed the stairs and soon reached her bedroom. Norma was about to knock on Grace's door but Leah intervened. Don't, I wanna give her a surprise. Norma smiled at Leah's antics and nodded at her. Very well, young Lady Leah, have fun. I'll go prepare a hearty lunch for the both of you. Then she left to go to the kitchen to prepare food. Seeing Norma leave, Leah smirked and sneakily turned the doorknob of Grace's bedroom. She silently entered the room, only to see Grace sitting calmly on her bed in a lotus position with her eyes shut. Leah found Grace's actions to be quite weird. She had never seen her do something like this. Nonetheless, she slowly walked behind Grace and jumped on the bed, hugging her from behind. Grace screamed in alarm at the sudden turn of events. She thought someone had broken into her house and was trying to harm her. She turned her head in utter shock to get a proper look at the assailant, and then she screamed again, but this time in pleasant surprise. Leah, when did you come? Leah replied with a playful smile. My dear, did you miss me? Grace turned around and replied with delight. Of course, I missed you so much. Then she held Leah's cheeks with her hands, brought her face closer, and passionately kissed her on the lips. The kiss lasted for more than a minute. Upon separating, a bridge of saliva formed between their lips. Leah seductively licked the saliva from her lips and said, Well, I missed you too. Grace was instantly turned on after seeing Leah's actions. She slowly undressed herself and displayed her petite body. Although her breasts were really small, especially compared to Leah's, her butt was round and firm. With her eyes full of lust, Grace said, Come, you must make it up to me. With that said, she approached Leah and undressed her as well. After Leah's bountiful breasts came into view, Grace stared at them with desire and a tiny hint of envy. She grabbed both of Leah's peaks and gently started kneading them. A soft moan escaped Leah's lips. She pulled Grace closer to her body and started kissing her neck. Slowly going all the way down, Grace completely gave in and left her body at the mercy of Leah. Soon moans of pleasure escaped from the room, continuing for a very long time. Norma was already aware of the special relationship between her young lady and Leah. Therefore, she had already cleared out the top 2 floors and instructed all the maids and servants to stick to their duties on the ground floor and the garden. After all, if word got out about Grace's special hobbies, it would be bad for her reputation. After about an hour or so, both Leah and Grace were lying on the bed naked. Their bodies were covered in sweat and both of them were panting heavily. Grace put her head on top of Leah's breasts and smiled in satisfaction. Leah too was smiling warmly at Grace while she slowly played with the latter's hair. This continued for a few more minutes until Grace turned her head and looked at Leah as she asked, So, how was your holiday? It was so much fun the first few days, but then I got bored. Leah smiled and started to tell her about all the things she had seen and done during her holiday trip. Grace listened patiently, smiling all the while. After she finished talking, Leah asked, What have you been up to? Did anything interesting happen in Damascus while I was gone? Yes, something in fact did happen while you were gone. A few days back someone attempted to rob Bryan in his own apartment. Bryan confronted the man and was heavily injured. but he's perfectly fine now." Grace nodded and replied. She didn't tell Leah that this was all Jack's fault. Bryan had told her not to disclose too much about this incident to Leah as this would only make her worried, and Grace agreed with Bryan. There was no need for Leah to get too involved in it. What? Bryan was robbed and assaulted? He was even heavily injured? Leah was both shocked and worried. Although she fooled around with him and didn't have any feelings for him, she still considered Bryan her friend and didn't want anything to happen to him. Grace saw the look of concern in Leah's eyes and comforted her. "Relax, Bryan has recovered now. In fact, I even met him yesterday. We can go meet him later in the evening." Leah nodded after listening to Grace. Then she thought of something and said, "Grace, what do you think of Bryan?" Grace was puzzled at her question, but she still answered truthfully, "I think of him as a good friend." "Why do you ask?" "Good friend, huh? Then how about we invite him tonight and have a threesome?" Leah asked with a playful smile. "What?" Grace was taken aback, and then she shook her head vehemently. "No way, Leah, you clearly know that I don't like men. There's no way I'm sleeping with another man." Leah chuckled and replied, "But if you never try, you'll never know." However, Grace was adamant, "No chance, even if he's my good friend, I'll never sleep with him." Leah didn't give in either. She came closer to Grace and bit her earlobe as she whispered, "Bryan's shaft is really big, biggest I've ever seen, plus he has very high stamina. I promise you won't be disappointed." Grace's face turned red as she stuttered, "No, I refuse." Seeing Grace like this, Leah was even more motivated. She slid her left hand down toward Grace's nether region and gently massaged her clitoris, while her right hand pinched Grace's nipple. Grace couldn't help but moan as she tightly pressed her head against Leah's bosom. She heard Leah's tempting voice in her ears once again. "How about this? Let Bryan join us on the condition that he won't touch you. That should be fine, right?" Grace struggled to think straight, but in the end, she gave in to Leah and said defeatedly, Fine." Leah wore a victorious smirk as she kissed Grace on the lips. "Yay, you're the best. Then let's have him come over tonight." Grace could only nod weakly as she continued to enjoy Leah's sensual massage. A Broken Bar, 22 Augustus Street. Bryan had just finished a round of meditation after studying the entire morning with Detective Watson. He was currently lying on the bed in the guest room, staring at his silver pocket watch with a complicated expression. The last time when his mother's letter appeared out of the pocket watch, Bryan was greatly surprised. His mother had mentioned that he had to refine the pocket watch in order to take out the rest of the items his mother had kept inside it, and now Bryan finally had an idea about what his mother meant by the term refine. That was because, a few days ago, before the incident with Johnny, Bryan was fidgeting around with his pocket watch, and on a whim, he decided to check if something would happen if he applied spiritual force to it. To his surprise, the pocket watch had actually absorbed his spiritual force. Bryan was shocked. This wasn't something that was supposed to happen with ordinary items. He remembered Detective Watson's teachings and came to the conclusion that this seemingly ordinary pocket watch was in fact an artifact. Artifacts were items that were made of special materials that gave the artifact many different types of abilities. Some artifacts could even display the abilities of different paths. However, artifacts weren't something that could be used by apprentices, especially attack and defense type artifacts. Only Transcendents could use such artifacts, as an abundant spiritual force was required to utilize them. If an apprentice were to use them, they would deplete their spiritual force completely after just using it one time. What is my mother's background, and what exactly is the Medici family? She never spoke to me about her family when I was younger. Broken Bar. Bryan was in deep thought as he kept staring at the silver pocket watch. All of a sudden, Bryan's eyes narrowed as sat up straight on the bed. He had just made a bold assumption. It is very likely that mother was also a Transcendent. That could explain why I have a supreme grade aptitude. Then, did she hide that fact from my father, or Broken Bar was my father a Transcendent as well? Bryan's eyebrows furrowed as he rubbed his temples with his right hand. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Instead of answers, all he got were even more questions. Fuck it, I'll just refine it for now and I'll get all the answers once I've completely refined the pocket watch anyway. Bryan sighed as he mumbled. He had already studied about artifacts, their usage, and refinement method from Detective Watson. Although he couldn't use the artifact currently because of his lacking spiritual force, he could still slowly refine the pocket watch, although it would take him quite some time to completely refine it, and if his speculations were correct, then this silver pocket watch was most likely a space-type storage artifact. As Bryan was refining the silver pocket watch, he heard a knock on the door followed by Butler John's voice. "Mr. Bryan, may I come in?" "Yes, come in," Bryan replied. Butler John opened the door and entered the room. He walked to the bed and handed Bryan a letter as he said, "This was sent by a servant from the Wilson Manor. I was instructed to give it to you." "Wilson? Is it Grace? Why would she send a letter?" Bryan took the letter from Butler John and thanked him. He opened the envelope, took out the letter, and started reading it. Surprisingly, the letter wasn't written by Grace, but by Leah. "Dear Bryan, I hope you've been doing well. I heard from Grace about what happened to you. Thank the goddess that you're all right. Anyways, I'm back in Damascus now. Remember the thing I promised you on the night of the banquet in my villa? I've managed to convince Grace to join us, but there's a condition. You cannot touch Grace or attempt to do anything naughty with her. Besides, I've been missing your body for quite some time now. I can't wait to see you naked and pound me with all your might. Come to Grace's house after sunset, but make sure to climb into her bedroom window, which is on the 3rd floor, from behind the manor. We don't want the maids and servants to know anything about it. Lastly, make sure to have enough strength and stamina because we are going to go wild the whole night," and burn the letter after reading it. "Your friend, Leah." Bryan's pants instantly tightened after he finished reading the letter. He had to adjust his crotch into a more comfortable position. His lips slowly curled up into a smirk as he mumbled, "Grace agreed to it? Interesting." He borrowed a matchbox from Butler John and burned the letter. It was already time for lunch, so he headed to the dining table where he saw Detective Watson already sitting and having his meal. Bryan greeted him and started having lunch together. Detective Watson looked at Bryan, who was smiling like a fool again while eating, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Kids these days sure have a lot of energy. As a rank 3 Transcendent of the Wisdom Path, Detective Watson could naturally read the emotions on Bryan's face. He already had a firm guess about why Bryan was behaving as he did. He could most certainly read Bryan's subconscious thoughts, but he decided not to. After they finished with their lunch, Bryan looked at Detective Watson and asked, "Teacher, I feel like I've completely healed. Can I go back to my apartment in the evening?" Detective Watson observed Bryan's injuries for a moment and then nodded his head. "Yes, you are free to go back to your apartment. I have already had people renovate it." "Great," Bryan smiled. "But Bryan, I must remind you, I don't care if you fool around with girls. At your age, it is understandable. However, you must always give first priority to cultivation. If I see that you're not making progress, I'll be very disappointed in you," Detective Watson added sternly. Bryan was speechless as he thought in his heart, what the actual fuck, can he read my mind or something? A broken bar fuck, I keep forgetting he's a Wisdom Path Transcendent. I can't hide anything from him. Fuck me. His lips twitched, but he still bowed his head and replied respectfully, "Teacher, I am and will always be diligent in meditation. I promise you that I will live up to your expectations." Hearing his words, Detective Watson smiled warmly. "I know. Always remember, Bryan, in the Transcendent world strength is everything. Everything else is just noise." Bryan nodded his head and replied, "I understand, teacher." "All right, go on then. You may leave whenever you want. However, don't be late tomorrow morning." Detective Watson smiled. Bryan got up from his chair and replied, "Yes, of course." He then went back to the guest room and started packing his clothes. He borrowed a small duffel bag from Butler John and put all his clothes and belongings in it. Butler John also handed him the key to his apartment. Bryan took out his pocket watch from his suit vest's pocket and hesitated as he thought, "Should I tell teacher about this? It's not that he didn't trust Detective Watson. On the contrary, Bryan trusted him with his life and was very grateful to him. However, this pocket watch contained his mother's secrets as well as items related to the Medici family's great ancestor, and he didn't want to disclose it before he got to know it himself, at the very least. Hence, after staring at the pocket watch silently for about a minute, he ultimately kept it back in his vest pocket. After bidding farewell to Detective Watson and Butler John, Bryan had Detective Watson's carriage driver drop him at his apartment on 7 Robinson Street. On his way to his apartment, Bryan looked out through the carriage window at the various people walking on the streets of Damascus. The weather today was bright and sunny with clear skies. The people outside enjoyed this rare sunlight during the monsoon season. Bryan decided that he would go home, meditate for a few hours and then head to Grace's house. Thinking of Grace, he couldn't help but ponder, will Grace really be okay with just watching? It's fine either way. Tonight's gonna be an interesting experience. The horse-drawn carriage stopped in front of 7 Robinson Street. Bryan got off the carriage and thanked the driver. He then entered the building and walked towards his apartment door. After entering his apartment, he looked around and found that everything had been fixed to the way it was before. It seemed like nothing had happened there at all, but Bryan clearly knew about the difficult ordeal he had undergone right in this apartment. Bryan couldn't help but sigh. He didn't waste any time as he took off his shoes and entered his bedroom. He took out some comfortable pajamas from the wardrobe, put them on, and started meditating on the bed. His sexual escapades could come later. Meditation was the most important. Diaresis _10 West Augusta Street, on the 3rd floor of Wilson Manor, inside Grace's bedroom, Leah and Grace were chatting on the bed. Grace was feeling slightly nervous because this would be the first time she was doing something like this. Seeing Grace look so tense, Leah couldn't help but chuckle. Grace, relax, I've already told Bryan about the condition. Besides, he's very gentlemanly, even in bed. He has never crossed any lines with me and has always respected my boundaries. Grace looked at Leah dubiously and asked, really? Leah giggled and replied, yes. Let me tell you about the time I took his virginity a broken bar. Minutes passed by as the two young ladies continued to chat while laughing from time to time. Meanwhile, Bryan was climbing the back side of the building with great difficulty. He had never tried to do anything like this before, therefore, he was struggling to find proper footing as he continued to climb the house. After what seemed like forever, he finally managed to climb to the villa's 3rd floor. Bryan slowly and steadily maneuvered his way to Grace's bedroom window. He peeked through the window and saw Grace and Leah sitting on the bed and giggling away. He gently knocked on the glass window, afraid that anyone else other than the two girls might hear him. Leah turned around and looked in the direction of the window, only to see Bryan wave at her from the outside. She jumped off the bed and rushed toward the window. She then opened it and allowed Bryan to enter. As soon as Bryan stepped foot inside Grace's bedroom, Leah hugged him tightly as she greeted, Bryan, long time no see. Bryan hugged her back and smiled. How have you been, Leah? The two friends who hadn't met each other in a while started chatting about their experiences. Grace, who was still sitting on the bed, coughed twice and interrupted them. Then she said with a straight face, close the window and draw the curtains first, unless someone sees you in my bedroom. Bryan smiled awkwardly and replied, my bad, I totally forgot. He went to the window and shut it, then he drew the curtains and turned around to face Grace with a smile. I'm surprised you agreed, Grace. Bryan smirked. HMPH, what's there not to agree? It's not like you're doing anything to me anyway. Grace raised her chin slightly and snorted, sure, whatever you say. Looking at Grace trying to act composed, Bryan couldn't help but chuckle. Then he looked at Leah and asked with a wide grin, then, shall we begin? Leah smiled back and responded with a passionate kiss. Bryan made out with Leah as their tongues started to wrestle against each other. Leah put her arms around Bryan's neck as Bryan's hands grabbed her butt. Feeling Leah's butts, Bryan couldn't control himself anymore as he squeezed them tightly and spread them apart, causing a muffled moan to escape Leah's lips. Looking at Leah and Bryan go at each other, Grace involuntarily gulped. She couldn't keep her eyes off of them as she bit her lower lip. After about a minute of making out, both Leah and Bryan started undressing each other. Grace, who was still looking at them, shifted her eyes to Bryan's erect shaft and her eyes went wide. So big. Grace thought in utter shock. While she was still recovering from the shock, Leah approached her at some point and started undressing her as well. Looking at Grace's round and firm butts, Bryan was instantly attracted, but he didn't dare do anything to her. After all, Grace hadn't given him her consent, and Bryan greatly respected women's boundaries. He was a gentleman, after all. After getting undressed, Grace started making out with Leah. She knew that Bryan was watching them, but at this point, she just stopped caring. Bryan, on the other hand, was in euphoria as he thought, is this paradise? Bryan felt that he could just watch the two ladies engage in sexual activities for the rest of his life. After they were done making out, Leah approached him, held his shaft, and brought him to the bed along with Grace. Looking at Leah grab Bryan's shaft and pull him to the bed, Grace involuntarily started touching her nether region and began to play with herself gently. Leah made Bryan lie down on the bed, then she turned to Grace and said seductively, "Look closely." Grace, who was now sitting naked on the bed beside Bryan, was also curious as to what Leah would do now. Then her eyes went round and mouth agape as she saw Leah put the entirety of Bryan's shaft in her mouth. Bryan couldn't help but moan in ecstasy. Grace looked at Bryan's face filled with pleasure and then at Leah, who was moving her head up and down. She couldn't resist her carnal desires and started fingering her nether region vigorously. After about a minute or so, Bryan got up with great difficulty. He approached Leah from behind and had her bend over in front of him. Then he looked at Grace, who was still playing with herself, and said with a grin, "Grace, come lie down in front of Leah." Grace was so embarrassed that she didn't even speak a word. She simply nodded and did as Bryan said. She had never displayed such shameless behavior in front of anyone other than Leah before. After Bryan saw Grace position herself in front of Leah, he nodded and then whispered something into Leah's ears. Leah's eyes lit up as she turned her head to look at Bryan behind him and say, "Bryan, you're very creative." Bryan grinned from ear to ear. Then, without waiting any longer, he inserted his shaft into Leah's nether region and started pounding her like a wild animal. Ugh! Leah couldn't help but moan loudly in absolute pleasure. Then she remembered what Bryan had instructed her to do. She looked at Grace, who was lying down in front of her. She grabbed Grace's thighs and brought her closer to herself. Grace was surprised at Leah's sudden actions. She had no idea what Leah was trying to do. Then she saw Leah bury her head in her nether region and start using her tongue as well as fingers at the same time. Grace's body arched backward as she moaned at the top of her lungs. Bryan saw the scene taking place in front of him and his movements started getting more and more savage. He thrust his hips back and forth faster and faster while he grabbed both of Leah's breasts from behind and pinched her nipples hard. Leah screamed in pleasure once again and then buried herself back into Grace's nether region. Meanwhile, Grace started pinching her nipples with one hand and used the other to grab Leah's head and press it against her vulva even harder. This way, all three parties drowned in pleasure at the same time. Moans of pleasure sounded in Grace's bedroom the entire night as the three of them went at it over and over again. Bryan only had a few hours of sleep before he had to wake up and leave before the servants and maids in Grace's house got up. He opened his eyes with great difficulty and reached out for his silver pocket watch on the bedside table. 4 a.m. Fuck me. Bryan turned his head to the right and saw two naked beauties fast asleep as they hugged each other tightly. The things that had taken place last night, Bryan doubted he would ever forget in his life. He had lost track of how many rounds he had gone with Leah. However, even by the end of it, he hadn't touched Grace, and Grace had also shown no sexual interest in him. Bryan had now confirmed without a shred of doubt that Grace wasn't into men. Leah was sleeping in the middle while Grace was sleeping on the left side of the bed. Her head was buried deep in Leah's bosom as she slept soundly. Bryan had to admit, Grace really had a fantastic figure. Looking at Grace's figure, Bryan was aroused. but he controlled his desires and instead started making love with Leah again. He did it nice and slow, afraid to wake her up. Regardless, Leah still woke up. She opened her eyes weakly and turned her head around to look at Bryan. Then she smiled faintly, adjusted her butt in a comfortable position, and then closed her eyes again. Bryan couldn't help but smirk at Leah's actions. After about 10 minutes, Bryan got up from the bed. He wore his clothes and put on his shoes. Then he silently went toward the window he had come through. He got out through the window and then closed it after him. Bryan sneakily hung from the water pipes, descending floor by floor until he reached the ground. Bryan furtively ran across the garden, and then over the fence, finally leaving Grace's villa. The streets of Damascus this early in the morning were completely empty, except for the few policemen who were on patrol. No public carriages could be found at this time, so Bryan had to walk to his apartment. It took him about 20 minutes to reach his apartment building. After entering his apartment, he lazily took off his shoes and clothes and wore pajamas instead. Then he threw himself on the bed, hoping to sleep for another few hours or so before he left for Detective Watson's house. 5 minutes later, he sat up on the bed and rubbed his temples as he mumbled, "Fuck me, I can't sleep." Bryan looked around the room, thinking about what to do. Ultimately, he decided to just meditate until it was time to leave. He closed his eyes and soon entered a trance-like state. His figure looked tranquil. 2 hours later Bryan opened his eyes and observed his body and state of mind. After a few moments, he was taken aback as he thought, "The feeling of grogginess has dissipated. In fact, my mind feels clear." A broken bar. So meditation has the effect of completely calming and rejuvenating the mind. After this round of meditation, Bryan was very clear-headed and felt as if he had taken a 7-hour nap. However, he felt that although his mind was unclouded, his body still required rest. He figured that his body could last at most 2 days without sleep even if he meditated those 2 days. However, after that, his body would need a good sleep. Bryan felt that this made sense. He was planning to ask more about it to Detective Watson when he met him today. Bryan got off the bed and headed to the bathroom to take a shower and begin his day. At some point, he had just stopped having breakfast and lunch at home since he always had the 2 meals at Detective Watson's house. After taking a cold shower and getting ready, Bryan left his apartment and sat in a public carriage. He instructed the driver to head to 22 Augustus Street. On his way, Bryan started to plan out for the coming days. He had to master the myriad martial technique and get the gun permit as soon as possible. As for advancing to the next rank, he wasn't too bothered about it. Detective Watson had mentioned to him time and time again that carving mind runes could not be rushed. One wrong step and he would turn into a vegetable. Therefore, Bryan decided to take his cultivation slow but steady. He just had to make sure that he meditated every day. It should take me at most 5 more weeks to advance to rank 3 apprentice, Bryan thought as the carriage arrived at the destination. Bryan got off the carriage, paid the driver, and thanked him. He entered Detective Watson's house and greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, teacher." Detective Watson, who was sitting at the dining table and waiting for his breakfast, smiled and replied, "Good morning to you too, Bryan." The student-teacher duo sat at the dining table and chatted with each other while waiting for breakfast to be served. Bryan asked about his conjecture regarding meditation and not sleeping, to which Detective Watson replied with his knowledge and experience. Basically, a Transcendent could go without sleep for a few days while only meditating. However, eventually, the body would require rest and sustenance. Usually, apprentices and Transcendents only slept a few hours a day because meditation helped a lot in this aspect. Detective Watson wiped his mouth gracefully with a napkin after finishing breakfast. He looked at Bryan and teased, "Today is hand-to-hand combat training. Can you withstand it?" Bryan looked at him with determination in his eyes as he replied, "Teacher, actually I want you to increase the intensity of the training. It doesn't matter how bad you beat me up. I want to become as skilled as you." Listening to Bryan, Detective Watson nodded his head in approval. "Good, that's what I like to hear. But before we do that, you still have to learn Simulan." Strength without knowledge is equally bad as the other way around. Yes, teacher. Bryan got up from his chair and followed Detective Watson to his study. Friday, 6th of August 1580. Bryan slowly opened his eyes and ended his round of meditation. He had a wide smile on his face as he had finally finished carving 27 mind runes. He could now be considered to be at the peak of rank 2 apprentice. It would take him approximately another 4 to 5 days or so to completely carve the 28th mind rune and officially become a rank 3 apprentice. Bryan was elated at his steady progress, and his progress in other areas had been fantastic as well. Over the last month, Bryan had vastly improved his myriad martial technique. Now he could withstand up to 10 moves against Detective Watson. Although it was a far cry from lasting a minute against him, it was a great improvement. Nonetheless, Bryan believed that if he were to fight Johnny now, he would be able to kill him within 3 moves. Other than that, he finished his gun training and had already applied for a gun permit. He would most likely get it this Sunday. Bryan had also completely mastered reading, writing, and speaking Tsumulan. It had to be said, after becoming an apprentice his mental acuity had increased significantly. Especially so after the increase in mind runes. Bryan discovered that his memory, thought process, and analytical skills had all been boosted. His progress in refining his silver pocket watch had also come a long way. He estimated that in another 2 weeks, at most, he would be able to completely refine it and become privy to the secrets hidden within. Bryan got up from the bed and picked up his pocket watch from the bedside table. It was already 6 in the evening, and he had to go to Grace's house for dinner and was really excited about it. And the reason was, the weapon that Bryan had gotten Grace to tell her grandfather to make, had finally arrived. He was ecstatic as this was his first ever weapon, and if the weapon was made exactly according to his instructions then it would be really beautiful to behold. Bryan had been teaching Grace mysticism knowledge every other day for the past month. After the threesome they had a month back, one would think that Bryan's relationship with Grace would become awkward. However, it was quite the opposite actually. Bryan and Grace had become closer and had become really good friends. After that night, Grace's vulnerable side had been completely exposed to him, so she felt a psychological sense of belonging and connectedness to Bryan. Of course, it was purely platonic. As for Leah, needless to say, Bryan still fooled around with her a few times every week. That girl was a true nymphomaniac. Bryan didn't mind it. After all, he too needed some outlet to relax, and sex proved to be quite helpful. Bryan went to his wardrobe and took out his clothes. He put on a white shirt, dark blue suit vest, dark blue pants, and tailored coat. Grace had gifted Bryan some tailor-made suits because she too was sick of seeing Bryan dress in black all the time. After dressing up, he left his apartment and called for a public carriage. Then he instructed the driver to go to 10 West Augusta Street. The beginning of August marked the arrival of fall. The weather outside had turned a bit chillier and the leaves on the trees had slowly started to turn a bright shade of yellow and orange. Spiritually, the fall season symbolized change. Just like the changing of the leaves, one's life would also usher in a new beginning. The carriage made its way to Augustus Street under the illumination of the gas lamp posts placed on both sides of the streets. Traveling through the roads paved with bricks, soon the carriage reached its destination. As Bryan paid the driver after alighting, Bryan made his way to the main door of the villa with great familiarity and turned the twist doorbell. After a few moments, Grace's personal maid, Norma, welcomed Bryan in with a smile. "Good evening, young Master Bryan." "Welcome." "Hello, Norma, how was your day?" Bryan asked with a gentle smile. Norma waved her hand and said, "Just the usual." Bryan had visited Grace's house many times, hence, Norma had also become quite familiar with him. She had quite a good impression of this handsome young gentleman. "Okay Norma, I'll see you around then." With that said, Bryan climbed the stairs and went to Grace's study by himself. The last few times, Norma had insisted that Bryan was a guest and that it was her responsibility as a personal maid to guide him to wherever Grace was. But Bryan had managed to persuade her to not be so formal with him. Honestly, He felt that it would simply be a waste of time for Norma to climb the stairs with him and walk him to Grace's study, which he already knew the location of. Bryan walked the red-carpeted corridor on the second floor, which had already been lit up by the gas wall lamps on both sides. He came to the door of the study, knocked twice, and directly entered. He wasn't knocking to receive permission, but to give a heads up. He found Grace sitting at her usual seat and studying ancient hymnos. Grace looked up to see that Bryan had entered the room. She didn't mind his behavior at all. Instead, she smiled and said, "Your weapon is here. Are you excited?" Bryan approached the table and sat down on one of the two cushioned chairs across from Grace. Then he eagerly replied with shining eyes, "Show me. Where is it?" Looking at Bryan acting like a little child, Grace covered her mouth with her hand and started giggling. Then she bent down and took out a brown wooden briefcase from underneath the table. She put the briefcase on the table, turned it around, and pushed it toward Bryan. "Go ahead, open it." Grace smiled and gestured to him. Bryan rubbed his hands foolishly a few times and then slowly unlocked the briefcase. He lifted the upper side of the briefcase and looked at the items inside with pure enthusiasm in his eyes. What came into Bryan's view, for some reason, made his heart beat faster. Maybe it was simply because of exhilaration, or perhaps it was the fated encounter of a man and a weapon that would be bound to each other for a lifetime to come. Idyrus's inverted question mark inside the brown briefcase, placed on a red silk cloth, were 4 items in total: 2 bracers and 2 curved daggers. The 2 bracers were kept in the center side by side, and the 2 curved daggers were kept on both sides of the bracers, one on each side. The blade on the dagger was grayish-silver in color with a black hilt, while the metal braces were also grayish-silver in color as well. Bryan believed that both the blade of the daggers and the metal braces were made of the same material. Bryan only glanced at the daggers once. His gaze was completely focused on the bracers. This was the weapon that he had especially told Grace to get her grandfather to craft. He caressed the surface of the bracer gently as if he was touching his lover. Looking at Bryan engrossed in the bracers, Grace smiled and said, "By the way, Grandpa said that the design for these bracers was ingenious. At least, this was the first time he was making something like this." Bryan looked at Grace in surprise and asked, "Really?" He, "Well, it makes sense. I am a genius after all." Grace rolled her eyes at this narcissistic friend of hers and said, "Put on the bracers. Grandpa asked me to inform certain things about it to you." "All right." Bryan nodded his head excitedly, took off his tailored coat, rolled the sleeves of his shirt to his elbows, and picked up the left-hand bracer from the briefcase. As he was putting it on his left hand, he heard Grace giving the description. "The inside of the bracers is made from black leather for the wielder's comfort." After putting on the left bracer, Bryan picked up the right bracer and put it on. Grace added, "The plate is forged from ichor metal, which is the 10th strongest metal in the world. It acts as a reinforced barrier on top of the bracer, and it is strong enough to deflect bullets." Bryan looked at the grayish-silver metal bracers which covered more than half of his forearms, in amazement. Then he looked at Grace and asked eagerly, "And what about the thing I told you about? How do I activate it?" Grace smiled, "Just direct a little bit of your spiritual force toward the bracers." Bryan nodded in anticipation and guided his spiritual force to the bracers. As soon as his spiritual force came in contact with the bracers, 2 slim and narrow blades extended out from underneath the bracers, one on each side. A concealable weapon that consists of the narrow blade placed within a channel that can be covertly extended or retracted from the underside of the bracer. It has a trigger mechanism inside which allows the blade to extend with only slight spiritual force. Moreover, this weapon can also be used with a closed fist. Grace gave a detailed description. Bryan was extremely satisfied with the weapon. He retracted the blade back into the bracers and then went toward the center of the room. After slightly bending his knees and taking a fighting stance, Bryan started to practice his close combat techniques: jab, hook, cross, uppercut, knife hand strike, claw strike. Bryan's hands were so fast that they formed after images. Grace was amazed by Bryan's display of combat techniques. All of a sudden, Bryan extended the blades hidden within the braces. He displayed the myriad martial technique, but this time there were short and narrow blades coming out from underneath his wrists. Silver flashes of light kept appearing and disappearing around Bryan as his hands moved at high speed. In Grace's eyes, it looked as if thin silver streams of water were flowing around Bryan. She was totally mesmerized by the scene. After a few moments, Bryan retracted the blades back into his braces and exhaled a long breath. He had a wide grin on his face as he couldn't help but recite a poem. Under the starry sky, a shadow runs unhindered across the plains. With every step he takes, empires fall in his wake, the gods weep and the kings take their last breath. Such a silent night, such a silent death. Grace was slightly taken aback as she said, "Bryan, you're quite good at poetry." "Hey, of course, I am. I'm forced to study poetry by my teacher, after all." Bryan smiled bitterly. Grace tried to comfort him. "It's not all that bad, you know. People really admire poets, sculptors, and painters, especially the nobles. In fact, the children of all nobles are also taught all these things from a very early age. Me, for example, I'm pretty good at painting." Bryan looked at Grace and raised his eyebrows. "Is that so?" Grace nodded. "That's right. Anyways, aren't you gonna name your weapon?" Bryan raised his forearms to look at the braces. He smiled and said, "Mystico. You shall be called Mystico, an instrument of death shrouded in secrecy." The curved daggers and the Mystico braces perfectly complemented each other. Bryan had always kept this in mind when he had given Grace the details. The curved dagger could be used for slashing and Mystico for pricing. The function of the Mystico braces was to take the enemy by surprise and ensure instantaneous death. The bracer could be hidden underneath the shirt sleeves, drawing no attention to the wielder. In the future, you can continue to upgrade this weapon, should you find better materials. Currently, it could barely be called a quasi-rank 1 artifact, Grace added. Bryan nodded and then said earnestly, "Thank you so much, Grace. I mean it from the bottom of my heart. Don't worry about it, I owed it to you anyways." Grace waved her hands and smiled. "By the way, you're leaving for Nadia tomorrow morning, right?" Bryan asked. Grace nodded. "Yes, I'm going for good now. Leah's coming as well. Our college starts next week." "Okay, I'll come to see you guys off at the train station tomorrow. Oh, and I'm sorry I wasn't able to find any potion recipes or meditation techniques, but I'll mail it to you through the postal service as soon as I find one," Bryan said seriously. Grace smiled and replied, "It's all right. Come, let's go have some dinner." Saturday, 7th of August 1580. Damascus train station was always extra crowded over the weekends than on weekdays, making it one of the most congested places in Damascus City. On platform number 2, Bryan was currently chatting with Leah and Grace. Their train was about to depart in about another 15 minutes. Right now, their maids and servants were busy carrying suitcases and items of luggage into the passenger carriage. Leah's parents and elder brother had already gotten onto the passenger carriage and Bryan had already bid them farewell. "Bryan, I can't believe it's already been 3 months since we met." Leah looked at him and said in reminiscence, "Time sure flies quickly." Bryan replied with a smile. "By the way, Bryan, when will you come to Nadia?" Grace asked. Bryan replied with uncertainty, I'm not sure, depends on my teacher, to be honest, but I'll move to Nadia probably within a year or a year and a half." "Okay, we're both going to Nadia University, so you know where to find us." Grace smiled. Suddenly Grace thought of something and said to Bryan, "By the way, Jack was also supposed to come to Nadia with us. Unfortunately, his father passed away a couple of days back, so he had to stay back in Damascus and manage the family business." At the mention of Jack, Bryan narrowed his eyes as he thought, his father passed away? Hey, interesting. I wonder what he's planning now. Then he said to Grace, "Thanks for letting me know." Leah was confused as to why they were talking about Jack all of a sudden. After all, she didn't know the entire story behind the assault on Bryan that happened more than a month back. The steam train blew its horn as smoke started to spew out from its chimney. The train horn signaled the time for departure. Bryan gave both Grace and Leo a warm hug and bid them farewell. He watched them get on the passenger carriage and waved at them. Soon, the steam train started moving. Grace, who was sitting by the window, said in a loud voice, "Bryan, see you soon." Bryan smiled warmly at her and nodded. Soon, the steam train left the platform until it disappeared into the distance. He stood there silently on platform number 2 for a while, then turned around to exit the train station. On the way out, he bought today's newspaper from a paperboy for 1 pence. The headlines of Damascus daily read, "Breaking news, 3rd murder in 1 month, serial killer on the loose." Bryan's eyebrows furrowed as he continued reading the news article. 3 young teenagers had been killed in 1 month. The bodies of the victims were found in different alleys and all 3 victims had one thing in common. They were missing the same organs. "I'm pretty sure teacher is already aware of this case. I'll go and try to persuade him to take on this case. 3 kids have already died." Bryan was in deep thought as he left the train station. He called for a public carriage and headed toward Detective Watson's house, a broken bar. Brown Manor, in the suburbs of Damascus. Inside the study on the 3rd floor, Jack was sitting on the chair where his deceased father used to sit. A few days ago, Jack had poisoned his father to death and put the blame on his father's longtime rival, Jeffrey E. Gill. Jeffrey Gill was a businessman who was also into coal mines. Over the past few years, they've had many disputes and it was public knowledge that both Jeffrey and Jack's father, Jim, didn't see eye to eye. Jeffrey was the perfect target. Now all that was left for Jack to do was to consolidate his father's business and bring under control all the men that were under his father, while the police investigated Jeffrey. Jack had had enough of his father always mistreating him and blaming him for the death of his mother. Jim was truly a cruel father to him. Hence, after finally strengthening his resolve, he poisoned him once and for all. Now everything belonged to Jack. Everything that his father Jim had worked for was now finally under his grasp. Now, all he needed to do was amalgamate. Once he set a strong foothold, he would then kill Bryan, and this time he would make sure to kill him for good. A menacing light flashed through Jack's eyes as he thought, "Soon, very soon you will surely be dead, Bryan." A broken bar. 22 Augustus Street. In the study on the 2nd floor of Detective Watson's villa, Bryan had just arrived and was chatting with him about his meditation progress. "So how long until you advance to rank 3 apprentice?" Detective Watson asked. Bryan replied confidently, "Within a week." Detective Watson nodded his head and smiled. "This is good progress, Bryan. In another 8 to 10 months, you will have officially become a Transcendent." "So long?" Bryan was taken aback. "Yes. Carving the last 27 mind runes in the apprentice stage is not an easy task, and after you've carved all 54 mind runes, you will have to combine them and fuse them with your soul, forming the sea of consciousness. Only then will you be able to become qualified to become a Transcendent," Detective Watson explained patiently. Bryan nodded his head. "I understand, teacher." Then he recalled today's news headline and asked, "Teacher, did you read today's headlines?" Detective Watson nodded. "I did, and I've also received a request from the police station." Bryan asked curiously, "What request?" "They asked me to help in the investigation of this serial murder, and I've agreed. It will also be a good learning experience for you and you can learn the ways of a detective." Detective Watson replied with a smile, "That's great." Bryan was also happy to hear this. Firstly, he really wanted Detective Watson to solve the case as soon as possible, and secondly, he would finally get to see Detective Watson in action. He had long heard that Detective Watson was a famous detective from Nadia. Bryan would finally be able to witness it with his own eyes. Detective Watson got up from the chair, went to the bookshelf, and took out an old-looking thick book. He placed it on the table and said to Bryan, "Today, I'll teach you about spell structures and tomorrow we'll go to the police station together to begin investigating." Bryan was elated, because after he advanced to rank 3 apprentice, he would finally be able to use magic spells. The next morning, Bryan came to Detective Watson's house. They had breakfast together and then left for the police station in his private carriage. Yesterday, Bryan was taught the basics of spell structure and its functions, and he was thoroughly fascinated by the whole process. Earlier he thought that Transcendents cast spells out of nowhere, but he couldn't be more wrong. It was impossible to create something out of nothing. However, spell structures functioned in an ingenious way. Every different spell of all ranks and paths has its own spell structure which has been researched and perfected by generations of Transcendents. A person casting the spell has to construct the spell structure in their mind with spiritual force. Spell structures were very much like mind runes, except they were expendable, meaning, it would dissipate after it was used. A very minuscule amount of spiritual force was needed to construct the spell structure. However, in order to activate this spell structure and cast the spell, additional spiritual force was required. Once the spiritual force was added to the spell structure, a Transcendent would be able to cast all sorts of spells. This was the basis of magic. True magic. With his increased analytical and memory storing capabilities, Bryan believed that he would be able to fully understand all the underlying principles of spell structure in a few days. While the carriage was moving toward the police station, Bryan looked at Detective Watson and asked earnestly, "Teacher, Pike is locked in a cell inside the police station and I wanted to interrogate him. Can you provide me with assistance should I require any?" Pike was Jack's personal butler who had ordered Johnny to kill Bryan more than a month back. He was caught by the police because Jack had discarded him and made him take the blame for everything. Detective Watson nodded and replied, "No problem, but Bryan, in the future no matter where you go and what you do, you must never bring harm to blameless people. Do you understand?" Bryan nodded his head firmly. "I understand, teacher." Detective Watson knew that the reason Bryan wanted to talk to Pike was so that he could exact revenge on Jack, and he didn't stop it. After all, Bryan was almost killed. If Bryan refused to take action, then he, as his teacher, would have certainly killed the entire Brown family, but he didn't want Bryan to become a person who ruthlessly killed just about anyone. As his teacher, it was his duty to guide Bryan properly. In the Transcendent world, one's hands would always be stained with the blood of others. It was just a matter of whose and when. The carriage finally reached the police station, which was located on South Kingston Avenue. The teacher and student duo got off the carriage and headed inside the police station. Detective Watson was wearing a blue three-piece suit, a white shirt, and a navy blue necktie. He was wearing a black overcoat and a top hat. On his right hand was a cane whose handle was studded with gems of different colors. Bryan, on the other hand, was wearing a black three-piece suit, a white shirt, and a black necktie. He was wearing a black windbreaker and a black fedora hat. He didn't have a cane with him because he felt that it was useless to carry one around and was something only used by old people. Inside the police station, Detective Watson caught sight of Head Constable Thomas Smith, who was busy instructing a few other police officers. He nodded at him with a smile. "Officer Smith, greetings." Officer Smith hurriedly made his way to him and greeted him. "Good morning, Detective Watson. I'm very grateful that you have decided to help. Please follow me to my office." The three of them made their way into Officer Smith's office. Detective Watson and Bryan entered the office and took their seats. The office was very spacious. Behind Officer Smith's chair was a bookshelf full of all kinds of books. There was a coat hanger stand in the corner and a large painting of the Damascus clock tower hanging on the wall. The clock tower was a famous spot in Damascus situated in the center of the city, near the Church of Wisdom. After taking his seat, Officer Smith spoke in a dejected voice. 3 murders within 5 weeks, and we can't seem to find any clue." Detective Watson replied, "Tell me everything you know." Officer Smith nodded his head and began to give all the details of the case. The first murder took place on the 2nd of last month. The victim was a young girl of 17 years of age. The second murder took place 2 weeks later. This time the victim was a young boy 18 years of age, and the last murder took place yesterday night, the victim being another 18-year-old young boy. Detective Watson nodded. "All the victims were late teenagers. Where were their bodies found?" Officer Smith replied, All 3 bodies were found in the area where the middle-class people of Damascus live. They were found in different alleys. Detective Watson added, "Anything else?" "Yes, the bodies had been carved from the torso and the heart, liver, and both kidneys were taken from all 3 victims." Officer Smith spoke with anger and hatred in his eyes. Bryan was appalled, his eyebrows furrowed as he thought, killing wasn't enough? The killer even had to take the organs as a souvenir? On the other hand, Detective Watson was calm and no change in expression could be seen on his face. After all, throughout his career, he had seen and investigated things that could be said to be even viler. He calmly nodded his head and instructed, "All right, please take me to the scene where the victim was found last night." "Yes, right away, Detective." Officer Smith immediately agreed and got up from the chair. Detective Watson smiled and added, "But before that, could you allow my student to interrogate the person who ordered the attack on him over a month back?" Officer Smith was slightly taken aback, but he still nodded. "Sure, no problem. Also, it would be better if I could interrogate Pike somewhere away from the eyes and ears of others." Bryan interjected. Officer Smith raised his eyebrows and turned his gaze at Detective Watson. Seeing him not object, Officer Smith looked back at Bryan and said, "That can be done too, but you can't kill him. There are still rules and laws we have to abide by." Bryan smiled and nodded. "Of course, Officer Smith," but he silently added in his heart, "I'll just make him wish he were dead." Idiosis inverted question mark inside a room with no windows. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline was sitting on a metal chair. He kept both his arms on the table in front of him and stared at the empty chair across from him in a daze. He was brought into this room just now by an officer all of a sudden. This man was Pike, who was used as a scapegoat so that Jack was able to avoid criminal charges. He had been imprisoned for a month, but he didn't worry at all, because either Jack or his father, Jim Brown, would get him out eventually. Pike was still oblivious to the fact that Jim was already dead. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, the only door to the room opened, and a young man wearing a 3-piece black suit and a black windbreaker entered with a smile on his face. He had a very handsome face with black hair and even blacker eyes. He looked at Pike and grinned menacingly. Pike, initially, didn't recognize the young man, but a moment later his eyes went wide as he stood up from his chair. It's you?" Pike was shocked, because this was the young man whom his master, Jack, had ordered to be killed, Bryan Lombardi. After a brief moment of shock, Pike returned to his seat with a sneer on his face as he said in disdain, "What are you here for? Revenge? Hey, you can't do anything to me in this place." Bryan shut the door behind him and locked it. Then he approached the empty chair, removed his windbreaker and tailored suit coat, and put them on it. He rolled the sleeves of his shirt to his elbows, revealing 2 grayish-silver braces that covered his forearms as he said nonchalantly, "Is that so?" Pike involuntarily gulped upon seeing Bryan's actions. He was visibly tensed, not because of the braces but the 2 daggers that were sheathed on both sides of his waist. Pike nervously asked, "What are you trying to do?" Bryan replied, "Nothing really, just wanted to ask you some questions. Now, tell me everything you know about Jack and the Brown Manor." Pike mustered up his courage and snorted, "Fuck-oh." Before he could finish his sentence, Pike saw Bryan's right hand turn into a blur. The next moment, a curved grayish-silver dagger stabbed his hand, which was on the table, and pierced through it. Pike looked at his hand, which was pierced through by the dagger, in a daze. It took a moment for his pain receptors to react, and then he screamed in agony. But his scream was also abruptly cut off as another dagger pierced his other hand and nailed it to the table. Before Pike could scream again, Bryan moved his right index finger at a very high speed and delicately stabbed 2 points at Pike's neck, around his throat. This action temporarily disabled Pike's vocal cords. He was frightened out of his wits. It hurt so much, but he couldn't scream. Neither could he remove the daggers from his hands that were nailed to the table. His eyes started to water as his face distorted due to the pain he was going through. Then he heard Bryan's cold voice, "Crying already? TSK, I've only just begun." Pike thought in his head, "Which lunatic did I end up provoking?" Fuck, I'm willing to speak, just let me speak." He tried to open his mouth and speak, but no sound came out. Bryan looked at him and teased, "Oh, still don't wanna talk?" Pike was fuming in pain and anger as he thought inwardly, "No, you fucker, I want to but I can't." Bryan pretended to be deep in thought, with his right palm stroking his chin as his left hand supported his right elbow. He sighed with disappointment. "If you don't wish to talk, I can only pray that this will help you." Bryan walked behind Pike and stroked his head like a butcher would do to a pig before slaughtering it. Pike, who was bound to the table, started trembling in fear. He had no idea what Bryan was about to do next. Just as he was shaking his head vigorously, he saw two narrow blades pierce his shoulder joints from behind and come out from the front. The tip of the blades penetrated his collarbones and he could see it dripping with blood. Pike's eyes turned bloodshot as his body kept trembling. He wanted to scream so badly but he couldn't. All he could do was cry silently. Bryan walked around him and came to his side. He grabbed Pike's hair and lifted his head. He looked at him and said, "Even after being stabbed so many times, you still don't want to talk?" Then Bryan patted his head and pretended to recall something as he grinned from ear to ear. "Ah, I totally forgot I had disabled your vocal cords. My bad, my bad." Pike gritted his teeth in pain and anger but he couldn't do anything. His face was covered in tears and snot. He just wished that the pain and this devil would both go away. A broken bar. 15 minutes later, Bryan walked out of the room frowning. Under torture, Pike had spilled everything he knew about Jack and the ins and outs of his manor. He found out that Jack's father, who was an owner of a few coal mines, was a ruthless individual. He had threatened, blackmailed, and even killed many of his competitors just so he could earn more profit. Jim Brown even exploited poor people to work for him at meager wages. Anyone who didn't listen to him would die in an accident. Many of the workers in his coal mines and factories also died due to poor working conditions, but Jim always covered it up. He had close ties with the many gangs in Damascus underworld. Also, he bribed many officials and even some police officers. His son, Jack, on the other hand, was even more disgusting. He had his goons kidnap young girls from various low-class and middle-class families or even from the slum areas just so he could rape them and later discard them. Many of these young girls had even died at his hands or committed suicide. Another important piece of information he found out was about Jeffrey Gill. He was also a coal mine owner and was Jim Brown's longtime rival. Jeffrey too was similar to Jim, in that they both had committed many crimes for their personal gain. This information proved to be very crucial to Bryan for his follow-up plan. Bryan headed back into Officer Smith's office as Detective Watson was waiting there for him. After entering the office, Bryan saw him drinking tea and chatting with Officer Smith. He came closer to Detective Watson, bent over, and whispered into his ears, "Teacher, can you do your thing and make it so that Pike can never speak again?" It was imperative that Pike didn't disclose what happened today or all the information he had divulged, or else Bryan would, later on, be held in suspicion for the bloodbath he would eventually carry out. Detective Watson raised his eyebrows but he still nodded. He got up from his chair and told Bryan, "Take me to him." Bryan smiled as he replied, "Yes, thank you, teacher." Officer Smith was puzzled as to what was going on between the two, but he tactfully didn't ask any questions. After all, Detective Watson's prestige was too much for a mere head constable like him to question him about anything. Detective Watson looked at Officer Smith and smiled. "We can leave in 5 minutes." Then he walked out of the office with Bryan without waiting for Officer Smith's reply. Bryan took Detective Watson to the underground room where he had interrogated Pike. After entering the room, Detective Watson saw that Pike had already passed out on the table. His palms and shoulders were bleeding, all his fingernails had been stabbed through as well. Detective Watson turned to look at Bryan with a questioning gaze. Bryan scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "I was just venting out my frustrations. Don't worry, teacher, this guy's no saint. All these years working for the Brown family, he had done plenty of terrible deeds. Detective Watson simply nodded and didn't say anything further. He stared at Pike as his eyes narrowed. The next moment, vast spiritual force gushed out of him as he channeled it towards Pike's subconsciousness. The spiritual force attacked Pike's mind like a tsunami, instantly obliterating his subconscious. Pike, who had fainted on the table, trembled for a second, then everything went back to normal. However, from this day forth, Pike would become a complete vegetable, unable to form a single thought or word. Bryan, who was standing beside Detective Watson, had his feet turn cold. The moment Detective Watson's spiritual force gushed out, Bryan felt fear creep up in his heart. He broke out in a cold sweat as he thought, Teacher's spiritual force is so vast and a broken bar vicious. For the first time, Bryan realized that beneath his teacher's gentle smile and polite demeanor, lay a ferocious and savage beast ready to pounce at any moment. This made him involuntarily gulp. Detective Watson looked at Bryan, who seemed as if he had seen a ghost, chuckled, and said, "Let's get going now, we still have to visit the crime scene." Bryan snapped out of his daze and nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Then he obediently followed Detective Watson out of the room. A broken bar. East 19th Street. In an alleyway that connected to 19th Street, around half a dozen police officers were present. Among them were Officer Smith, Detective Watson, and Bryan. Currently, Officer Smith was pointing to a secluded spot in the alleyway beside a garbage dumpster. Most alleyways that were present between buildings were unfrequented areas. One could see a few homeless tramps loitering around. This alleyway was also the same. One could see retractable ladders on the back of each of the buildings. These ladders usually led to the back entrance of the buildings or apartments. Officer Smith pointed at the spot and said, "This is where we found the body last night." The last two bodies of the victims were also found in secluded alleyways near 2nd Street and 15th Street respectively. Detective Watson nodded and replied, "Well, we can be sure that the killer lives somewhere in this middle-class area, or at least carries out his operation in this neighborhood." Officer Smith probed, "Detective, how did you confirm that?" "Firstly, cutting up a body and taking out the organs in any alleyway will attract a lot of attention. So he couldn't have done it here. That leads to my second point. I believe that the killer does the deed somewhere close by, and after taking out the organs, he carries the bodies and dumps them in these secluded alleyways. And his house or base of operations must be somewhere close by, since carrying a dead body, even if it's inside a bag, is too much of a hassle and may also attract unwanted attention." Detective Watson patiently explained his reasoning. Officer Smith, Bryan, and the other police officers were enlightened. Officer Smith then asked with hopeful eyes, "Detective, have you found anything else?" Detective Watson shook his head. "I need more information on the victims, their backgrounds, their lifestyles, etc. Learning about the victims can also help you understand the killer better and anticipate their next move." Officer Smith nodded his head with a bitter smile. "As you say, Detective." Detective Watson smiled and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, Officer Smith, we'll try to catch the bastard before he kills another child. I promise you, I will do my best. We are grateful for your assistance." Officer Smith was touched, as he replied. Detective Watson nodded. "Very well then, Bryan and I will come to the police station tomorrow again. Make sure to tell your lads to gather all the information they can on the 3 victims." "I understand, Detective." Officer Smith nodded his head and replied seriously, "Let's go, Bryan." Detective Watson turned to look at Bryan and spoke. Bryan first nodded his head, then he awkwardly shook his head as he replied, "You go ahead, teacher. I forgot to get my gun permit from the police station." Detective Watson nodded his head and said, "All right, I will see you at home tomorrow morning then." Bryan then bade Detective Watson farewell and followed Officer Smith to the police station in his carriage that had the Damascus police symbol on it. At the police station, Bryan received his gun permit, which was essentially just a piece of paper with a stamp and signature on it that declared that Bryan was legally allowed to carry a gun. Tuesday, 10th of August 1580. It was 4 p.m. in the evening and Bryan had just returned to his apartment at 7 Robinson Street. He locked the door to his apartment after entering, took off his trench coat and fedora hat, and hung them on the coat hanger. He came to the living room and sat on the sofa, completely exhausted. Since yesterday, his schedule had become even more hectic. In the morning, he would go to Detective Watson's house and study spell structures. He had also taken a few spell books from Detective Watson, hoping to use them when he advanced to rank 3 apprentice. Learning the spell structures of rank 0 spells didn't impede his other activities in any way. If anything, it would just be more convenient for him when he advanced to the next rank, and the spell books that he had taken from Detective Watson were really to his liking. He couldn't wait to use it. After tonight's round of meditation, he would finish carving the 28th mind rune and officially become a rank 3 apprentice. After a 2-hour-long study session, he would then start practicing combat techniques with Detective Watson. Lasting a minute against him in a sparring match was still a distant dream. However, Bryan wasn't too disappointed. He would then go to the police station and act as a liaison between them and Detective Watson. He would gather all the relevant materials and information related to the case. After that, he would come back home and meditate and then refine his pocket watch. The refining process of his silver pocket watch had also progressed quite a bit. Bryan believed that within the next 10 days, he will have completely refined it. He was both expectant and nervous regarding the contents of his silver watch. After all, this was something his mother had left him, and it also contained information on the path created by the Medici family ancestor. Regardless, the curtains would finally be drawn when he completed refining the pocket watch. In the last 2 days, Bryan felt that he had learned a great deal from Detective Watson about investigating cases, finding clues, deducing patterns of the criminal's behavior, and several other things that would help one catch criminals. He was full of admiration for Detective Watson. His way of deductions had thoroughly garnered great respect from Bryan. In the words of Detective Watson, in order to catch a criminal, one must not think of how he kills but why he kills. In the case of the serial killer who's been going around murdering teenagers and then taking away their organs, Detective Watson believed that the killer was choosing victims who reminded him of his own background, upbringing, or even his social class. That could most likely be the reason why the killer had only killed teenagers from middle-class families, and all 3 victims had come from well-to-do families and had led a happy life prior to their deaths, and the reason why he was killing these youths. Detective Watson also had a theory regarding this. It was that the killer was also once upon a time part of a middle-class family, and lived a happy life, but he was robbed of it. That is why the killer was going after these teenagers who reminded him of his past and deprived them of their happiness. However, Detective Watson also believed that the killer must be going through some sort of mental illness, otherwise, he wouldn't do the things that he was doing. The list of people who lived in the middle-class neighborhood and had lost their families in the past 10 years had already been collected and given to Detective Watson. Earlier today, he had already narrowed it down to 27 people whom he believed to be the most likely people to be the killer and given the list to Bryan for him to go and investigate it personally. After tonight, Bryan would also become a rank 3 apprentice, hence, Detective Watson was assured about his safety. Moreover, he had also given Bryan a pistol and some bullets. Therefore, starting tomorrow, Bryan could begin his investigations. To be honest, Bryan really didn't like this kind of detective work. He even thought he was more suited to be a criminal. He believed that he was more skilled at hiding from a detective than actually becoming one, but since it was an assignment given to him by his teacher, he had to accept it. As he lay on the couch languidly, he looked at the ceiling in a daze as he thought in his heart. If teacher's theory is true and the killer was going around killing people similar to him because he lost his family and happiness, why is it that he took this path while I, who also lost my family, took a different one? Earlier today, Detective Watson had taught him that humans protect themselves from psychological and emotional pain by taking actions to craft fantasies of revenge, power, or even sexual gratification. If this is true, then how did I protect myself emotionally and psychologically after my parents died? Bryan thought for a long time but couldn't find the answer in his heart. Ultimately, he just shook his head and threw these thoughts to the back of his head. Bryan got up from the sofa, took off his clothes, and randomly threw them on the floor. He then went to his bathroom to take a shower. He wanted to freshen up first and then sit down to meditate. He had already had lunch at Detective Watson's house, so he wasn't that hungry. Meditating on an empty stomach was not advised since one wouldn't be able to focus if their stomach was rumbling every now and then. After lying down in the wooden tub filled with warm water for nearly 30 minutes, Bryan got out and dried himself with a towel. He then tied the towel around his waist, exited the bathroom, and went to his bedroom. He took out his pajamas from the wardrobe, wore them, and then climbed his bed and sat down in a lotus position to begin meditation. Bryan took 2 deep breaths and then entered a trance-like state, ready to advance to rank 3 apprentice. A few hours later, Bryan exhaled a deep breath and opened his eyes. His pitch-black eyes were brighter than ever before. He had finally advanced to rank 3 apprentice. He took a moment to observe his mind runes and confirmed that everything was smooth and perfect. He grabbed his silver pocket watch from the bedside table and looked at the time. "It's only 8 p.m. Bryan mumbled as he got up from his bed and went to the kitchen. He was planning to make himself some dinner and then start refining his pocket watch as well as get used to the 3 rank 0 spells that he had gotten from Detective Watson. Bryan was really excited at the prospect of finally being able to cast spells. However, he couldn't cast them in his apartment as one of the spells was destructive in nature, the other could only be used in the dark, and the last one was only effective in a fight and not practice. As Bryan was cooking himself some steak in the kitchen, he thought to himself, "Fuck, should I get myself a maid? Cooking food and doing household chores is really time-consuming." After having a hearty meal, Bryan went back to his bedroom. He sat on his bed and started to refine his silver pocket watch. 2 hours later he switched to memorizing the 3 rank 0 spells. By the time he was done with all this, Bryan was completely and utterly exhausted. He kept the 3 spell books beside him on the bed and instantly fell asleep. Bryan opened his eyes and found himself standing in front of his apartment on 7 Robinson Street again. He was in a dream. He looked around in puzzlement and thought to himself, "What the fuck is happening? It's the same dream I had when I advanced to rank 2 apprentice." After taking a few steps to look around, Bryan suddenly froze in his spot as he said, "Wait, I can think, and even control my body? This is way different from the last dream." Bryan calmed himself down and thoroughly inspected this dream. He had to find out why he was pulled into a dream every time he advanced a rank. In the Transcendent world, strange and mysterious things happened all the time, and most of them weren't a good thing. The colors in this dream appeared to be very saturated, and when Bryan observed a particular object or area closely, he would begin to see them start to form beautiful patterns. As he marveled at the beautiful scenery around him, Bryan turned his head and looked up at the sky. Then his mouth went wide as his eyes filled with incredulity. Up in the sky, he could see a vast number of stars and nebulas. It looked as if someone had used the night sky as a canvas and painted the cosmos on it. The night sky wasn't just black, it was full of all sorts of colors: purple, green, blue, yellow, orange, etc. Bryan had never seen something so magnificent in his entire life. Just as he was admiring the beauty of the night sky, Bryan was pulled back into reality as he opened his eyes. He looked around and saw that he was back in his bedroom and it was already morning. The early morning sunlight shone in his room through the window. The leaves on the trees outside continued to turn brown and orange as Damascus City welcomed the arrival of the full season. Bryan sat up on the bed and sighed. What a beautiful dream. He had never seen something so beautiful in his life. His heart was filled with awe as well as a hint of fear. Every time he advanced, he was pulled into this dream and he couldn't even resist it. Bryan didn't know if this was a good thing or not. He contemplated whether to ask Detective Watson about this strange dream or not. Ultimately Bryan decided to ask him about this after becoming a Transcendent. He got up from the bed and stretched his limbs. Then he went to the bathroom and prepared for the day ahead. A broken bar. 98 West 10th Street. Inside the bedroom on the second floor of the slightly dilapidated, red-colored building, Kenny lay on the bed, writhing in pain. The muscles on his face kept contorting, as a gray-colored mist continued to phase in and out. Ugh! Kenny grabbed and pulled at his hair as he screamed in agony. Worm-shaped pustules kept forming all over his face and started to wriggle. All of a sudden, Kenny's eyes turned bloodshot as he arched his back and started laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha! Kill, 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 heart, liver, kidneys, a broken bar, hungry, so hungry, gotta eat, gotta kill, gotta eat, he. Kenny sat up on the bed, gray mist covered his face and it returned to its handsome appearance again. To be precise, he used his transcendent innate ability to create an illusion over his face. His face was still the same, covered with pustules, but to others, he appeared to be a good-looking man with black hair parted from the middle, brown eyes, and a thin black mustache. Kenny got up from his bed and just stood there silently for a minute, then his eyes curved like crescent moons and he grinned from ear to ear as he mumbled, "Time to kill, time to eat, a broken bar." Bryan had just finished eating dinner after returning to his apartment. His day was the same as usual, studying with Detective Watson, practicing gun shooting at the underground shooting range in the police station, meditating, and refining his silver pocket watch. Starting tonight, he would go and investigate the list of 27 people in the middle-class neighborhood whom Detective Watson suspected to be the killer. He wore his windbreaker on top of his three-piece black suit, exited his apartment, and called for a public carriage. The public carriage services in Damascus usually stopped by 11 p.m. at night. Currently, it was slightly past 9 p.m. Bryan instructed the driver to head to 10th Street. He had to go investigate two suspects who currently lived on 10th Street. One was at 7 East 10th Street and the other at 98 West 10th Street. He first went to the suspect on East 10th Street.